Hello and welcome to America's Day at the Races. It's the final Saturday here at beautiful Belmont Park where we'll see a duo of grade ones, including the Belmont Derby, where the Foxes exits a loaded Epsom Derby, and he will try his hand over the Belmont Turf Course for $750,000. Mission of Joy, she's a dual grade 3 winner for Graham Motion, and she exits an easy victory in the Regret. Then Charge It, coming up in the grade 2 Suburban. He's forever looking to get back to that dominant Dwyer performance from last year. He'll stretch things out to the 1.25 miles. Over at Horseshoe Indy, a big stakes card on tap from them as we'll bring you today's Indiana Derby. We're verifying he's looking for his first graded stakes victory for the Brad Cox team. He's a heavy favorite in that one. We are brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasracing.net today. Well, welcome to our indoor studio. I am Maggie Wolfendale and pleased to be with you on what is a glorious day here in Elmont, New York, and a loaded program that we will bring you. As always, today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm, as we will have races 1 through 12 here at Belmont Park, including the Suburban, the Fasig-Tipton Belmont Oaks, the Belmont Derby Invitational, and a wickedly competitive victory ride. And then over at Horseshoe Indy, we'll bring you races 8 through 12. Paul LaDuca will be on scene. They are wet, fast, and good. The Oaks and the Derby are races 11 and 12. I want to welcome in my partner in crime, Sarah El-Badwi. Welcome again to America's Day at the Races. You're pulling the marathon shift today.
I guess so. It's going to be a long day for me, but thankfully lots of exciting stakes action. Even the undercard races are super competitive, and this is a great way to close out Belmont Park.
It really is, and just kind of giddy about what all's to come. And we kick things off with a really good-looking crew of 2-year-old fillies. If you want to play today's races, make sure you do so with a Naira Bets account. When you use promo code BONUS200 as a new member, you will earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Check out NairaBets.com to earn it today. This is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It is loaded, and Sarah, while Elate's baby is in here, she's a little bit of an icy 5-1. We see 5-2 on number 6, Devil at Midnight, who has already run before for Melanie Giddings. She will take over training duties on her namesake, Maple Leaf Mel, in today's victory ride. But I know as we welcome in our third member of today's team, Richard Migliore, he's standing by with a fellow legend of country music.
Thanks, Maggie. I'm pleased to be joined here by Toby Keith, who has the 7-horse share, 7 Natty Patty. Yeah. But I want to ask you first, Toby, how did you get involved? Like, for all of us, it's usually a family member that kind of draws us in.
Well, I got hooked. My dad had a friend who had some homebreds in Oklahoma, and it was his childhood friend. And they were getting on up there in years, and they would go to the track together, and he always enjoyed watching EJ's horses running. And so I said, well, if EJ would let us partner on one, so he did, and I bought my dad a half interest in the horse, and it won its first out, and the hook was set. So.
And that was it. Now you've got 7 Natty Patty, who's a really big, strong-looking filly, made a nice impression in the paddock.
We moved pretty quick with her. She came out with a 2-year-old sale, and Chris Bacari's my partner, and he said, we're going to keep moving her straight to track. She's ready to go. And 7 Natty Patty's named after our famous OU softball coach, Patty Gasso. Her name is Patty Gasso. This is her 7th national title, 3rd in a row. And so after the night they won the World Series on television, I named it 7 Natty Patty.
Well, I love names that have a lot of meaning behind them. Hopefully she gets her own championship today. And we'd be remiss not to say happy birthday. Today's your birthday.
We're at a historical place. I've never been to this track. I've had horses run here, and I've been all over the all U.S. racing and North America. And so to be on your birthday, have a first-time starter, historical place, all good.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk. I know you want to watch your filly run. And, guys, how cool is this? When we get people of this caliber and the crossover to mainstream music and sports and media, I mean, we're really, really blessed to have Toby Keith here today.
Absolutely. Toby Keith, such a legend in country music. I mean, he was one of the guys that I listened to all the time. I have had Should Have Been a Cowboy on repeat up in my office, Sarah. And I had to show it to Mig because I was like, really, this song's about you, Meg. So I think you related and felt a little bit more comfortable about interviewing Toby after you heard that song.
Well, we all have horse racing to bond us all together, and I hear that there's a little karaoke session later on with you and Toby.
I'm hoping for it. He doesn't know about it, but I'm going to serenade him for his birthday. I kid. But let's talk a little bit about his filly here, 7 Natty Patty. Sold for $120,000 at the Fasig Tipton Timonium sale. We're 10-2, Sarah. I just thought looked rapid, looked quick, wasn't asked for much. And you kind of have to take a step back when you go from the OES sales to the dirt surface at Timonium. They do tend to go a little bit slower. So 10-2 is actually a pretty good work.
I would agree. I mean, this horse did move pretty quickly out there. And, you know, Rudy Rodriguez is one that he does pretty well with his 2-year-old first-time starters, because I think that he's able to really key in on these Belmont 2-year-old races, whereas maybe other connections are looking ahead already to Saratoga for some of their maidens that they're bringing up there. So I think that he spots them so well, and he does. The numbers speak for themselves. I mean, he's 6 for 38 2-year-old first-time starters in dirt sprints at Belmont Park over the past 5 years. He's 16%. This one taking a lot of money. You think Toby's betting a little bit?
I would be disappointed if he wasn't. But as you're checking out Elate's first baby, I think it was interesting to flip it back to what you just said about Rudy Rodriguez targeting these Belmont races. Don't you think you could somewhat take it as a negative they're not waiting to Saratoga to debut Exhilarate?
Yes, and the fact that there was a turf work last time, and I know there's a bullet dirt work as well in the mix, which you can appreciate. And Elate's a horse that she wanted to go longer as
she
well.
She did win first time out, though, but
at a mile.
Right, mile,
so,
that's right.
I mean, I'm really excited to watch this one going forwards and could have a world of talent as well. And I get the turf thinking, maybe this one being a war front, but I think the money coming in on others instead of this one really speaks to everybody's taking that wait and see approach.
I would agree with everyone else as well. Devil at Midnight. She's the one with experience. Showed a lot of speed first time out for Mel Giddings and Sean Bridgemahan. She might be fitter. She might move forward from this, as she is currently 3-1 on the board.
And she does, the experience edge is so important in these 2-year-old races, and she gets to be a little bit further outside this time. Yeah. Instead of being under the gun from the rail, you know that she has the speed already, and it looks like the horse Wine on Tap that beat her could be your favorite or second choice for the Schuylerville.
Looking forward to that, as I'm looking forward to hearing John and Brielle with the call of race 1. It is your Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day.
And they're off, and a quick start for Sugar and Spice from that inside pose, quickly in front by 2. Devil at Midnight runs in second. 7 Natty Patty is in third. Magic Cross is running in fourth. And then it's the duo of My Starship and La Picasita. At the back of the pack are Exhilarate and Dorothy's Dreams. Sugar and Spice now joined on the outside by Devil at Midnight. So the two of them are heads apart through a quarter in 22-1, and 7 Natty Patty not far behind in third. Magic Cross is making up ground now down towards the rail. It's a big break back to My Starship in fifth. Magic Cross has now switched to the outside for the final quarter mile, and the field is coming into the stretch. And here comes Magic Cross now up to take over the lead. 7 Natty Patty is all out in second. Then Devil at Midnight, Sugar and Spice has dropped back to fourth. It is Magic Cross who has the lead, and the lead is now 4 lengths. Then 7 Natty Patty and Devil at Midnight. Magic Cross, a convincing debut winner. Turned out to be close for second for the late closing Dorothy's Dreams and Exhilarate.
Magic Cross with the upset, 15-1. Sarah easily drawing away from this field, and she just cruised into the race around the turn, and we were both like, uh-oh, this might be over.
It was a very impressive move that she made, too, getting some dirt in her face. She's one that worked in company with Exhilarate on that on the turf. So we got the other Mott floated up from that 6-1 morning line, and she made it look like she was 4-5. She absolutely dominated this field.
Now, to be fair, there is a lot of turf on the bottom side with her, the Dam Hafton Mose, who won the Hawthorne Derby on the turf. She's a daughter of Good Magic. They paid $112,000 for her as a yearling. She gets the job done for James Carp and Bill Mott, Jose Lascano in the irons.
And we saw Exhilarate come running late for a piece of things as well. Maybe one that wants to stretch out. Next time out could be a little bit more involved as she didn't break that well. So I think that this could be a very interesting race moving forwards and seeing what these horses do next.
Wow, she gets up for third. That's impressive considering where you look, where she is when we pick up this stretch run here. So Exhilarate, I loved Elate. Did you love Elate?
I loved Elate too.
Oh my God, I remember riding down, what was the race with her and Abel Tasman where Abel Tasman kind of made it tight with her?
Wow. It wasn't the Alabama because she won that.
It was the next year, wasn't it?
I think so.
May have been the Phipps or something like that. But I remember I was on the pony and riding down the stretch and being like, come on, girl, like riding it with Jose Ortiz. She looks a lot like Elate too. Wow.
Yeah.
But exciting race here as Belmont finishes 1-3 in this Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Jose Lascano will be the one getting his picture taken. That's just the tip of the iceberg as the Foxes looks to make his stateside debut for Andrew Balding. After a 5th place effort in the 1.5-mile Epsom Derby, he'll cut back to the 1.25 mile today and is your morning line favorite for the Belmont Derby.
Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his first weanlings are commanding attention in the sales ring.
Right here, 280,000.
191,000.
165,000.
160,000. Thank you.
A dual-surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to the program. Thanks for joining us here on Fox Sports 2 as we are brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well as Magic Cross. She had all the magic today for Belmont. Very professional and impressive effort. First time out as she returns 33-20 for the win over the 5 Dorothy's Dreams and number 3 Exhilarate elates the little first baby as we will send it down to Richie Migliori standing by with Magic Cross's pilot.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. Here with Jose Lascano. Jose, you've been riding so well all meet, always putting your horses in position. This 2-year-old filly, Magic Cross, was very professional for a first-timer. She took the kickback. She came through traffic. She really looked like a pretty push-button ride.
Yes, she acted very professional, riding post parade with the pony guard. You know, you can feel it. She jumped right in the bridle, you know, she want to go. And when he broke out the gate, she broke a little step behind, you know, but I stayed at the gap between inside Rio. And she got it there and everything. When I asked her, the 5:16 had to angle out, but the other horse coming back so fast, he like go wrong hang over.
Yeah, I mean, she looked like she picked him up so easily.
Yeah, so quick. You know, he picked so quick and gone, you know.
Sometimes, even though you don't want to break slowly, it's a blessing in disguise because then you don't get caught up with the pace, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Jose, you've got such a good percentage with barns like Billy Mott. It feels like you're not locked out of any barns, but when they reach out to you, you give them a ride.
You know, whatever who I ride for, I try my best. You know, I handicap the race to win and, you know, like, do the best I can for the race.
Well, you've been riding great. And guys, it's nice to be in everybody's rotation, but it'd be nice to be batting cleanup in some of them.
Very true, Richie, as Jose Lezcano, a longtime fixture in the Belmont barn, also rides a ton for the meet's leading trainer, Linda Rice, and he'll be aboard Downtown Mischief, the New York bred, in today's Grade 3 victory ride. Sarah? That's just the tip of the iceberg.
We have a lot going on today. No, it's an exciting card. We have those races from Horseshoe Indianapolis as well. We see some of those horses that had a little bit of Derby dreams that aren't necessarily at that level coming back and verifying. Every race today, there are a lot of different directions to go in and some really competitive fields.
I know you like some prices going into those stakes races. A horse that I can't believe she'll be the 10-to-1 morning line. Be your best in today's at Belmont Oaks. I think we're all interested in. But that was race number 2, 12-5 claimer, coming up next. But the first graded stakes is the Grade 2 Suburban. That's race number 5 at 309. Basic tipped in Belmont Oaks. Will be an hour and a half later. Belmont Derby victory ride. What a nice way to cap things off, as the Belmont Derby is the ABR race of the day, and we will see the Foxes in here. And really, when you're looking at this race from a class perspective, he's at the top of the class for who he's faced. That Epsom Derby this year has just produced one winner after the other, you know, including 2 Ascot winners. This is his last win, which came in the Dante Stakes at York.
I think the tally for times we showed this is in the upper 20s now, but
it doesn't look like it's playing back in 1.5 speed. Or maybe not now.
I feel like changed it.
Ah, see, I knew it.
Yes.
I knew it.
Yes, I know.
I was like, this looks more normal now. Like, no way a rider can ride that quickly.
I know that the European style can be a little bit different than what we see in the United States, but there was something a little funky going on with the playback speed. Regardless, this horse was in behind horses, and once he was clear, just had a serious turn of foot. And I mean, the kind of talent that he's been facing overseas, you know, he can get the distance as well. He is absolutely the horse to beat, though, not done any favors with the outside draw.
Of course, he, in fact, is a turnback in this race, where many of these horses stretching out in distance for the first time. He's a son of Churchill, as you mentioned. The outside pose, you know, I don't think it's too bad going 1.25 miles. You have a decent run to that first turn at Belmont Park. And 2, I think the less time that a horse coming in from Europe has to stand in the gate, a lot of times the better for them getting away, which he has had trouble getting away from the stalls in his European form. As the Pennine Ridge, we'll see several come out of here, including your winner, that is Kulik, sorry. And he is nearly perfect on the turf, winning 3 of his 4 starts on it. All mostly by doing it on the front end. He was able to waltz around on this field.
Yeah, really well used early in this race, and I think that there might be some other pace players going into the Belmont Derby later, so he might not get things totally easy on the front end, but this was a big performance and no one able to catch him ultimately at the wire. He's got some talent.
Farbridge definitely had a trouble trip, though.
Kind of a weird trip, though, too. Like, he was sort of backing up around the turn and then in traffic and then had to angle inside to make his run. I think that a lot of people are going to see that trip and want him out of this race more so than your winner.
You wonder if he starts to create his own problems, though. He'll be reunited with Jose Ortiz, as the other Chad Brown horse is very, very light on experience, but could be very long on talent, as number 10 in this field is redistricting. He dominated a field first time out on June 3rd here at Belmont, going 1.16 miles.
This was a race that I spent so much time on. There's so many different directions to go in, but ultimately I just kept coming back to this horse because this isn't something Chad Brown does this often. He doesn't ask horses to step up like this, and I just love this performance from him because when the rider asks, you really see a serious turn of foot, The margin of victory was impressive. He's got his ears going up at the wire. There's a lot to like about him, and I think this might be one of the only times that I get a fair price on him going forwards if he runs well.
Chad Brown does seem very high on this son of Kingman. I think it is a tall test to ask for just a second-time starter, though we'll see how he does. But we, as always, have the cross-country pick 5 for you. We'll kick things off with the Indiana General Assembly distaff over at Horseshoe Indy, Belmont Derby, Indiana Oaks Victory Ride, and cap it off with the Indiana Derby. And it all begins at 5:30. Well, that's not the only race that, or races that we have here at Belmont Park. The Jocks race has been heating up between the two Ortiz brothers. Those shots of them as we do see Jose Ortiz leading his older brother heading in to the penultimate day of racing here at Belmont Park. Who will end up on top?
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Here's Maiden coming struggling down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold up Maiden. Maiden has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Maiden to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Macoma, the one to catch. Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 order. Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. You are checking out the action from Indiana Grand Horseshoe Indy as we will bring you a portion of their stakes-ridden card, beginning with the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial, and we'll cap it all off with the Indiana Derby, a Grade 3 event, as we have our roaming Paul LaDuca on the scene today. Paulie, first of all, how was your trip out? I know the weather wasn't great, but that Indiana Derby, it's verifying's race to lose.
Yeah, it is verifying's race to lose, of course, Maggie. You know what? The weather was bad. It rained a lot last night. And then when I woke up this morning, it was actually a deluge of rain. I would say from 8 o'clock in the morning all the way up to about first post here. It stopped at about 11:30. I tell you what, the track maintenance crew did an unbelievable job. Right now, the track condition is labeled as good, but the thing keeps going fast, good, fast, good. They just ran the last race in about 1:10 and change. The turf course, you know, I was talking to Rachel Asbury here, who's the Racing Rachel. A lot of people know who she is, and she was saying, listen, we haven't had a ton of rain here, so I think the turf course right now is good, but I think it will be labeled fast by the time we get to the big races. Now to get to verifying, you know, his last race I thought was good in the Matt win. And the reason why is, listen, every time I always went back and talked to Steve Ashton, I always came back to disarmed. I do get it. I think Disarmed is very, very, a very nice horse, but he's also a gun runner, and they love the slop. So I thought Verifying ran a winning race. I also thought Verifying ran a winning race in the Bluegrass, and I think if Tyler Gaffleone had to take that one back, he might not have put as much pressure on the front runner. And when you look at that race, he got passed by Tapit Tries. Blazing Sevens was third. We saw what Blazing Sevens did, obviously, in the Preakness. You know, you just look at Verifying and you just see all these names. So he's obviously the one to beat in here. Brad Cox, when he wheels horses in here, he's very, very tough. And, you know, Marcelino Pedrosa, I thought this was an interesting call. You know, Marcelino, very, very good rider, but he's going to get the call on Verifying today. I also think Cal Gostro excuse me, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right, but Cherie DeVoe's runner, she lost to Scotland last time. I think this horse is primed. And, Maggie, you know, Cherie's one of those type of trainers. She's not going to run a horse in a race like this if this horse is not ready. I do think Verifying is by far the horse to beat, but I think the 8 for Cherie DeVoe's got a big shot today.
Yeah, Paulie Cagliostro does appear to have quite a bit of upside, though we'll have to do it without Lasix. Didn't run that well when taken off of it in the Louisiana Derby. But how about you, Sarah? Do you like Verifying going forward, or is there an upset brewing?
Well, I think this race got a lot easier for Verifying on the front end with the scratch of the number 3, Act a Fool, who was likely to pressure him a little bit. It's his race to lose, but of course I'm always looking for a price. And I think the up-and-coming 3-year-old is really the Asmussen horse, the number 4 on the stage, who closed into a pretty slow pace last time out. Will need to take a step forward. I don't know what kind of caliber he really is, but I think that he's kind of the new shiny 3-year-old in this group.
And could benefit from just getting, it's only a half a furlong, but it feels like he's one that could capitalize on getting a little bit more ground to cover moving forward. Back here at Belmont, we have race number 2 coming up. It's a 12-5 claimer, even money on number 4 in here, Drink the Win. He comes off of a double voided claim for the meet's leading trainer, Linda Rice, as we check in with Richie for a paddock report.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the 4 Drink the Win here in the paddock, Maggie, I mean, I like what I see. I mean, he's moving well. He's collected. His coat's good. You're going to see a lot of these horses are getting sprayed down with the hose, as you know, and you want to see horses put on a little bit of a sweat today. You know, if you see them dripping, it's probably more from the hose, but it is so muggy. You really need a horse to get a good sweat on and make sure their internal coolant system is working properly. The 4 certainly fits that bill. The 5, Cool Quartet, I really like this horse from a physical perspective. He's a standout here in the paddock in that respect, but he's a little bit dry for my taste, and I really would like to see him kind of break out in more of a sweat. His coat is good. He's dappled out, but again, I'm going to watch him in the post parade. He would automatically get a check mark from me here from the way he looks physically in the paddock, except the lack of perspiration is bothering me just a little bit. The 6 Caribbean also making a nice impression, making her first start for Linda Rice. You get Jose Lascano looking to sweep the early double. And I think Caribbean's going to set up shop just off the pace and could get a nice run from the outside. I've always been under the impression that he's a horse that likes to run clear, not necessarily outside, just not as much kickback in his face. So he's going to get an opportunity to get in a good rhythm down the long Belmont backstretch with only 1 horse outside of him. So keep an eye on him in the post parade, and I'm certainly going to be keeping a close eye on number 5, Cool Quartet.
Number 6, Caribbean, a reclaim for Linda Rice, had him in the barn for 2 starts. Sarah didn't get the win necessarily, but it went right back in for him for the 12-5. But number 4, Drink the Wind, he's also going to have to answer a distance question, though he is the clear-cut speed.
Right, he's going to have to stretch out a little bit further and get this mile, which really shouldn't be a problem for him, as he won't face a lot of pace pressure, at least on paper. He's been really impressive. I don't have a ton against him, but it's always a little bit of a question mark when you do have those 2 voided claims, and the fact that Linda also dropped him down for a lower level last time as well. Now he drops again. Absolutely the horse to beat, has the pace advantage, but I just wanted to take a small shot against at such a short price as Jose Ortiz looks to extend his lead on his brother in the jockey standings.
Exactly. 1 up, 2 up.
2 up.
Two
as
up,
of right now.
that's right. 2 up as of the conclusion of racing yesterday as Jose Escano won today's first race. If you want to follow along with today's action, make sure you download your free Equibase PPs and when you check out NARA.com/TV schedule. Drink the Wind at even money. Look, he's 3 for 4 at the 7 furlong distance, so he only has to get a furlong more. And the fact that he looks to sit a comfortable pace today, I think makes him that much dangerous. But again, there's some question marks.
Right, and he's a complete standout numbers-wise as well. I just don't love taking horses at a price like even money when there are those questions to answer in general.
You know, I say clear pace advantage, but I mean, what are they doing with Zertz? Stretching him out too.
You would think that he has to be a little bit more aggressively placed in here, but I don't think he's as fast.
There's number 1, a long shot, Forever Wicked for Randy Prasad.
5th last time out, in for the $10,000 tag. He's been off form lately, and it's been a little while since he's run his best.
Moliere comes in from Kentucky for Steve Asmussen. I thought against the track last time out.
I had the same thoughts as you. I actually really like him enough to put him on top. Horses aren't closing like that over at Ellis Park.
They aren't, and he was way out of it. Number 4, Drink the Wind, your heavy 3-2 favorite.
Stretching out to this mile for the first time, Linda Rice has done such great work with him. Can he get a little bit further at this short price?
Cool Quartet, a lot of people feel is the best alternative to your favorite.
And he exits a race that no one really wanted to win last time out on the 24th of June, 3rd behind Truculent and Higher Quality. He won at this level 2 back. That was with Irad, so some things to like.
Here is Caribbean. Oscar Barrera and Linda Rice have been trading him back and forth.
Right. It's always interesting when Linda goes in for the reclaim. Clearly sees something she likes about this horse, and he's a competitor as well, likely sits off his stablemate.
And there's number 7, Zertz. First off the claim for Rob Atras. He has gone the mile distance before, though not frequently or recently.
And he just may have been too far back last time. He was 2nd at this distance on a sloppy sealed track. It's a small sample size, but Atras does well first off the claim and sprints to routes.
That is your field for today's second race. Jose Ortiz, of course, aboard your current favorite as he's looking to pad the lead. He has 55 wins where Irad has 53. Wow. Irad holds a big advantage when it comes to meet titles, though, 9 versus 3.
And it's so great to see them be so competitive with each other. It's one of the great things that we love about racing is the competitiveness and the sportsmanship. But anybody who makes the suggestion that they help each other, they're trying to win for themselves. They want that title and those wins for themselves. So it'll be interesting to see how close this ends up being and if it's a battle all the way down to the wire tomorrow.
Yeah, as currently kind of reflective of the prices on the board is Irad's on the second choice. Jose is on the first. As we bring in Mig, I thought it was interesting, Mig, whereas when you watch these guys ride, Irad feels like the more aggressive and extroverted type. But when you talk about this race to win the Belmont meet title, it's Jose who's doing more trash talking.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they both want it. They're both intense about it. And I agree with you guys. They're not helping each other out there. They're not in cahoots. There's nothing nefarious going on. They're trying to beat each other. But like any other relationship in jockeys' rooms, there are guys you get along with better than others. And there are guys that if you're out of horse and your horse is stopping, you're not going to get in their way on purpose. You're going to, okay, I'm going to slide out of the way because I've got no horse. If they have horse, though, they're going to do everything they can to beat each other. And then again, there's some guys you don't like, and you could be out of horse, and you'll turn yourself inside out like a pretzel to stop them. But that's another story. But no, these brothers take a lot of pride in winning, and the being meet leading riders just so important, particularly in a colony of this depth. Drink the Wind looks good. I wonder about the mile for him. Cool Quartet would absolutely get the paddock and warm-up check mark, except he's a little too dry for my taste, and maybe that's nothing out of character for him, and it's fine. Leads me to the 6-horse, Caribbean. He checked every box. Like what I see. Think he's going to get a good trip from the outside. He gets the mile, so I'm going with the other Linda Rice.
All right, Caribbean. He, as Mick said, he does project to sit the right kind of trip, and we'll see. Does there actually play out to be more speed than we anticipate with Drink the Wind looking like the fastest. But I do wonder what number 7, the plan is with Dylan Davis and Rob Atras with Zert. So it could help your pick too, Moliere in here, as we mentioned, against the racetrack, as we'll take a look at his last effort over at Ellis.
And Ellis has just been so speed favoring, and you see he's almost in last and making up such significant ground in a race where this was totally controlled on the front end by Rally Squirrel, as we see many races play out that way over at Ellis. He has to get a little bit better. He has to get a little bit faster. But I just really appreciate this performance because he was so against the flow of the racetrack that day. And if he can sit a little bit closer and have a track that isn't against him, I think that he could be a player, and he's a really nice price right now.
As we do have a late scratch here in the second race, number 1, Forever Wicked will come out. And we see Joey Martinez get a ride back, and Forever Wicked will be escorted back to the paddock to his groom and connections. But Sarah, taking a look at actually that race, I found it interesting. Rally Squirrel, New York bred, was cleaned out of there by Tom Amos.
Oh, really?
So I wonder if he's bringing him back to New York.
He's run well on the turf, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's 2 for 2 on the dirt.
Yeah. Interesting horse.
Exactly.
With a fun name as well.
Yes, I agree. A name for the Rally Squirrel. And what is it, a Yankees game? I don't know. I'm so bad when it comes to any sports outside of horse racing as we check back in with the MIG.
Yeah, guys, just to follow up on the scratch of the 1, Forever Wicked. For people that don't know, there is an examining veterinarian stationed at the starting gate and a few others sprinkled around the racetrack. Keep an eye on these horses, how they're warming up. And sometimes you can't see something that doesn't, that something's amiss with a horse, but a rider can feel something. And always, rather to err on the side of caution, a horse will be automatically scratched, have to go through a full physical exam, work for the examining veterinarian, have blood tests taken before they'll be okayed to race again. It's just another way trying to keep it as safe as possible for the horses, the riders, and certainly taking care of the betting public. Nobody wants to have a wager on a horse that's not 100%. And one thing about it in New York, we stay very, very diligent about these kind of things.
Yes, absolutely, Meg. It is for the betterment of everyone and the sport as a whole. So you are checking out one of our NYRA veterinarians. They're on the track. Dr. Danielle, who I apologize, I cannot remember her last name, but she's
Danielle.
Dr. Danielle. Anyway, but they are loading in to the gate here. 4 to 5, Drink the Win. Sarah going with Moliere, the highest price on the board. Go on with it.
Yeah,
I like it.
I guess so. And now gets to be more inside. So we'll have to break kind of sharp before deciding where to position this horse early. But I will say that I do trust Tyler Gaffleone to get his position.
I was just going to say, it's good to see Tyler Gaffleone here in New York. Nice hop, skip, and a jump on his way from Kentucky to Saratoga, where he has spent many a summer since. Last one in, we head up to Johnny Brielle for the call of race 2.
And they're off. Caribbean broke well. Zertz is on the outside. Now Cool Cordette comes on through along with Drink the Wind. And at the back is Moliere, who's also moving up. Drink the Wind down at the rail is in front now. The odds-on favorite leads here by a neck. Cool Quartet in between horses in second, with Zertz on the outside in third. Then a break of 3.5 lengths to Moliere and Caribbean. Opening quarter mile in 23 seconds. Drink the Wind leads here by a half length. Cool Quartet running in second with Zertz on the outside in third, and a break of 3 to the 2 trailers, Moliere and Caribbean. Drink the Wind maintaining the lead here. It's Drink the Wind by ahead. Cool Quartet remains in second, the half in 46 seconds. Zertz is running in third, about 2 lengths from the front. Then it's a big break to the 2 trailers, Moliere and Caribbean. Drink the Wind is challenged here by Cool Quartet. The 2 of them are right together. Zertz not far behind in third. And then 7 lengths to Caribbean. Moliere's at the back. They're at the top of the stretch. 3 of them across. Drink the Wind down at the rail. Zertz on the outside. Cool Quartet in between. 3/4 went in 1:11 as they come down for the 8th pole. And now it is Cool Quartet who has taken the lead. Zertz has moved into second. Drink the Wind has dropped out of it. It is Cool Quartet who leads as they come on for the finish. Cool Quartet and Irad Ortiz Jr. And he drew away at the end to win by almost 6 lengths. Zertz was second. Caribbean came on for third.
All about your second choice, Cool Quartet, as Irad Ortiz tightening up that jockey race. He's now 1 behind his brother Jose Ortiz. He gets the win here for Orlando Noda and Celeritas Racing LLC.
Yeah, you can tell that he wants that title with how quick he was to pressure his brother on Drink the Wind and really make sure that he had his horse in the best position to get the win today. Really aggressive with this ride, which we don't necessarily always see in that way from Irad.
Well, and 2, from this horse, I think, you know, Irad thought that the only way to beat his brother is to press him on Drink the Wind today and not let him have an easy lead. And boy, he didn't. He was helped by Zertz, who ran very well to be second in here, chasing from the outside. But also Cool Quartet, you can make the argument that I know it looked like nobody wanted to win that race, but I think those were much better horses.
I would agree with that as well. I think that it was a competitive race where you didn't necessarily have horses having that killer instinct in there, but this was an easier field. And with the setup that he got today, just sitting right off a horse that had distance questions, he got a great trip.
Absolutely, as it was 5, 7, 6, 4, your 3 to 5 favorites settling for 4th in today's second race. As we see Mission of Joy, she is one of the favorites for today's Belmont Oaks. She had a trouble trip 2 back in the Edgewood, but she was much the best last time out at Churchill. She'll be reunited with Tyler Gaffleone in today's Belmont Oaks. Welcome back to the program here on Fox Sports 2. It's America's Day at the Races. Thanks for tuning in and joining us here on this Saturday afternoon as Cool Quartet. He was the best in today's second race as Irad Ortiz guided him to victory to pull within one of his brother for this Belmont Spring Summer Meet riding title, and he's standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And Irad, this is the second time you've ridden Cool Quartet, and you're 2 for 2 on him. You're a very strong rider, and some horses need a little more firm handling, and it seems like this horse really responds to you.
I mean, he does. He's that kind of horse at one pace, but you keep asking, keep working with him, a little aggressive. He keep giving it to you a little bit. So today was, well, I think the race was between this horse and Linda's horse. So say if he go in front, and he probably I never gonna catch him. So he broke good, get advantage of that. And I was half a lane beside him, tried to press the pace a little bit and work out good. I was hoping he keep going like he did it before for me, and he did.
Yeah, I call those horses bicycle horses. You have to keep pedaling, right?
Yeah. I mean, but it's a nice horse. He always show up. So those kind is fun to ride because they keep coming. They keep coming. They keep trying. So that's good.
And Irad, today is 12 races. The only race you miss all day is the first race. Now you ride 11 in a row in this heat, and how much you put into this physically. How difficult is that?
It is. I mean, it's not easy. I mean, you got to ride 11 in a row. You got to be concentrating. Every horse, you got to ride them different. Every race different. So, but I mean, try to stay strong. I mean, I prepare myself a lot with my personal trainer, Andy Lucas's, and he feel good. I feel good. I get used to it. I ride a lot every single day, so that helps. And just enjoy my time out there.
Well, you look like you're having a blast. Quickly, you're mounting the Belmont Derby. Kalik, a horse that you've had success with and a horse that puts himself in the game. What kind of trip you looking for?
I mean, he looked like maybe another horse have speed on the race, but he win at Gulfstream, broke his maiden. He wasn't on the lead. He was like easy third, and he had no problem to sit and wait for me, and that was great. The other 2 races, he's not too much pain in the race, so he made the lead by his own, easy, and he's been winning last 3, and let's see what happened today. But if he broke, I don't want to be on his weight. And if the other horse, somebody wants to go, I just want to ride my horse.
Congratulations. Keep it up. Guys, we're in the championship rounds. It's Irad Ortiz and Jose Ortiz standing toe-to-toe.
I just want to know if Jose Ortiz has a personal trainer, because Irad's definitely one up in that department.
I mean, are they sharing personal trainers as well? Is there going to be some competition for who that might be?
I know. I love
changes.
it, though. That's great. That's just how much Irad Ortiz invests in his career and his livelihood as he continues to be one of the most dominant jockeys that we have in North America.
Well, it's clearly paying off for him, right?
Absolutely. Let's see if he can eke out this title here as Maiden Special Weight coming up. It's an interesting group as we do see lukewarm favorite on Spun Special for Leah Giramatti. Later on, we will see the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks for the fillies, 3-year-old fillies. As we take a look at the field here, Sarah, it's a very competitive one, and I thought many cases can be made for many horses in here. 2-1 on Mission of Joy. I feel like she could be a little bit bigger than that, to be completely honest, but she's been good. And she had a trouble trip 2 back in the Grade 2 Edgewood. Beyond that, she would be undefeated on the turf, 5 for 5.
Absolutely, and she's a deserving favorite in this spot. She's very talented, and I like how she's been progressively stretched out in distance by Graham Motion. They haven't just thrown her into some of these more marathon races right off the bat. They've taken their time with her. I think that she got a pretty perfect trip in this regret race where she ended up winning. Papilio finished second. We'll try to turn the tables on her, but you can't deny that she's very talented, and she projects to save a lot of ground as well.
Yeah, she's going to be stretching out to the 1.25 miles, as well as Papilio, who I thought maybe that could even things out with them a little bit. Papilio might appreciate a little bit more ground to work with, but here is the wonder again, the local prep for this Belmont Oaks were prerequisite. She was on the best part of the track on a speed favoring turf course, as well as Be Your Best. She was against it.
Absolutely, and this is a horse that I had so much interest in as a 2-year-old and kind of thought that maybe she just hadn't gone on at 3. This performance really restored my hope in her and interest in her. She almost gets Prerequisite, who was loose on the lead in here, as you mentioned, on the favorable portion of the turf course. I think that maybe Prerequisite doesn't have quite the easy lead, though she can be tactical and be your best. I mean, she has those back races that she can improve off of going forwards, and just nice to see her regain some of that form as well.
I liked her so much going into this race. She was my pick that day, and I went to her trainer, Horacio De Paz, and I said, well, what happened last time out in the Appalachian? And he just very nonchalantly said, oh, she just needed the race. We were giving it to her. And I was like, oh, okay then. Game on, let's go. And I think she ran very well last time out in that Wonder again, though Prerequisite, she was ridden by Flavian Pratt, but Pratt chooses to stay on a Spray, who is undefeated in her brief career so far, 3 for 3 for this filly by Quality Road. She, last time here in the Hilltop, did get a quick pace to close into. But Sarah, as we watch her stretch run here, I love the way this filly moves. She has a big stride to her.
She does, and she had a really wide trip this day as well, even though she was breaking from post number 3. This race earned a pretty big buyer speed figure. She got an 87. It concerns me a little bit that Breathaway didn't perform quite as well going into the Wonder again, who she did narrowly beat that day. But, I mean, she's certainly talented, and nothing wrong with a horse that's won all of their races so far.
Exactly. But looking forward to that Belmont Oaks. It just seems loaded with talent and horses that are really, about to break through with some big performances.
Absolutely. It's so cool seeing these 3-year-olds in these races, because I think for so long we thought of the European invaders as being so much better than the U.S. horses. And I think this year we have some fairly strong divisions in the 3-year-old turf races, both for the males and females.
Right? We think about the Manila yesterday, and more than looks, it looks as though Cherie DeVoe will have 2 for the Hall of Fame stakes up at Saratoga, with Northern Invader too.
That horse was very impressive.
Very. So both of them were very impressive. Right. So looking forward to that. And yes, I mentioned that those are races at Saratoga, and we are so close to opening day, less than a week from the Spa, as we will see the Schuylerville. It drew 11 closing acts. She's 2 for 2 so far in her career. She won the Astoria last time out, and she'll be making her Spa debut in a few days.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes, won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
5 days away from the kickoff of the Saratoga 2023 meet. That's right, Thursday, July 13th. It's opening day at the spa, and it's always like Christmas as we head up for the premier meet in the land. And so many superstars of our sport assemble and descend on the town of Saratoga Springs.
I can't wait. It's going to be my first Saratoga.
Holy moly!
Working with everyone here. Of course, I've been as a fan multiple times. Actually, the first racetrack I ever went to, so completely spoiled.
This will be my 14th voyage to the spa, and looking forward to the traditional opening day feature. It is the Schuylerville. We got a big field this year. I mean, I remember many years where there was only 5 or 6 horses in here. 11 are entered for the 6 furlong grade 2 event, grade 3, and we will see a filly who is looking to remain undefeated. She's coming off of a win in the Astoria and closing act, albeit, Sarah, it was a pretty slow race.
It was. On the other hand, though, she has more experience than many of her other rivals, having those 2 starts under her belt and showing the ability to pass horses as well. That's not something you always see from these 2-year-olds right off the bat, in their ability to go by horses instead of being that one type where you have to send to the lead to be successful. And Union Suit comes back as well, who did show some good speed and hung around without being too soundly defeated. I think that this could be a more interesting race beyond this horse, though. There's some horses that might be a little bit faster.
Well, Wine on Tap proved she was faster first time out, earning a 76 by her speed figure for her connections. Todd Pletcher sending this one out to an impressive first time out victory. You know, she's bred to go much longer than this, as daughter of Tappet, and she was quick into stride from the gate, which I thought was impressive. And then she just sat comfortably, and as Irad Ortiz said, she was so professional and gave every impression that she will thrive as the distances get longer as she goes from the 5 to the 6.
Absolutely. You would not expect this kind of performance at this short a distance and this early precocity from a horse that has the pedigree to be more of your classic distance type. So it'll be interesting to see what she does going forwards as well.
Here is Carmelina. She was able to get the job done at Parks last time out for Butch Reed. She would clear away from this field in impressive fashion. Took a little while to switch leads there, but when she does, you can really see her kind of level off and get into her stride. She lowers herself down, which I always love to see with these young horses finishing up their races.
And this kind of margin at a race that was only 4.5 furlongs as well. Ears go up at the wire. 70 by her speed figure for that effort. So clearly there's some talent there with this one.
She is a daughter of Maximus Mischief. This is his first crop. Really looking forward to what the babies bring to us up at the spa. Always fun to spot the possible future stars of the game. If you want to watch the action, you can't make it to the spa in person, we've got you covered. We have Fox Saratoga Saturdays, which you can watch on Big Fox, regular Fox, whichever one you want to call it, as we will bring you the CCA Oaks, the Jim Dandy, Whitney, 4-Star Dave, Alabama, and Travers days, 3 to 6, and then 3 to 6:30 when on Travers Day, August 26th. My birthday, so I'm expecting a lot of birthday messages on the Travers.
Now that you've given it out to the public, I mean, we have to do something.
Well, thanks, Sarah. I'll hold you to it. As we will check in with Richie, who's standing by in the paddock for this paddock report with an interesting group of maidens.
It is an interesting group of maidens. Before I start on horses, Maggie, though, this will be my 44th venture or trip to Saratoga this summer. Started when I was 14 years old, and I'm blessed to say I'm still making that trip northbound up to the best place on earth. Summer camp for adults. The 3-horse Empathy. Really like what I'm seeing from this diminutive daughter of Uncle Mo. I think she's going to appreciate turning back. I thought her first race, she had no idea about what she was doing out there. I thought it was a little bit better the second time, but still maybe the light bulb not fully going on. I like what I'm seeing in the paddock. I think she takes a step forward today. I think she understands all the reasons why she's here today. The 6-horse, Risk Free, is 0 for 14, has earned over $160,000 now just getting checks. Did try turf once, going 6 furlongs over at Aqueduct. Was hampered at the break. did show she handled the turf, made a nice rally. Now you get Joel Rosario, who is so good with turf sprints. Jason Wayas, a good young apprentice, but apprentices need time to learn how to ride the turf, and they'll continue to try to master it over the coming years. A lot more difficult to ride turf races than it is dirt races, but she looks good. And maybe, Maggie, it'll be a little bit of that Goldilocks effect we like to talk about. Maybe 7/8 on the turf will be just right, where 6 might have been a little sharp. Some of her 7 furlong dirt races are good. I got to tell you, for a quick turnaround, too, she looks good. She's carrying good weight. And the 7-horse Party is over. Very well turned out. Nice debut over at Monmouth. I thought she was pretty professional there, going 5.5. I do think she'll appreciate the 7/8. And she's got a little bit of an attitude. She got a little bit mad when they were saddling her. She didn't do anything flighty, but she kind of let them know, hey, don't push me around too much. She reared up, always had her footing, very well balanced, came down. Once they got the tack on, though, she settled back in and making a real nice impression. Jorge Duarte, good trainer, was assistant to Al Goldberg for a number of years. Also had the bug here in New York, was a good rider as a jockey as well. So always nice to see jockeys that are able to go on and have a second career training horses.
Wow, she's very classy acting. As the groom just fell over his own feet, and she was just like, what are you doing? Number 7 Party is over. And, you know, he was talking about Jorge Duarte. I mean, I galloped horses with him. I worked horses with him when he was in Maryland. He rode several horses for my dad. It's good to see him have so much success as a trainer. And speaking of success as a trainer, he does this move very well, Sarah.
Absolutely. You know, specifically speaking, with Maiden second-time starters, he's 13 for 49. He's 27%, $3.08 ROI over the past 5 years. That was one of the reasons why I led myself towards this horse. And just a lot of what Richie was talking about and what we've seen so far, professionalism on debut.
And he seems to be even better when we're dealing with turf sprints as well. So I thought that she was wire, you know, Lady Irvine was forwardly placed. She was a next time out winner, and she made up so much ground in a race where nobody else really did.
Exactly, and there was a tight spot in between horses she had to go through, and then she also had to rally inside of other horses. Just a very professional debut.
Today, we're offering a $25 bonus when you play through Naira Bets. Bet $75 each at Belmont, Horseshoe Indy, and Delaware Park and earn that $25 bonus. Win or lose, just make sure you opt in when you check out NairaBets.com to do so. As we look at number 8, Spun Special, she was taking early money. She continues to take money at 3-1. Leah Giramatti will send her out as she's only got 2 starts on the turf. And I thought her last race, this was the first race to kick off Belmont Stakes Day, she ran well behind a heavily favored Love to Shop.
She was a big price, too, that day. She was 22-1. Love to Shop seems like she could be a really good one, as she was wide and made up significant ground in the stretch. I like her turf performances more so than what we've seen from her on the dirt. She's also pretty wide that day. I just think she makes a lot of sense in here. I love that she is kind of a tepid favorite, though. There's a lot more going on besides her, but I think we all have some respect for the horse that beat her.
Exactly. But you said it in a nutshell. This is a very, very intriguing race as we'll go through this post-parade. Number 1, Positive Message. She'll make her first start for the Rick Dutrow barn here off of the layoff.
She's shown some serious speed in both route races she was in, but faded. Wasn't quick enough to make the lead on the cutback. She's a little interesting.
Number 2 is Rome in a Day for John Terranova. She didn't have much speed last time out in her debut.
No, and that was the same race that Love to Shop and Spun Special were in. I would need to see an improved performance, but of course, first to second time out, that can always happen.
Richie had good things to say about number 3, Empathy, who I said first time out when I saw her at Churchill. Sarah, would be better shorter. She gets a turn back today.
She does. The race last time out was won by utilization rate, where Doral was second. She's a weird running kind of horse. She runs with her head down, cross chops in front. It's very interesting.
I wouldn't want to ride her. Number 4 is Doral. Jose Ortiz aboard. Another turn back.
Such a big pedigree on this one. DeCita's the dam, who's extremely talented. Won the Boston Spa in 2015, as well as the 2016 New York and Diana. The seconds are adding up, though.
Yes, she's had her chances and has been the beaten favorite. As number 5, Classic Performer. She's another one that comes in from Monmouth.
And she stretches out a little bit from 2 5.5 furlong sprints on the turf. Favored last time out after the rider lost irons on debut, but would need to get a little bit better.
0 for 14, risk-free, though only the second start on turf.
I mean, a check getter, a consistent kind of horse, and I like that they try to at least keep switching things up with her to try to figure things out.
Jorge Duarte will send out Party Is Over, daughter of Candy Ride, making up ground, going 5.5 first time out.
And as we mentioned, just really liked the professionalism and turn of foot from this one on debut. Had to overcome a lot and really show that she was just very mature first time out.
If you only judge her on her turf races, Spun Special, she has not disgraced herself in 2 of those.
Right, and that was a big figure for the Love to Shop race as well. That was only her second turf start. She projects to get a little bit of a wider trip today, but there are less horses in this race. Maybe she can tuck in a little bit more.
As we'll check out the last race from Party Is Over. Now, we're going to see Lady Irvine. She would come back, as I said, win the allowance race and post a 76. Sorry, we're not going to see the paint. But had to pick her way through horses. She was outrun early, and it just felt like with the experience, with a little bit more ground to cover, she would be very effective in this spot.
I agree. I ended up picking her. I mean, I just love when you do see horses really show their class first time out and having to squeeze through a tight spot in between horses. Not all horses want to do that. They don't all want to run up inside of horses as well. Some of them will only make that move outside in the clear. So I just think that she could certainly improve second time out, and I like what I saw on debut. And as we mentioned, the stat as well for Duarte Jr. just does really well with this move.
He does, and always dangerous when he ships horses into New York. As we'll check back in with Mig, what are you seeing from number 3, Empathy, as she is getting a solo warm-up from Irad Ortiz?
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from her, and ultimately that's where I landed. I liked her in the paddock. I do like the turn back for her, and then she completely pushed me over the top in the warm-up. She actually went by one of the stable ponies, as did the 5-horse Classic Performer, and they spooked her, and the pony boy actually got dropped. He was trying to hold onto the pony by the tail. I would not advise that at home, but the outrider was able to pick up the pony right away, and he was fine, dusted himself off, got back on his pony, went to the gate. But the 3 Empathy got like the warm-up. I was going back and forth between her and the 7, and Sarah picked the 7, and I said, well, we got bases covered then. I'll go with the 3, and we've got the 7 covered as well. I thought the 4 Doral was a little bit interesting as well, turning back. You know, Maggie, you talk about sometimes when horses' hips are higher than the point of their shoulder, they look like they're built more downhill. That's what you're seeing from the 4 Doral, who I think will appreciate the turn back. She's never run shorter than 1 mile and a 16th, but the way she's built makes you feel like there's a lot of speed there, and maybe the 7/8 would be good for her. And the 7 Party Is Over. Listen, we've talked about all the reasons to like her, but from a physical perspective, you've really got to like this daughter of Candy Ride. Just well put together, got that kind of tough mind that good racehorses possess. She's calm, cool, collected. She's checking everything out, but you could see she got a little bit of a temper underneath there. But she ran well on debut and could take a step forward here.
I just like that she didn't opt to stomp on her groom when he fell over. She just kind of stood there like, what's happening? But she is being conditioned at Colts Neck Farm there in Jersey, and they have the luxury of being able to work their horses on the turf. I find it so good for horses that are turf runners to put in their serious work over their preferred surface.
Doesn't that just make so much sense? You want to practice on the surface that you're ultimately going to perform on.
Yep.
I love how the groom got up with a smile, too.
I know. He's like, oopsie.
Whoops, so well.
Everybody saw that. Oh, it was great. But good to hear that the pony rider's okay and reunited with his pony.
Lots of drama.
Yeah. Hopefully the race is run smoothly.
Right.
But taking a look at the pace of this race. I know it feels like Empathy and Doral are 2 horses that are hoping. Now, granted, Doral showed a bit of early foot last time out, going a mile and a 16th, but it feels like when trainers do this, they're hoping for some pace to develop. Who provides that?
Well, I think it's got to be positive message from the rail. I know that she wasn't quite quick enough to make the lead when she did cut back in distance, but if she's fit and ready to go off the layoff, she was showing some serious speed in those route races last year, and I think that her post position just really simplifies things to just go.
Classic Performer, I thought, could have a little bit of early foot coming out of the 5.5 sprints at Monmouth, where her first start did come in the same race as Party Is Over, and she was chasing from the outside that day. And again, she just kind of, I think she needed her first start, and her last race was a step in the right direction, kind of running on, and just was able to nod out the third place finisher for second.
And she was actually the favorite in there because in her first race, the rider actually lost the stirrups for a little bit, and she was still able to keep it together, overcome that wide trip, and still put in a good performance as eventually that jockey did recover the irons. But just a lot to like about many members of this field. And really, as we've already mentioned, this card today is just stacked from top to bottom, all kinds of races.
It's so competitive, just so many options, so many ways to go. As the pick 6 will kick off in race number 7. Neither of us will be up here for that.
You'll be outside. Right?
No, I won't.
Oh, not yet?
We're forgoing a reporter. We're a little bit short-staffed because we had the Meadowlands show tonight.
Yes.
As well as Lafitte Pinkai, and we'll be hosting. And Paul Veterosa will be supplying his harness racing expertise. And we'll also have Gabe Pruitt and Jessica Otten on site at the Meadowlands. So, and then Andy and Acacia are off. So here we are. We're a little thinly spread. So sorry, there's no reporter for the middle races today. As Meg needs a little break, I need a little break. All good. But we see horses heading into line today. Did you have any other strong opinions on the card?
You know, in the 6th race, I really like a horse that Greg likes as well. The 6 Sikkim just had such a troubled start. I've really never seen anything like it. The head-on of that last turf race, 5 different gates all sandwiched together, and she's right in the middle. Are you watching it now?
No, I'm looking at the running lines. Yeah.
Right. And the 9 horse in there who runs back in the same race as well stumbled. There was just so much going on at the start of that race. And she recovers and finishes 4th. The start prior to that on the turf, 2nd behind Fleet-Footed.
And had a tough trip that day.
Right. And I'm just kidding, was 3rd. She came back and won via DQ. So I don't love the move going over to the Finger Lakes, but at the same time,
what was that?
I don't know. But I think we're getting back to what she prefers to do today, and I think she'll be a fair price too. There's a lot going on in that race as well.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting as we do see your 2-1 favorite Doral. Will she respond favorably to this turn back in distance as Bill Mott is looking for his 2nd win on the card? Jose Ortiz is probably not going to let his brother go away without a fight as we head up to Johnny Brial for the call of race 3 from Belmont.
And they're off. Spun Special, the gray from the extreme outside. Classic Performer now moves up to challenge. The 2 of them are together. Risk Free, not far behind in 3rd. Positive Message down at the rail running in 4th. And Party Is Over in 5th. Empathy is in 6th. Doral is 7th at this point. And Room in a Day is the trailer in 8th. Classic Performer has taken the lead. The lead is 3/4 of a length over the gray Spun Special, who sits in 2nd. Risk Free, a close-up 3rd through 1/4 in 23 seconds over the firm Widener turf. Positive Message is in 4th, 4 lengths from the lead. Then on the outside, his Party Is Over in 5th, followed by Doral and Empathy. Those 2 are right together. Roman a Day continues to trail. Spun Special moves right alongside now of Classic Performer. Half mile, 46 and 2. Spun Special, Classic Performer, and now Doral is kicking in quickly on the extreme outside. There goes Doral up to challenge for the lead. There goes Doral now to take the lead. Spun Special is back running in 2nd, then Classic Performer, followed by Risk Free. Empathy on the outside. Spun Special has something left, coming back again. Here's Risk Free. Here's Empathy on the outside. Doral now back in 4th. It is Risk Free. Empathy on the outside. It's those 2 to the finish, and Empathy is going to win it here. Empathy, 2 in a row for Irad Ortiz Jr.
I said it before, I'll say it again. I don't necessarily want to be the rider of Empathy. She was lugging in pretty bad, but she was best here today, Sarah.
She was. This was one that she had her head down really far in her past races, kind of cross chops in front. Irad trying to do everything he can to keep this horse.
Not pleasant to watch.
No, I'm stressed just being up here watching this race happen. I'm like, stop looking in, stop looking in. But able to keep her straight enough to not interfere with your second place finisher risk-free. And I mean, Irad ties it up.
Woo, go on, Irad. He earned that one, Meg. Don't lie. You'd be a little hesitant to ride Empathy.
No, I would ride Empathy. She just runs with her head down, and you think about a lot of the Uncle Mo's. And honestly, Maggie, these are the kind of horses that they would look for me to ride. So, oh, he's long, he's tall, the horses won't stretch him out as much. But one thing I've been watching Irad do, because, you know, there is a limit on how many times you can use the crop, he's been flagging his horses left-handed a lot. You can see he's riding forward, correcting, and really not striking it with the crop as much as flagging with her, basically showing it, flashing it by her left eye. And she just kept on coming with that relentless kind of grind. Listen, they're not easy to ride, those kinds, so Irad has my empathy.
Well done you for pegging her at 7-1, Richie. And look, that's at 7-1.
Yeah, float it up.
I remember her Damn Jody song. She, I believe, went 2 for 2 in turf sprint. She had a very abbreviated type of career, but she was very good when she showed up. Trained by Jorge Abreu, who we see there, about to get his picture taken as Irad Ortiz ties it up in the Jockey's race. Empathy, 7-1 over the admirable, risk-free, shows up every time, runs every other week. She earned second over Spun Special and Doral, as this is race number 3 at Belmont, but we have the Indiana Oaks for you coming up later. Black-Eyed Susan winner Taxed will try again to solidify her spot amongst the 3-year-old fillies for trainer Randy Moss.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here. They come for the finish.
Here is Nagarok, who takes off. Nagarok will roll. Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to the program. America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, as Empathy pulls off the mild upset 7-1. Jorge Abreu conditions this one for Parkland Thoroughbreds, and Irad Ortiz making it 55-55 with his brother Jose as he gets his second win on the card. $16 as we head down to the winner's circle and check in with the Meg.
Thanks, Maggie. We're just trying to find our mark here, but I'm here with Jorge Abreu, who conditioned Empathy, a filly that kind of runs with her head out and down, and you were talking about her dam did the same thing.
Yeah, Yodi's song used to train the same way. her head down, carry herself, pretty low in the morning. And in the breezes too, I was a little concerned. I put a little shadow row on her, but I didn't make any change, and I took the shadow row away.
Well, some horses just has the mechanics of their stride and don't want to, change anything. But turning back in distance today really kind of, I thought, emphasized her closing kick. What was the thought process behind that?
Well, last time she ran a mile, I believe, and she was acting a little bit ratty in the paddock. She kind of loses, So we worked with her. We schooled her a couple of times. We schooled her in the gate. And she had a pretty good breeze. She breezed in 47 a couple in Saratoga, just to sharpen her up and see. And I was looking for a little bit of pace, and we have. Not as much as I wanted it to be, but at least we got the job done.
Now, you talk about schooling horses, and sometimes you could do all the schooling you want, and it just doesn't change a horse's attitude. How satisfying is it when you see one respond so positively?
Well, I was a little positive now when I was putting the saddle on her because she was so relaxed today. She didn't get washy. She was acting. We had to have the pony during a walk. And sometimes, like you said, you know how this goes. You could school them 100 times, and during race time, anything could happen. But I feel pretty confident when she walked in the gate in the paddock today, and she saddled really quiet, put the whole jack on her, and she was loose in the post parade, and she did everything the right way.
Well, you have the majority of your stable already up in Saratoga, and this is, our big time of year, our time to shine, the best race meeting in North America, Saratoga. What does it mean for you being able to get back up there and winning races up there?
Well, I've been having a pretty good run since I started in Saratoga, and I hope to continue. And I have a lot of nice horses over there. They train like they're good horses. I have a couple nice babies that I'm looking forward to see them get going in Saratoga, and 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. Hopefully we get a good meet.
Can I come out and get on a couple and give you a second opinion?
Just to breeze, not to gallop.
Well, hey, you know what? I might take them up on that, guys.
Jorge always teases me when he sees me heading out to gallop. He's like, I got one to go 5/8 from the gate. You down? I'm like, no, my breezing days are over. But as you said, Empathy was acting up pretty badly in the paddock last time to get the tack on, and always good, I'm sure, for a trainer to see one just relax.
Right, just seeing that difference, too, from a start to the next where they can chill out a little bit and get that improved performance.
Exactly. As number 6, Bouncer, he looks pretty formidable coming up in today's 4th race. It's an allowance going the 6 furlongs, though Fenwick taking quite a bit of money, making his first start for Rick Dutrow and turning back in distance. I do apologize to Randy Morse, as I said Moss, as we went to break, but he will send out the likely favorite in today's Indiana Oaks. That is Taxed, as she is coming off of a dominant performance in the Grade 2 Black Eyed Susan. Paul, are we dealing with a lot of heavy favorites in these 2 featured races, or are there other options to go in this Oaks as well?
Well, you make a good point. There's probably going to be 2 heavy favorites, and I would think Tax is going to be your favorite in that race. It just seems like Milazzo hasn't really made that, next step. And when you look at Tax, since they've taken the blinkers off of her, she's just completely improved. She closed the gap on wet paint, and then she went by Hoosier Philly in the Black Eyed Susan. And Randy Morse just has this horse going in the right direction. Rafael Bejarano back aboard. So I just think she's going to be a handful in there. Now, Milazzo, for Brad Cox, needs to get back to where I guess she was when she was, getting bet and winning. But she's kind of got the acid test last time. She was up on the pace, and she just sort of backed out of it. I would think she'll fire a better shot today for Brad. I think the horse is an honest horse. But you got defining purpose in here as well. And I would not count out Lilliput for Michael McCarthy coming in for California as well, because when he ships horses here in Indiana Grand, they usually run well. But the race has got to run through Tax, just the way she's run the last 2 times with the blinkers off, Mags.
And 2, she even with the blinkers off, she shows that tractability in a race, which makes her so dangerous. I love the name Lilliput. How could you not love that?
It's very cute.
And Michael McCarthy, as you mentioned, Paul, always dangerous when he ships one from California into any of these racing jurisdictions further east. As we will also take a look at the 8-5 second choice here, Defining Purpose. Kenny McPeak will send out this filly 2 back. She was able to win the Grade 1 Ashland.
Yeah, this was her break.
Sorry, she's the favorite.
This was her breakout performance, and she was not the favorite this day. She was 20-1, huge price on her in that Ashland, her best buyer speed figure to date, as she's able to hold off Julia Shining and Punch Bowl. you can forgive a race like the Kentucky Oaks where you're not performing quite as well. So we'll see how she gets back to things coming into a race like this. And she makes some sense, but she's one where I just kind of want to see it again from her, having only really that one serious performance that makes her a standout in this field.
It does. It's just she's a one-hit wonder, and I would honestly be surprised if she does end up being favored over Taxed.
Who I think we've seen it from her more, you know,
right.
we've really seen, right, we've seen her put it together these bigger performances at big prices behind some other horses and finally getting her own big win. I do think that she will end up being the favorite.
All right, and of course, Lily Poo could take some money. Owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and trained by Michael McCarthy. Looking forward to that Indiana Oaks coming up a bit later, but horses in the paddock for race 4 back here at Belmont. Allowance race as you're taking a look at the even money favorite Bouncer. He was narrowly defeated by Life Changer last time out on Belmont Stakes Day. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event. Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Summertime in New York. It's easy. Easy to plan. Easy to please everyone. Easy to get excited. Easy to get away. It's easy to love New York. Plan your summer getaway at iloveny.com.
The first time I ever entered the gates of Alapa, at first I was pretty nonchalant. I've seen a lot of farms, and I came here and the gates opened, and for me it was magical. It was like something I've never seen before. You know, the goal has always been to sort of try to have a vibrant thoroughbred farm, a bucolic, unique setting, respectful of all the buildings, everything in the past. It's a bit eclectic because Mr. Sims, one of the original owners of the farm, bought a horse from Europe called Prince Palatine, who I think is the 3rd grandsire of Prince Quillo, a very prominent horse in Europe. And the horse died in a barn fire. And he said, oh, no horse will ever die here in a fire again. So everything he built was stone and concrete, which today the challenge is that first in craftsmanship, availability of materials, and the expense would be impossible. So everything is here, is done in stone. Our primary goal is obviously to be a great thoroughbred farm, to be the best we can be, stand the greatest stallions, raise the best horses. I believe the land gives us this opportunity. All our neighbors have been voices of the past of greatness. It's beautiful, but what are we here to see? Midnight Pursue, or Take Charge Brandy, or here's a yearling by Tappet, and here's a yearling by Into Mischief, and well, it's beautiful, and you're here to see Curlin. Beautiful, and you're here to see Go Sapper. He's an old veteran, but a great sire, great broodmare sire. Very excited about Army Mule, undefeated horse that we own with St. Elias. They're yearlings this year, Good Magic yearlings this year, champion son of Curlin. I view the Stallion Barn as a NFL, NHL, college, any kind of team. constant recruitment, try to get the best athlete you can. There's a great past, there's a great present, and hopefully there's a great future.
Welcome back to the program as we are proudly brought to you by Hillendale Farm at Lapa, where obscure becomes obvious. And they also stand a pretty prolific sire in Curlin, as he has a son here in today's fourth race in number 1 Fenwick, making his first start for Rick Dutrow and turning back to the 6 furlongs as we get it down to the paddock and check in with the MIG for this paddock report.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And we'll start with the 1 Fenwick, who, hasn't been seen since October, ran on synthetic up at Woodbine. This horse broke his maiden at Tampa in March of 2022 and immediately was fed a diet of grade 1s, the Bluegrass and the Preakness. He was overmatched, and I just think he's getting back to earth, an A other than allowance race, going 6 furlongs. I think his sprint well. I mean, he looks fit to me. He comes in off a 59 flat work. I mean, a couple other minute works sprinkled in there. I just think this horse is getting class relief, distance relief. He's never run this short before, but looking at him from a physical perspective, I don't think that's going to be an issue. I think Fenwick's very interesting here off the layoff. The 2 Handsome Cat making a nice impression. Also, just a good-looking individual. I like the way he's put together. I like the way he's acting. Feels like he'd have to run one of his A races to compete here, but you get Irad Ortiz Jr., who looks like a man on a mission, now tied up in the jockey stands with his brother Jose. And then the 6, your favorite, Bouncer. I mean, he's just a really good-looking son of Adios Charlie. I like what I'm seeing from him. He's well drawn outside. He's coming off back-to-back good efforts, and nothing I can see that would sway me from thinking he's not going to run one of his better races this afternoon.
Meg, thank you. And it does feel like your favorite in here, that is Bouncer, is just facing a weaker field than what he has in the past.
I completely agree. And he was also facing a horse that had a trip against the track last time in Life Changer, able to be more with the flow of the race this day. And he ran a pretty game effort. We know how fast Bezos is early. So for him to sit off of that horse, now he's also cutting back a furlong as well. This is a compact field that, frankly, just doesn't have the same kind of caliber of horse as the one that he was in this day.
Yeah, and we're going to see him lead until about nearly the 16th pole, and just out class there by Life Changer. Could have some other speed from the long shot to his inside on the come up, but we'll see how things play out. Jose Ortiz looking to battle back against his brother and go 1 up again, as we are all tied at 55 as of this 4th race. There is Irad Ortiz, and he will be riding Handsome Cat for the David Jacobson barn.
And the Jacobson barn has really reached out to Irad for more of their live mounts so far this meet. So it's interesting that he does land here. And this is the horse that I ultimately ended up going with, because he's one that I just feel as though the company that he's been keeping has certainly been much tougher in some of his better races in the past. He gets a little bit of a freshening, and I think that he's one that's most comfortable in this group sitting a stalking trip, whereas others have had their successes on or very close to the lead.
It's just, it feels like everybody else besides Bouncer's a little bit tough to trust. But, right, Handsome Cat does have a little bit more go-back form than some of these other ones in here. I mean, to me, Fenwick is just looks to be a one-hit wonder. You're completely banking on the trainer switch to Rick Dutrow for him to find that one hit that he had, that 86 on the lead at Tampa, going a 2-turn mile and 40. And then Letty, who's stepping up in company, returned the ring, barely stays on the racetrack, and on the come up just looks slower and cheaper.
And I think that he'll also apply a little bit of pace pressure as well. So maybe that's a challenge to your favorite to his outside. And Bouncer, he has some early speed. This was a race that I talked about with Greg Wolf on Talking Horses earlier, that Timeform US has projected to not have a lot of speed, and Bouncer being the one controlling things from the outset. But I think that some of these other horses are going to have a shot to win this race.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want Bouncer necessarily just to control things on the front end. It makes him the one with the target on his back. Horses are making their way to the racetrack. We'll bring you a post parade in a moment, but coming up later on America's Day at the Races, it should be America's Night at the Races, Meadowlands coverage from 8 to 11 on FS2. We will bring you some great pacing and trotting action. We will have Lafitte Pinkai, Paul Vitarosa here in the studio, as well as Gabe Pruitt and Jessica Otten out at the Meadowlands Graduate Series final. There's one for the trotters, one for the pacers. It's for the 4-year-olds, and Mad Max Hanover is looking to sweep them all. He has been very good, especially in his last two, coming back on a horse who had passed him. Also, there will be 2 elimination paces, which have implications for the Meadowlands pace, which will be on our program next Saturday on FS1.
So much action all over the place. You get to spend your entire day and night with us betting all kinds of racing, and it should be some competitive races tonight at the Meadowlands.
Race number 4 making their way to the track. Number 1 is Fenwick. Will he handle the turn back?
He has that one race where he upset Command Performance, but that was a speed favoring Tampa, and I just don't know that he has that same kind of race in him going forwards.
Handsome Cat, can he get back to some of his better races off a bit of a freshening since April 1st?
Yeah, I like him quite a bit in this spot. I just thought that he had run into tougher fields in this one. 3 back and facing a horse like today's Flavor, in the past Joey Freshwater, majority partner. He'll have to get a little bit better than his last race, though.
Letty ran a big one, albeit against 12-5 claimers last time.
Yeah, off the claim, leaves the Mike Maker barn and goes to this barn, who's a little bit of a lower percentage and steps up in class as well.
Making only the 5th start of his career as a 5-year-old return the ring.
Comes off about a year layoff. He's not that slow early, though, if he's ready to roll off the bench.
Here is number 5 on the come up. Patty Farrow ships this one in from Monmouth.
Second off a layoff, but just seems kind of like an outsider in a field like this. Would have to see a race that we haven't seen from him yet.
3 to 5 currently on Bouncer for Mark Cassie, Jose Ortiz, Gary Barber, and DJ Stable.
The favoritism is warranted. He ran a great race last time to finish second, gets a little bit less ground to work with, and is the outside speed.
Horses will commence their warm-ups. If you want to play this race as well as all the other ones on our program or any track in the country, you can do so with a Naira Bets account. New members can earn a $200 deposit match bonus when you use promo code BONUS200. Check out NairaBets.com for all the details. Well, horses getting things underway on the racetrack as they are just about to turn all around. There's Bouncer. He's going to kick things off, and we'll kick it down to Richard McGlory, who is standing by on the track.
Yeah, Maggie, I'm going to start with the 2, Handsome Cat. I liked him in the paddock. I continue to like him on the racetrack. You get Irad Ortiz, who's riding, you know, the wave, if you will, coming off back-to-back wins. I'm a great believer in horses' feed on energy. And if there's a lot of positive energy around them, I feel like they overperform or perform up to their capabilities. And I just think that's what we might be seeing today with Irad Ortiz, who obviously would love to take the lead from his brother. And Handsome Cat, I think, is an alternative to your favorite, the 6 Bouncer. In between them, though, the 4-horse Return the Ring. This is a horse who just has not had an easy time staying on the racetrack, right? November of 20, then he 2 races in 21. Now this is his 2nd race in 22. But I will say this, he looks fit, and I like his work pattern. And for a horse that hasn't had any continuity, maybe he's just doing well at the right time. He's a big price, but I like that he had that 113, 6 furlong work, coming off of a minute and change work, and then that nice maintenance 50. That's like the pattern I like. I like to see the heavy lifting done, and then just a nice easy maintenance move into a race. I just thought he was a little bit interesting at a price. And then the 6 Bouncer, your 3 to 5 favorite. He looks great. I think he's obviously the most likely winner. Well posted, comes off some good efforts. I just didn't want to pick a 3 to 5 shot, so I'm going with the 2-horse. What's his name again? Handsome Cat.
You're a handsome cat, Meg. You should be able to remember that one. No, I'm kidding. It does. It does feel like Handsome Cat is the best alternative if you're looking for somebody other than Bouncer.
I agree. It's good to be tied on to Richie today, too. He picked a nice winner in the last race. And if you're alive in this early pick 5 still, as Bouncer looks to become the first favorite in the sequence to win, you had a huge price in the opener. You defeated a 3-5 favorite in the second. You got another good price in the third, so this could pay pretty well going forward.
This early pick 5, which will culminate with our first graded stakes, the Grade 2 Suburban coming up as race number 5, 1.25 miles. Charge It looks to be a prohibitive favorite, but could we yet again see another upset?
I'm hoping so. I think Charge It's one that just... We saw that giant performance in the Dwyer, and we're all waiting to see it again. And I don't know if we're going to. What were your thoughts on him?
Well, I do think he's able to control here because he is a 1 pace, as we do see Irad Ortiz off of number 2 in here, Handsome Cat. We'll see if it is a salad. Looks as though he might be taking the tack off here.
Oh.
Yep. Looks as though we have a late scratch here of number 2, Handsome Cat, who I believe upon advice of the attending veterinarian will be a late scratch here in race number 4, and therefore making number 6, Bouncer, a prohibitive favorite at 1-2, just waiting for the tote system to take the 2 off the board.
Well, Richie and I told you who was not going to play today. So Irad will have to wait another race to get a 1-up on his brother, who looks to try to win on the favorite here.
Yeah, this is, of course, as we said earlier, in today's second race, just in the best interest of namely the horse, but also the betting public as well.
Absolutely.
As we see it on the screen, late scratch of Handsome Cat. So getting back to the Charge It discussion, he just feels as though he's a 1 pace type. And as you mentioned, his best effort came when he was up on the pace, going a mile. It turned out to be a pace that virtually held together that day. And I just feel like now going the 1.25 miles, he will be able to do that. I don't think we can use the Kentucky Derby as a true indicator of his preference of going this kind of distance, just because it's a Kentucky Derby. As I always say, it's the most anticipated race of the year, but after that, it is the least likely to be used in a handicapping perspective.
Oh, for sure. You can't hold that kind of race against any of these horses moving forwards because there's just so much that goes on in a 20-horse field with these inexperienced 3-year-olds all trying something new for the first time. So I completely understand not using that as a barometer of his real ability at 1.25 miles. I think that maybe there were some questions about what distance would suit him best because they've tried a couple of different things with him, tried to cut him back a little bit, and now they're stretching him out again. I mean, if he's going to show up with a big performance, everything looks to be going his way today.
But there are some interesting horses in here, given the fact that it's a short field. Tonal Impact's in great form here at Belmont. Jose Ortiz has found the key to him to keep him a little bit closer. I'm even interested a little bit in Clapton. Just based upon the way this horse moves, I think he should relish 1.25 miles.
He had a big performance at Gulfstream, 2 back as well. He's faced Charge It in the past. He ran pretty well to be 3rd last time out. There's a lot of different ways you could go if you're trying to get around your 3-5 morning line favorite in Charge It.
And he was beaten by Rattle and Roll last time out in the Pimlico Special, who has been very good and one of the major players in the older handicap division. As they're heading in line 1-5 on Bouncer, will he be the first winning favorite on today's card here in race number 4? Johnny I has your call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And it is On the Come Up who goes out for the early lead. Bouncer runs in second with Fenwick next in third, followed by Return the Ring. The early trailer is Letty in 5th. The leader is On the Come Up. Big long shot here. Has opened up by 3 lengths over the heavy favorite, Bouncer. On the Come Up. Takes the field into the far turn. Bouncer runs in second through a quarter in 22 3/5 seconds. It's 3.5 lengths back to Fenwick and Return the Ring, and then Letty in 5th. On the Come Up is the leader, but the lead is down to a length as Bouncer now moves right alongside. Bouncer is on the outside of On the Come Up as they come for the top of the stretch. Here is Bouncer. Now to grab the lead. On the Come Up down towards the rail. The half in 46 1. Jose Ortiz with a hand ride right now on Bouncer, who is in front. Fenwick is moving up on the outside along with Letty on the come up is down at the rail. Bouncer is in front. Fenwick in second. Letty is third. It is Bouncer who bounds home first at odds of 1 to 5.
Very confidently handled Bouncer by Jose Ortiz. We were both shouting him, Fenwick's coming. You better ride a little. He shook the reins, and Bouncer had so much more left.
He knew clearly what was under him, but I think that he maybe didn't realize that he would have to ask for a little bit more going into the final stages of this race, and he one-ups Irad now that he wasn't playing in this race and trying to get that jockey standing as close as we can for as long as we can until the very end. It's an exciting race down to the wire.
It really is, and you could see too that his ears kind of come up a little bit here, and he's like, oh, I'm hitting the lead. Anybody else coming at me? And so Jose had to keep him to task just a bit, but he definitely gets the win convincingly at 1 to 5. Bouncer, and as you mentioned, Jose pulls one in front of his brother, 56 to 55 wins for this Belmont riding title. Number 1, Fenwick completes the exacta over Letty, number 3, and number 5 on the come-up. Good-looking Bouncer there.
He looks happy with himself.
I know, he really does. I love to see horses come back like that. A son of Adios Charlie out of First Samurai mare Kaken, as we saw a bit of a breakout performance yesterday, Sarah, in the Manila as More Than Looks. He is more than looks. He really stamped himself as a major player in this 3-year-old turf division. Cherie DeVoe, she looks loaded in that division too. We'll recap the Manila on the other side of this break. Thanks for spending your Saturday with us here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. We are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.com. BelmontDerby.net today. As we see Mark Casse get on the board with Bouncer. He'll be sending out 2 live horses in our co-features, the Belmont Oaks Invitational with Papilio, and later on in the Belmont Derby with Web Slinger. But Bouncer, easy victor at very short odds, and for Jose Ortiz, it puts him 1 up yet again on his brother Irad.
Yeah. First winning favorite of the early pick 5 sequence, 1-5 got bet down to, but won pretty confidently in this race and just figured to be better than a lot of the rivals he was facing.
We did see the late scratch of Handsome Cat, who was the likely second choice in that 4th race. Coming up next will be the Suburban, as right now we head down to the winner's circle with the MIG.
Thanks, Maggie. Yeah, pleased to be here with Hall of Famer Mark Casse. And Mark, this is a nice effort from Bouncer, who just seems like he's really put together a couple of really good efforts in a row.
He has. You know, he's a 3-year-old. We're running against older horses. So, but he's getting a little better each time, and you know, keeping our fingers crossed.
Mark, we were talking in the paddock earlier, you know, and just now this time of year, now you're going to be away from home for 3 months. Saratoga is a grind for us. We love it. It's a great time. But between the sales and racing, are you dug in and ready for this?
So my wife and I, we left yesterday. We left Ocala, and I said, 3 months of a war. It's, you know, 2 months at Saratoga. Then I'll go back and forth to Toronto some. We have a good shot to win the Oaks up there and maybe the Queen's Plate. And then as soon as Saratoga's over, we go to the Keeneland Sales, which is 4,000 yearlings in about 20-some days. So, yeah, we left for 3 months.
Well, Mark, one of your strengths, besides being a top horse trainer, is your ability to scout young talent and work the sales. That's something you've done successfully over many years. What is it that stands out to you when you first walk up to a horse?
They just have a look. I'm really big on pedigrees, you know. I bought Jambalaya for $2,500. He won the Arlington Million. I bought 4 or 5 horses for less than $10,000 that won $750,000 or $1 million. So I enjoy that. It's just something, you know, you were around my father when we were together, you know, a long, long time ago, right? And it's what I love. It's the only thing. My dad always said, if it didn't win, I know nothing about it. So I know a little bit about buying horses.
Well, your dad, Norman, one of the driving forces behind OBS, he was one of the founding members.
He was the head of it for 30 years. I'm on the executive board as well. And so, yeah, OBS has been very good to us.
Now, Mark, later on today, you got Papio and Web Slinger in the Belmont Derby. They're both coming off of really nice efforts. What kind of trips do you foresee for both of them?
Well, you know what? Web Slinger started showing a little more speed, so Avi knows him a little better now. So I think he'll be fairly close. Poppy, he ran a big race coming from way back the other day. We had been putting him up near the lead. This is a different kettle. This is a different kettle of fish. But you know, he beat a good horse in Shug's horse last time, so we'll probably see him set back a little bit.
Mark, best of luck rest of the day. Thanks for taking the time. Guys, I've known Mark since we were kids. We were tearing it up on the Aqueduct in the Trap a long time ago.
Would have loved to see that. But yeah, Papio as well. And he was certainly complimented by the performance of Talk of the Nation with a runner-up performance in the Manila yesterday. But Bouncer, much the best winner here for the Connections.
100% agree. Mark Casse looking to get the day started with a pretty facile winner of this race. And I mean, this pick 5, even with your heavy favorite likely in charge, it is going to pay about $500, $550 for 50 cents, which with the way that 1-5 favorite ended up winning, I would say that's okay. If anyone else wins, you're getting paid pretty well.
Yeah, but weirdly, as betting is just open for this Suburban, we see Tonal Impact, who is looking for his 3rd win in a row for the meet's leading trainer, Linda Rice, as your current 6-5 favorite. And the Suburban is coming up in 16 minutes, and then we'll head on to the Fasig-Tipton Belmont Oaks Belmont Derby Invitational at 5:49, and then maybe the most contentious field of the day in the Grade 3 Victory Ride. Those 3-year-old fillies sprinting on the main track. As I said, 6-5 shots now with Total Impact and Charge It. Sarah, do you think we'll see much change here as we get closer to post time in the odds?
Well, I mean, looking at the will pays, it seems as though Charge It is going to end up being your pretty heavy favorite. But that early money, I would say, speaks volumes to what the public thinks is going to happen in a race like this. And perhaps in the win pool, things end up being a little bit different in terms of the discrepancy in the odds between the two. But it's definitely of note that this horse is taking so much money.
Yes, as he looks to be in form for an informed trainer and rider combination. Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz, as we look back to yesterday, and we saw a bit of a trouble beginning for your eventual winner in More Than Looks. And I know that Cherie DeVoe, his trainer, told Johnny he can be a little obstreperous in the gate, so don't have the handler touch him. Unfortunately, the handler still didn't listen. Made him angry, but maybe just made him angry enough to win here.
And I was watching this race and I was like, wow, he's going to come pick these two up. And he just has a nice turn of foot on the outside once he gets clear. Talk of the Nation and Nagarok really battled each other this entire race, setting it up perfectly for someone to come reap the spoils, and it ended up being him in what was a pretty nice performance.
Yeah, Talk of the Nation would outgame Nagarok to earn the runner-up effort, but no doubt about your winner. And it was the first graded stakes for victory/stakes victory for Victory Racing Partners LLC. So congratulations to them. They have a very nice colt by More Than Ready on their hands, and it looks like Cherie will point him to the Hall of Fame stakes up in Saratoga.
Just another player in this very deep and competitive 3-year-old male turf division. And I think we're really in for a treat later on with the Belmont Derby, and then looking ahead to Saratoga with some of these turf races for the division.
Right, and this kicks off the Turf Triple Series, as we will have the Saratoga Derby and Oaks coming up later on in the Saratoga meet. So it's always fun to follow these, and we'll have the conclusion of it all, the Jockey Club series of those at Belmont at Aqueduct meeting. But they're in the paddock. There is Charge It. Will he put his head down and run today, going the 1.25 miles for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher? It's coming up next in the Suburban.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 won it, 300,000. 275, medium 275,000, 75, but to get 75, 275,000, 250, I'm Ralph now, 250,000. Here, but to get $200,000.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's improbable to win the Whitney.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Here comes Dynamic One on the outside. Dynamic One has taken the lead. Untreated continues to battle on. First Captain is in between horses with less than 1/8 of a mile to the finish, and it's 3 of them across. It's Dynamic One,
First Captain, untreated, closest to the rail. They're coming on to the finish here. It is Dynamic One and First Captain, and it's a photo finish. A photo finish in the Grade 2 Suburban. Dynamic One and First Captain right together.
Narrow victory. What a great showdown we saw in last year's Suburban, Sarah, as Dynamic One just got the nose over First Captain. It was such a thrilling race. I was actually, this is my second year in a row actually hosting while doing the Suburban.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
See, I was at Horseshoe Indianapolis during this race
Irony.
last year, funnily enough, and I wasn't even sure who won. Looking at it at first glance, what a battle between those two all the way down to the wire.
Todd Pletcher will be looking for his third win in the Suburban, and he's going to try to do so with Charge It, as he's been a difficult character to figure out. Now, let's check out his lone tour de force performance in last year's Grade 3 Dwyer. Subsequently, we would then see a 7-month layoff with this guy.
And this race just, you thought that he was going to come back and be the leader of the older male division, especially with some other horses retiring to stud duty. This was a performance where you think you're looking at a monster going forwards. Earned a fast number, a 111 Beyer speed figure, just cruised, and we just haven't seen it since.
Nope. We saw 102 last time out in the loaded Met Mile handicap, and that was a 4th place finish. We'll see if the 1 1/4 helps him, as we'll pause to welcome in some new networks. Welcome to those joining us on Valley, SoCal, and San Diego. It's America's Day at the Races. I'm Maggie Wolfendale, pleased to be joined by Sarah El-Badwi, and we have a loaded card here at Belmont, but we also have racing action from Horseshoe Indy, as it is their Indiana Derby and Oaks today. Paul LaDuca on the scene out there. We also have Richard Migliori on with us too, but you don't have to wait very long to jump into the graded stakes action. The Grade 2 1 1/4 Suburban coming up next. A short field, but yet a competitive one, as we see dueling favorites at the moment. Charge It, he will likely end up as your favorite for Todd Pletcher, who's looking to win this race back to back. But Tonal Impact, he is in career form for the white hot Linda Rice barn, as we welcome in Richard Migliori. He's standing by in the paddock. Mig, what are you seeing from Charge It today? Will he be able to get this 1 1/4?
You know, obviously that's the big question. I like what I'm seeing from him from a physical perspective. I like the way he's collected. You could see he's very focused, but he's not at the simmering point or boiling over. I really think, though, from a pace standpoint, Maggie, he's got a huge advantage. I just don't see much speed to entertain him here, and he's a horse that has a high cruising speed. One thing about Johnny Velasquez, so good at allowing horses to get in a good rhythm and kind of keep them in that good frame where they're able to carry their speed more. So, yeah, I think Charge It, that 10th furlong could be asking a lot of him, but I do think he has a huge advantage from the way the pace of this race projects to play out. The 1-horse Tonal Impact, I tell you, for a horse that just it shows up every time, he carries such good condition. His weight stays the same. He puts in these tough efforts, but he doesn't seem to regress from it. If anything, he thrives from it. Gets a good inside draw, the 1 1/4 on the dirt here at Belmont. You're breaking on the turn. Now, it's a small field. I don't think it's much of a factor, but give me post 1 in that situation every day of the week, because you don't have to search for position. You're already where you need to be. He's also run 3 times at the 1 1/4 distance with 3 seconds to show for it, so you know he stays. And that brings me to the only horse in this race that's actually won at the 1 1/4 distance, and that's the 5 Unbridled Bomber. He ran huge 2 back at Aqueduct, going a mile off of a layoff where he showed improved speed, and he's a horse that looks like he can kind of bowl along with a good high cruising speed. Making a nice impression physically. He's dappled out. It'll be interesting to see what kind of trip he gets. I mean, he did get the 1 1/4, but that was in softer company than with a horse like Charge It, who should be leading them an awful long way.
Such an interesting puzzle, this race, Sarah. As Mig was talking about, I suppose they equate the 3/16 to a 1 1/4. What's happening here?
Close enough.
Close enough. Half a furlong. Who cares? As Unbridled Bomber, when he is on his game, he can be very, very impressive. But let's take a look back at Total Impact's last race. And I talked to Linda Rice yesterday about his chances in today's Suburban. And she said, you know, Jose Ortiz has kind of figured this horse out, warming him up very aggressively, keeping him a bit closer to the pace. And she's said with this extra bit of distance, expect him to be tracking right off of your favorite, Charge It.
And I think that'd be to his advantage, and I understand why she wants to take a shot in a race like this that came up a little bit light in terms of the field size, especially off of that last performance as he makes his stakes debut. And honestly, I'm a little surprised at the amount of wagering attention that he's taking so far, aren't you?
Yeah, it could be a positive sign, but with the 4-5 favorite, Todd Pletcher, he's with Meg.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And Todd charged it here. He's making a real nice impression in the paddock. Looks like he's just very focused and contained within himself.
He is, yeah. He saddled really well. He seems, you know, mind on the game and, you know, hoping for a good effort from him.
Todd, it looks like he really has a pace advantage here. He looks like lone speed. You expect him to be in front.
That's our, you know, A plan. You know, if someone were to do something out of form or that you wouldn't expect, Johnny has the ability to call an audible and adjust. But, yeah, I'd be a little bit surprised if he went on the lead.
How confident is when you give Johnny Velasquez a leg up? Somebody that the two of you were just so instrumental in each other's careers and the Hall of Fame resumes you put together. I guess you don't give him a lot of instructions.
No, not really. We just kind of talked about what we felt like, you know, the strategy was. We were both on the same page as we expected to be, and just let him do his thing.
Any concerns with the 1.25 miles for Charge It?
I tell you watch this horse train, you'd think he could do anything. So, you know, I think if he gets into a comfortable rhythm, 1.25 miles is not a problem.
Thanks, Todd. Best of luck. Guys, there you heard it. I mean, I like the way I'm seeing from him physically, too. He's right there, all horse, but not simmering over the top.
And you can kind of sense the palpable frustration that Todd Pletcher has with this horse. He said, watching the way this horse trains, he could do anything. Yet, here we are. He hasn't quite really upped his game with that lovely pedigree, and it's probably because he's a son of Tappet. A great one at that is Tonal Impact. He's a son of Tonalist.
A Belmont Stakes winner.
Exactly.
Making his stakes debut, 100 buyer speed figure last time. It'll be interesting to see where he's placed early.
Red Run, he ran admirably behind Gate to Wire winner next in the Brooklyn.
And he's one that's cutting back in distance. You know that he has the stamina to at least get the distance here.
Right, second at the 1.5 mile, 2 back. As number 3 is Clapton. He'll exit the Grade 3 Pimlico Special.
Ran well that day. Everything was really dominated more towards the front end, rattle and roll, in such good form right now.
There he is, your 3-5 favorite. Hall of Famers teaming up with Charge It.
The horse to beat. We're all waiting to see that giant performance. He might not even have to be that good to win today.
An Unbridled Bomber, he's an interesting proposition. Given the distance, he'll stretch out from the mile in the Westchester, in which he was a distance fourth.
I don't pay a ton of attention to the on Lasix, off Lasix, but I think there's a clear pattern developing with him, and I want to see a race that's at his best without it.
I feel you. It does pose a question mark as we are going to take a look at number 3, Clapton, here on the racetrack. He'll be shipping in for trainer Juan Alvarado. And let's look back at his effort 2 starts ago in the Grade 3 Go Sapper here, Sarah. And he's a horse that, just watch his stride. Look how big and kind of loping it is. He has that kind of extra suspension to his stride where you think of like a horse like Lone Rock and how he moved and how dominant he was at one point in these marathon distances. I just think that Clapton, I know this was a hard-fought victory, albeit, but I really think he's going to like these really long races.
And I think it's interesting that they bring him here as well. Certainly not disgraced in that 3rd place effort in the race that followed in the Pimlico Special. And if he can run back to that Ghost Sapper, the only thing I worry about with him is where he's going to be sitting early, because there isn't a ton of confirmed speed going on. But let's say a horse like Tonal Impact throws his hat into the ring a little bit earlier on and he and Charge It tangle a little. Maybe Clapton is the beneficiary.
He will be ridden by Ismael Jaramillo. He has been aboard for his last 2 efforts. As we do circle back and check in with Richie trackside, what have you seen from these horses' warm-ups, Meg?
you know, they're a classy group, Maggie. The short but select field of 5. I couldn't get past Charge It. I was trying to come up with scenarios that I thought he could get beat, the 1.25 miles. I just couldn't get past him physically, and I just think he's going to be galloping along on the lead, and I think that enables horses to go further than maybe they normally don't want to go, that just because they get so comfortable. And again, Johnny is just so good at getting horses into a rhythm and not inhibiting them, not getting in their way, not getting into a fight with them. You get Johnny Velasquez, Todd Pletcher, and a very short price, but I just couldn't see past him.
All right, Mig, going with the 3 to 5 shot as we just saw the picks flash up, and you're going to go with Red Run. Hey, you're getting a better price at 6 to 1. He has run credibly in these long distance races, and if anything, I'd much prefer the turn back.
Right. I mean, the distance is a little bit of that question mark for a lot of the other contenders in here. And at least you know that he can get a distance like this, cutting back slightly from that 1.5 miles. From our vantage point, he looks pretty good out there on the racetrack. He's really improved for Mike Maker as well. And this is a horse that he had races that were decent at different distances in the past, but maybe they're just figuring out that he's more of a marathon type and he's in better form now than he used to be. I just can't take a 3 to 5 favorite on top with all of these questions, but it would be so silly for me to say that Charge It's not the horse to beat.
How much irony is there in Red Run that he was a horse that predominantly ran on turf for Steve Asmussen, yet Mike Maker claims him and finds this new life for him going long on the dirt? There's a lot of irony in there.
It's a funny situation.
Yeah, as we check back in with Mig.
I just had to jump in on this, guys, because watching the 2 Red Run, when we talk about a horse warming up and framing up in a way that we like, this to me is the quintessential warm-up that we're talking about. A horse that bows his head, even though he's not taking a big hold of the bit, collects himself, gets up underneath the rider. Man, he really elevated in the warm-up. So I like your pick there, Sarah. Red Run making a nice impression on the track.
Yeah. He's one, unlike Empathy, that we both decided we'd like to ride.
Yes. I could go hack around a ring with him.
Yeah.
It'd be fun.
No, he is touting himself quite nicely as they head to the starting gate. Sarah, it's an interesting configuration with this 1.25 miles at Belmont Park. Horses are going to occupy the outside stalls of the gate as you see that temporary rail go up. It kind of gives everybody a little bit more of a fair chance since you're really braking on the turn, but because the turns are so wide and sweeping here at Belmont, you can kind of run straight for a little bit.
Right, and that's one of the benefits of a track configuration like Belmont Park. It's very kind to horses in all types of different post positions because you aren't having to make those very sharp turns and make those very quick decisions early on out of the gate. This race is so interesting from a dynamics perspective, from whether or not we're going to see the kind of Charge It that we once thought that we could see. Everybody has these questions to answer. There's only 5 horses, but there's a lot going on.
There is a lot going on. And Charge It, he'll have to clear over around some other horses, 3 other foes, and we'll see how quick he is away from there, how much pressure is applied to him, if any, or if he's allowed just to waltz around the racetrack here as we see the starting gate crew take Tonal Impact into the stalls, and it would be quite an accomplishment for, it would kind of be, a symbol of how successful Linda has been with her claims, with her entire year if Tonal Impact pulled this off.
I completely agree. The mandatory payout pick 5 does start here. Healthy pool in there as well.
Yeah,
this is such an interesting race. Can't wait to see what happens.
Johnny Brielle has your call of our first graded stakes on the show. It's the Suburban.
There in the gate. And they're off in the 137th running of the Suburban. And Red Run is out for the early lead with Charge It racing in second. Unbridled Bomber is next in third. Tonal Impact in fourth. And Clapton, the early trailer, in fifth. The field goes around the clubhouse turn and heads for the backstretch. Red Run in front by a half length. The odds-on favorite, Charge It, now moving right alongside. So it's Red Run and Charge It right together. Charge It pokes ahead in front. Red Run down at the rail, runs in second. Then it is Tonal Impact and Unbridled Bomber. Their heads apart, third and fourth. Clapton is at the back. The opening quarter mile went in 24 and 2/5 seconds. Charge It is the leader here by a length and a quarter. Red Run down at the rail. And then it is Tonal Impact, who's 2.5 lengths from the lead. Unbridled Bomber and Clapton. Opening half mile in 48 seconds. It is Charge It, who is several paths off the rail. In front, room on the inside there for Red Run. Charge It maintaining the lead. Red Run in second. And at the back, the trio of Clapton, Unbridled Bomber, and Tonal Impact. Charge It takes the field into the far turn. It's Charge It now by 2 lengths. Clapton is moving up on the outside of Red Run. Then Unbridled Bomber. Tonal Impact is now back in 5th and has dropped 7 lengths off the lead. Charge It in front by 2.5 lengths. Ran 3/4 in 1:11 and 4. It is Charge It in control as they come for the top of the stretch. Charge It by 3. Clapton runs in second. Then Red Run, Unbridled Bomber, and Tonal Impact. Charge It in the stretch with the lead. Charge It now by 4. Then comes Clapton and Red Run, all chasing Charge It, who leads inside the 8th pole. It is Charge It and Johnny Velasquez, and they really didn't have much of an anxious moment here in this Grade 2 Suburban as Charge It wins it convincingly. Won by almost 5 lengths. Clapton was second, close for third, Unbridled Bomber and Red Run, and the final time was 2 minutes 1 and 1/5 seconds.
Much like his Dwyer performance where he wanted to be forward, took over the lead midway through the race, he did just the same here in the Suburban. Charge It, getting back to the winner's circle for Todd Pletcher and John Velasquez. Some interesting moments early on, though, Sarah.
Yeah, he kind of looked a little bit keen. He didn't break quite as sharply. Red Run was your very early leader in this race, but Johnny just so patient, guiding him to the outside, not letting him get too anxious and pulling and fighting the rider, and just really was able to settle him to the outside and just ended up being too much horse for these.
As Clapton, he would rally from behind, kind of launched a rally around the turn. Decent exacta with the longest price, rounding things out, but a horse that should be competitive at, maybe not against Charge It, but at these longer distance races. 4-3-5-2 as we check in with Mig. Charge It. Richie, I think this is what he wants to do. He wants to be forward. He wants to be taking command of these races.
Yeah, and it was really interesting, Maggie. Early on, Red Run broke so alertly. Tyler Gaffione let this horse go forward, and Johnny just kind of put his hands down, long, steady hold on Charge It, kept him out in about the 5 or 6 path, didn't want him, kind of ignite him too much. And down the backstretch, after they went 1/4 of a mile, Johnny put his hands down, let him start marching on, and that's, to me, the beauty of riding a front runner is not going to lead and going as slow as you can. It's allowing the horse to use the stride in a way that they're not using themselves up, but they're making the other horses work to stay in the race. And it was perfect execution on the best horse by Johnny Velasquez.
That's why he's a Hall of Famer. He's winning all the big races, including the Manila yesterday. So, I mean, there's no slowing down the Hall of Famer 5-star general, John Velasquez.
And he just does so well with speed horses, too. He can be so patient. He can let horses be forward and use their speed, even get speed out of horses that might not have shown that they might have some early speed. So just a class act all around. And honestly, great to see Charge It back in the winner's circle. So much promise, and probably just a sigh of relief from trainer Todd Pletcher.
Yes, knowing that you see a horse train in the morning, showing so much talent and so much potential, and probably just being, as we talked about before, so frustrated that he wasn't displaying it in the afternoons. This has to be a relief and just a proud moment for Todd Pletcher and his team as we see Todd smiling in the winner's circle. Sometimes we don't see that with Todd.
Great to see him happy. Great to see Charge It back in the winner's circle. A nice win for him today. And our first stakes race goes to the 3-5 favorite.
Yes, back-to-back favorites. In fact, to complete that pick 5 mandatory payout. That'll do it for me, at least up here in the studio. I'll be going down a little bit later to totally sweat out all the water I've drank today. Sarah, it's been an absolute pleasure as Charge It. He gets things rolling on this stakes portion of America's Day at the Races.
They're off, and the winners come to the wing. Today's
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Richard Migliore here in the paddock with Hall of Fame rider Johnny Velasquez, who just had a tour de force on Charge It. Johnny, the first quarter of a mile, he didn't break particularly sharp, and you kind of gave him that first quarter to find his rhythm. By the time he got to the backstretch, he just galloped to the lead, though.
I know, we talked about it, and I know even last time he didn't break very good. I know the pace was not going to be very fast today, but even if he broke a little slower, I wanted to get him into the race and put my hands down and let him know that he's on his own pace. By the time we got to the backstretch, he got into a nice pace. Actually started pulling me a little more than I wanted to, so I kind of got away from the horses and put on the fourth pass over there, and then he kind of got a nice rhythm, nice breathing, kind of got to the half-a-mile pole, switched to the left a little earlier than I wanted to, but he got in a really good rhythm. Like from then on, I was like, okay, now I'm good where I want to be, and the way he was doing things. Then after that was pretty easy though, so nice to get one of these.
Johnny, one of the luxuries of Belmont Park with that long run down the backstretch is being able to put horses out in the middle of the track. Explain to the people at home, why does that help the horse to relax?
Well, so the easy part to explain is you're not on top of the rail, so when they breeze the horses or even in the races, you normally go to top of the rail, and they get very aggressive, though. They get very, very racy. So you can't get them off the rail, and they think they're just going to gallop, and they're going to get to relax, and they normally they do, and like he did. I got him off the rail, got to the fourth pass, 5 pass over there, got a nice rhythm, nice and relaxed, and I was very comfortable with the way he was doing things, and it worked out today.
Johnny, one thing for me, when I see riders on a horse that's on the lead, sometimes I feel like they wait too long until the other horses engage them. It's one thing you do so well, allowing a horse to use their stride and make everybody else kind of work to stay with you.
Well, today I planned this. That was purposely, and I'm glad that you pointed out. So I know he has that rhythm and that long stride, so it's like I know we weren't slow enough the first part, but I'm going to let him get his rhythm. Once we got to the 3-8 pole, I just let him do his thing, though. Let him pick it up little by little. And I was like, they're going to have to chase me behind now. And he's going in a perfect rhythm for himself, so I don't feel like he's overdoing it now. He just got a perfect rhythm for himself, and once he got away, I'm telling you, it feels so good when they need a view when you go on that pace and they're still running. So, again, nice with the connection, glad that I'm back on him. I've been chasing Todd for this turf for a little bit, so it worked out.
Congratulations, great job. And guys, that's the art of riding a horse that has natural speed, allowing them to use their stride and put everybody else at a disadvantage. So, welcome to the desk, Greg. Nice tour de force here by Charge It.
Yeah, we've been waiting for him to kind of show us that performance from that Dwyer back when he was a 3-year-old. Biggest win of his career. Smiling Johnny V, and maybe this horse could start putting things together now and be a force in this older horse division second half of the year.
That's the hope. I mean, he showed so much promise early on, a little bit green, but you thought he had a world of talent. That Dwyer performance that we've already talked about so much, just a breakout, and then now getting back into a pretty facile win here today. Maybe we have bigger things coming for Charge It. That's the hope, at least.
And so this division, there's no flight line. It is wide open this year. So many divisions are. We'll see if he can build off this this summer as we get set to go to Saratoga. Again, opening day on Thursday. We have a lot more big races to come, though, this weekend. Trophy time, though, for Charge It. His connections, homebred for Whisper Hill Farm. Todd Pletcher winning another one. Well, we see Eric Donovan in the picture as well.
Wow.
$3.30 for the win with Charge It. He takes care of our program and all of us. Does a tremendous job doing that. Clapton, second, and Bridal Bomber third in here, but it was all about Charge It. Dominant performance in this grade 2 Suburban. As we get set for the 6th here, and this is middle pick 4 coming up. 6 furlongs on the grass. And we're going to see pretty mild favor. This is a very difficult betting race coming up. Royal Dancer, Michelle Nevin, Irad Ortiz Jr. A horse showed speed last time out. Now blinkers go on. Should get even more speed from this 4-year-old filly.
And has some big races to run back to as well. Might not face as much pace pressure today. Certainly a player with Irad Ortiz Jr. getting on board as well. And he's looking to really spice things up in that jockey race.
It'll be fun to see these two brothers battle down to the wire as we kind of expected when it was this close. We're probably going to see this all summer long between these two and a few others, probably at Saratoga as well. Paul LaDuca, he is live on site out at Horseshoe Indy. He's going to put together a cross-country pick 5 for us. We're going to hear from him here in just a moment. It starts with the 10th at Horseshoe Indy with that stakes race. Includes the Belmont Derby, Indiana Oaks Victory Ride, and we'll close out with the Indiana Derby with verifying. It's going to be a very short price. Coming up, Paulie, how are you going to attack this today?
Well, I'm going to attack it very early and often here, Greg, because I like Henry and the Topman. I just think that he's the kind of horse when you get to the distaff that, you know, he's sort of been ignored at the window, but he keeps getting the job done. I think he could be a single to start off this card. In this way, you can spread it a little bit more. In the Belmont Invitational, I think Farbridge will improve. I'm not going to let Calic beat me, the Foxes. And I'm also going to use redistricting as well for Chad Brown. And then we swing back to the Indiana Oaks. Obviously, Tax, the one to beat. I'm going to use Merlazzo, Defining Purpose, and Lily Poo. I think Lily Poo might be sitting on a nice little race. Back to the victory ride. Maple Leaf Mel, I think Topsy's my play of the day, as in a long shot play of the day in there. And then in the Indiana Derby, you know, with the scratch of the 3 in there, Act the Fool, obviously Verifying is going to be a heavy favorite. I do think the 8, Calzo Ostro, is going to run a big race. So I went a little deep in there trying to be Verifying, because I do think Henrietta Topman will be around 3-1, 2-1 to start this off. So we'll know from the beginning, Greg, how this cross country will start out.
All right, Paulie, good luck. Good luck to everybody putting that together. A little bit of time before it kicks off 5:28 Eastern start time with the first leg of that sequence, and then it's going to happen fast and furious.
Yeah, I love the cross-country pick 5s that go like that, where you're just back-to-back action and trying to figure out if your ticket can stay alive, rather than those ones where you have to wait a couple hours, take a break, come back to the races. I just like to know right away what's going on.
Too much time to think about things can be a bad thing.
Stress.
When you're handicapping.
Exactly.
We're going to take a time out. We'll be back when we return. We'll set the stage more on the 6th tier coming up in this middle pick 4, and we'll have the story of the tremendous work that Cornell Ruffian is doing right across the street from Belmont Park, caring for our equine athletes. Stay with us. We'll be back with more America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage right after this.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
It's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage with the best yet to come. Belmont Oaks Invitational, Belmont Derby, first legs of those Turf Triple Series. Our program brought to you in part where you can play it all. Go to NairaBets.com, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. With us the rest of the meeting all summer long at Saratoga. Ideally situated right across the street from Belmont Park is a medical center for our equine athletes, ensuring the very best level of care and maintenance to ensure their well-being. Cornell Ruffian
is at the forefront of thoroughbred care, making sure that equine athletes are well taken care of and preventing problems before they become an issue.
Cornell Ruffian Equine Specialist is a full-service equine hospital located directly across the street from Belmont Racetrack. We provide 24/7 emergency coverage. For example, that's may involve treating medical colics, colic surgery, which frequently happens odd hours of the night on the emergency basis, fracture repair, elective orthopedics with arthroscopy and, standing airway surgeries, standing tiebacks. We do tie forward surgery. I mean, there's a huge variety of services that we offer here. We do full lameness evaluations. We have a standing MRIs. We do, once we have a lameness localized, we frequently end up doing some advanced imaging. That may be a standing MRI, that may be bone scan. We try to target every aspect of the equine need as much as possible, both from a surgical and a medical standpoint. So having that kind of access in this caliber of facility in that kind of proximity to the track is incredibly important. Having fast access to advanced veterinary care is paramount to making sure that these horses get the treatment they need quickly so we can get them on the road to recovery. We have a high-speed treadmill at Ruffian. On the treadmill, we can exercise a horse at speed in their regular gait. It allows us to put a dynamic scope up their nose and actually evaluate the function of their airway while they're moving. And there are a lot of issues that only manifest at speed. One of the research focuses at Cornell Ruffian is looking at different ways that we can promote equine safety, thoroughbred safety, and prevention of more significant injuries or breakdown injuries in thoroughbreds. Cornell Ruffian is part of Cornell University. The mission that we are trying to achieve is clinical excellence, day in and day out, providing, the most top-level care to our local patients every single day. And we're constantly looking at newer imaging modalities too to make sure that we continue to offer the most cutting-edge and innovative ways to diagnose equine and thoroughbred ailments.
So important. It's right across the street here from Belmont Park. And Dr. John Piggott, you saw in that piece, competitive hunter jumper as well, so an intimate knowledge of not only working with horses, but being on horses, and it helps him so much in what he does.
And all those types of sport horses that are really those equine athletes. If we don't have the health of the horses first, we don't have horse racing. So important to make sure we're taking the best care of our equine athletes.
All right, we're going to get back to business here. A lot coming up. Best of our cards still to come. The 6th race, start of a middle pick 4 as we take a look at Royal Dancer. 4-1 right now in this 6-furlong turf sprint coming up. Michelle Nevin will send out this filly by War Dancer, who we know quick already. Blinkers going on today, so you would think they want to be extra aggressive this afternoon.
Oh, of course, and Irad Ortiz Jr. getting aboard as well, a horse that already has some speed. This is a wide open board, though. I think the bettors are having as tough a time as I was with figuring out where to go in this race, because there's just a lot of different directions you could choose and some serious competitors throughout the whole field.
Here's a look at Weekend Rags. Jorge Abreu sends out this 3-year-old filly, lightly raced in on the turf. Recently moved the last couple of starts. She's been very good. Woke up, broke her maiden in that turf debut, and then just missed by a neck, going 7/8 in her first try against winners here. Now shortened back up to a distance she won at.
She makes a lot of sense as well. She also has some early speed. Doesn't have to be the inside speed today, too. Gets to sit more of an outside trip. There's just so much going on in this race, and she's yet another competitor that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that was the 9 we were talking about. Here's Loon Cry, the 10. Jose Ortiz, Christophe Clement, and coming out of a race in which there were 4 next out winners in here. 3rd, 4th, 5th place finishers all came back to win. Another one did, and further back in that field as well.
They got a great figure for this race, a 72 Beyer speed figure. She had a perfect trip in here, sitting right off the pace setters. And while this is her first time facing winners, this was clearly a live race with all of those horses coming back to do well and win that you mentioned. I don't know how often we see that so many horses come back to win.
Yes, Snowy Evening was one of them. Would win, and then off that would come back and run second in this state bred A other than allowance. So really has flattered the form of Loon Cry. That one right there, long live the Cream. We all know what Flavien Prat did on Tuesday. 5-win day, turned a lot of heads with that performance, and one that you're giving a big chance in this race.
Well, she was actually favored last time in a race where she just stumbled at the start, had absolutely no opportunity, kind of a relative unknown going in here.
Didn't run a lot after that, though.
That's a fair point.
Here's the one. Here's Ranting for Horatio DePaz.
Comes off the layoff. This is her 3-year-old debut. Her second race as a 2-year-old was pretty impressive, and he has great stats with this move.
Carissa LaRote goes by 63-1.
I would need to see something we haven't seen yet from her. A little bit of an outsider.
Joel Rosario, double-digit odds on the 3.
This one's stepping up a bit in class, but has some figures that make this one a player.
Here's Royal Dancer for Nevin with Irad Ortiz.
Trying to get some more speed out of this one, adding those blinkers and turning back a little bit in distance.
24-1 Robin and Eli just claimed. Fernando Abreu now has him.
Goes from the Chad Brown barn after start number 8 was the magic winning one. I'd want to see something else from this horse.
Here's Sikkim. We both like it, 6-1.
Yeah, this is like our play of the day, huh?
A lot to like. We'll talk more about that trip last time out on the turf as well. I'm Nervous Now at 28-1. Tyler Gaffleone.
Also exits the race. That weekend Rags was third in, a deserving big price in here.
And here comes Candy Monet coming through the tunnel. Just missed by a neck against a softer group last start.
And that wasn't a terrible performance first off the layoff either, and that was also a cutback in distance for this horse. Maybe too tough of company in here, but if this one drops in class, I'd watch out for next time.
Weekend Rags. Javier Castellanos, the current favorite, with Jorge Abreu, the trainer.
A little cutback in distance for a horse that has speed and gets to be drawn towards the outside with it today.
Yeah, the 9, the 10, both relatively new to the grass, and it's paid off for both. Loon Cry coming off that maiden win.
Huge live race that this one comes out of. We'll have to face winners now in here for the first time.
That's a lot of money going to Long Live the Queen.
Maybe it's the Flavien Prat effect.
Jumping on maybe after that 5-win Tuesday, no question. Pick 4. Middle pick 4 starting here, almost 140,000 in that pool. You can play it by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. New members, that's the code, bonus 200. Punch that in and bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including today at Belmont all summer long at Saratoga. Again, at NairaBets.com. So many great opportunities to wager this afternoon. Jonathan Kinchin, decisions to be made, not only who to pick, but what multi-race sequences to play. And we got a middle pick 4 coming up here.
Yeah, I mean, I always say let the sequence pick you. Wherever your opinions are is the sequence you should be playing. I think, especially coming up to Saratoga, it's important to note that, you know, with horses, with, you know, so many options. You don't always have to play the pick 6 or the pick 5. You can just find out what your opinion is, and maybe it's a pick 3 for that day that you need to focus on. So it's a good point you brought up there, Wolfie. I like the 10 Loon Cry in here, drawn towards the outside. There's a couple of reasons. I almost picked the 9 weekend Rags, but I ended up kind of separating the two of them for a couple of reasons. One, the first, Loon Cry has a little bit more tactical speed early. Just feels like the pace figures are a little bit higher for Loon Cry. I also like the fact that Loon Cry is drawn towards the outside. You guys have already touched on a little bit the fact that the race that Loon Cry exits out of seems to be a productive one. There's been 4 horses to come out of that race and win. Snowy Evening, Spinning Colors, Photon, and Graceful Rose. Not only did they win, but based on Timeform US, they either matched their speed figure or improved on their speed figure, which makes me think there's a possibility that Loon Cry's number could technically be just a tad bit faster. I like this horse in here with this draw. It's a turf sprint going 7, but I think the one to beat is the 10, Loon Cry.
All right, JK, good luck playing this afternoon. Loon Cry on your screen right now, 4-1. Jose Ortiz will be back aboard off that maiden win. Meanwhile, let's get back to Sikkim. So Dylan Davis here for Jose Camejo. Went to Finger Lakes on dirt last start, but it's on turf, 2 back, that makes this horse a big player.
I've never seen anything like a start like this where so many horses sandwiched together at the break. Long Live the Queen was the 9 that day, totally taken out of it. Sikkim taken out of the race as well. They're last and second last in the early goings. But Sikkim recovers very well in here, ends up getting over to the rail, saving a little bit of ground, making her run, but even here still has to wait, check off of heels to get clear run to the outside, and was just finishing well in a race where there was no reason for this horse to have to overcome a start like that. Even the start prior to this one, a very competitive race, and does get a rider upgrade today as well.
Yeah, Dylan Davis will be aboard. It was apprentice Jamie Torres on board that day. Nothing against Torres, but Dylan Davis with masses more experience on the grass and very successful rider on the circuit. Terrible start, obviously, and that trouble in the stretch. And with cleaner going today, it could be a very different story for the 6-year-old mare. And even you look at some of the races before that, too. I mean, there were reasons to like Sikkim even without that race.
Absolutely. A horse like Fleet-Footed that she finished second to in the race prior to that has come back to win. We saw I'm Just Kiddin' come back to win via disqualification and then go on to a stakes race. Just been facing some very solid company. I know we're not getting the same morning line price that was originally listed, but I would still say this is a fair price and what's a very open board right now.
And let's look at the money on the 11. Let's go back to Long Live the Queen. I know you like a little bit, giving a chance because first time on turf actually was favored and stumbled badly at the start, got sandwiched a bit, just did not run much. So give this one another shot after winning the debut on synthetic. This is actually significant money on a horse who did not do really any running in that race.
And I think maybe bettors are just drawing a line through that race because while the others did all kind of string together, this one did actually stumble forward and was further back than anyone else. And I think they probably just ended up calling it a day on this horse, said, we'll try next time. And that was also the first race off a little bit of a layoff too. So I just think there's a lot of room for improvement with this horse, but you are taking a bit of an unknown that does need to show us a race that we haven't seen yet.
Surprised this one has taken this much money. We'll see, especially with that outside post as well, as we get another look there at Sikkim. Dylan Davis, last probably 6 weeks or so, completely turned around this year for him when he was off to a really slow start, struggling. Totally different story of late. Riding with a ton of confidence right now. There's the 2 stepping in, Crisa LaRote, huge long shot, and a middle pick 4. Beginning here in a wide open race where the 10, Loon Cry, Clement Jose Ortiz, modest 3-1 favorite. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call. Race 6 here from Belmont Park, final Saturday of the meet.
Waiting now on the final horse, number 11, Long Live the Queen. And we're set for the 6th. And they're off. Stumbling start there for number 1, Ranting, and she trails the field. Sikkim out well. Quick Power Nap now moves up. Royal Dancer is right there. And gaining ground is Weekend Rags. So it's Quick Power Nap and Weekend Rags. The two of them are right together. Long Live the Queen, Royal Dancer, they are heads apart, 3rd and 4th. Sikkim and Loon Cry, those two races a team, 5th and 6th. Then it's I'm Nervous now in 7th. Right alongside is Candy Monet in 8th. Break of 3 to Ranting. At the back of the pack are Robin and Eli and Crisa LaRote. The quarter, 21 and 3/5 seconds. Quick Power Nap on the inside, Weekend Rags on the outside. The two of them are heads apart for the lead with Royal Dancer sitting in 3rd. Sikkim down towards the rail in 4th. Loon Cry is now gaining ground on the outside. The half and 44 and 4. Weekend Rags has come away with the lead. Loon Cry continues to gain on the outside. Here's Loon Cry up the challenge. Weekend Rags and Loon Cry pokes ahead in front. Weekend Rags is 2nd. Loon Cry drawing away here at the end. It is Loon Cry and Jose Ortiz. Weekend Rags was 2nd, then Royal Dancer and Candy Monet.
Jose Ortiz, couple of wins today, goes up 2 on his brother Irad for that riding title. And here Loon Cry teams up with Christophe Clement Waterville Lake Stables for the win.
The battle continues for the leading rider of this Belmont meet, and this is a horse that was coming out of such a productive race. Really ran very well, sitting a little bit off the pace and just pounced and was too much for these people.
Loon Cry, back-to-back wins now, first time in against winners. There's some competitive runners, older horses in this group too, and this 3-year-old filly, impressive, right back off that maiden win at 7 furlongs, cutting back to 6 here to get this victory. 10-9, 4-8, finished 46 to 1 shot, completing the superfecta here with Katie Davis.
And this is one that I thought dropping in class might be a player next time, but ran very well second off the layoff in here.
Jose Ortiz dialed in and focused with a couple of wins today, answering what his brother did early on to start the card. And another look here down the stretch.
This was impressive, and she was really drawing away in the end of this race. I feel like he didn't really even have to ask her much once she was giving her run, going forwards and just kind of keeping a straight course with her. Nice turn of foot by this horse.
109 final time for the 6 furlongs for this daughter of More Than Ready. So Loon Cry, back-to-back victories on the lawn, and wins here at 5-2. All these prices for you when we come back. It's pick 6 time when we return. We'll have the story as well of the sensational breeding operation at Stone Street Farm as Barbara Banke looks to build on what Jess Jackson began. That's when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
It will be good night. To win it by a length and a half, it is all Shotgun Hottie as she pleases. Disarm draws even. Disarm takes the mat win. But Echo Zulu opens up by 2, now by 3. Echo Zulu looking good. Geared down to win it by 4.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net. Today, Loon Cry with Jose Ortiz for Christophe Clement and the Silks of Waterville Lake Stables. Back-to-back victories.
Impressive performance, stepping up to face winners for the first time. We talked about what a live race this one came out of and really backed up that performance today. Sitting a stalking position off the pace and able to pounce and just really show a lot of class in this win as well.
How about the Ortiz brothers? They have taken 4 of the last 5 races on the card as well.
I think we're going to see this be a conversation piece for each individual race going forwards until we finally close things out tomorrow evening, because you know they both want to win.
2 for Irad back-to-back, now 2 for Jose back-to-back after Johnny V won that Suburban on Charge It These two won it bad. Loon Cry, the victory for the Clement team. $7.70 for the win. Weekend Rags, another 3-year-old filly, completing the exacta here, and then Royal Dancer checking in third with Jose's brother Irad aboard. As we move on to the pick 6, race 7 will kick off the sequence. Allowance optional claiming Dirt Sprint at 6.5 furlongs, and the meet's leading trainer sending out a couple in here. Linda Rice, majority partner. Going to have Dots Dollar as well, but Vittorio handled majority partner pretty easily last time out, even though it was in the defeat. Just missed by a nose to Colonel Bowman, but blew by that horse in the stretch. Even money favorite right now. Stone Street Stables, in a relatively short time, is creating a history of excellence. The goal to produce future champions like they campaigned on the racetrack, like the great Curlin and Rachel Alexandra. Their breakthrough came in 2011 with My Miss Aurelia, their first homebred to win a championship, setting the stage for a great operation that has won graded stakes races now in 8 different countries since then.
Here at Stone Street, we've been the leading breeder of yearlings for 7 years in a row. And we hope to make that 8, 9, 10 on to infinity. So we specialize in the high end of breeding. We breed the best mares to the best stallions and hope for superstars. We produce champions. So we're bringing our babies, our yearlings, to the market, and the buyers know that they have been treated with the best care, and they've been raised as horses on the farm, outside almost all the time, and we have tremendous integrity and do the right things by our horses. So we have a spectacular broodmare band at Stone Street, and it started back in 2003 when my husband, Jess Jackson, bought the first broodmares. We developed these families. For example, Dream Rush, who was a great race mare, won the test at Saratoga, great sprinter. She was in foal when we bought her to AP Indy and produced Dreaming of Julia. And Dreaming of Julia, who was Broodmare of the Year this year, produced Malathot and Julia Shining. So we developed these families, and we're continuing to do that. We try to keep many generations. When a buyer buys from us, they're getting the guarantee that it's the best we can do. We've raised them the right way, and they come from the best breeding.
Top-class facility, and they also go a long way into taking care of all of the runners, even if they don't go on to have second careers as broodmares or at stud stallions.
They absolutely have a world-class operation, and of course, pictured there, and one of the first horses you think of when you think of Stone Street is Rachel Alexandra, one of the best that I feel as though I've seen in my lifetime. Just super impressive on the racetrack, and even though they're not continuing to breed her, just living out her days in a field, enjoying life over at Stone Street.
What a lineup. Some of the great horses they have had, and one that they bred. See the Silks of Stone Street. We'll see in this race coming up. That is Vittorio, and Vittorio, that near miss against a very strong, informed Colonel Bowman, ran a huge race in defeat last time out.
And just barely didn't get the victory over a horse that has been on a roll lately, winning multiple races. I think he was going for 4 in a row that day. Blinkers do go on to maybe get this horse the extra little edge to get himself into the winner's circle, but a very deserving favorite right now.
Even money, Vittorio, and the man on an incredible roll. I don't know if the smile is going to leave his face for another decade. Javier Castellano will ride. Vittorio ended an 0-for-15 streak in the Kentucky Derby, ended an 0-for-14 streak in the Belmont Stakes to complete a career Triple Crown. He's got more to come. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Catholic boy,
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the run-happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, new to Coolmore, America, home of champions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back. Thanks for being with us on a Saturday afternoon on America's Day at the Races. Brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. 7th race, 6.5 furlong dirt sprint starts this pick 6 sequence on our Saturday card. And the horse we were talking about as we went to break, the one Javier Castellano will ride for Belmont. That is Vittorio, who is the even money favorite.
Makes a lot of sense as your favorite right now in here. Adds a little bit of an equipment change to hopefully get him over maybe this hanging sort of tendency, but you can't even be that harsh on him because he was facing some serious horses last time out in Colonel Bowman.
And he got one of the biggest figures he's ever run in his career doing this. Match one from a few starts ago, going a little bit longer, but showing that he could do it at a shorter sprint type distance. Big for today because it's going to go even shorter today at 6.5 furlongs. And you'll see him, yeah, he blows by one of the two in here for Linda Rice, majority partner, right here with ease, but comes up just short for the win.
He does, and this is a horse that while he has run further lately, he did actually break his maiden at the 6 furlong distance. So perhaps they're just trying to figure out what it is exactly that he'll excel at and what it is that he wants to do, because he's shown that he can run well doing a bunch of different things, but what is really his preferred distance?
So Belmont, Castellano will team up, and you're taking on a pair of Linda Rice runners who's going to wind up winning this training title here. She's got majority partner who you saw in that race get passed by Vittorio, ran 3rd that day. And then you have Dots Dollar, the 6, who was on an incredible roll, beat Rotney, but then Rotney sort of became a different horse when they met again back on June 9th.
The Rotney that he beat was not the Rotney that beat him. That was a much improved performance from him when they were able to turn the tables. Dots Dollar is one that's been a little bit more forwardly placed in the past. I wonder if the move is to be aggressive with him today and try to perhaps control this race or sit just off of the other Linda Rice entry in majority partner. It'll be interesting to see what she does with her 2 runners and how she places them early on.
Yeah, it's a good point. He's had a lot of success when he has been forward Dots Dollar in his career. There he is, 7-2 right now. Jose Ortiz looking for his 3rd win on the Saturday card. He will ride. We're going to say goodbye to those of you watching, at least momentarily, on FS2. It's the O'Reilly Auto Parts 150. You'll see next. Our coverage will be on the Fox Sports app. You can also catch us on YouTube, New York Racing Association page as well. And then we'll be back on FS2 a little bit later on. So stay tuned for that. But in the meantime, that's where you can catch us as we get set for this Pick 6 coming up. Standout for you in the Pick 6 anywhere?
Well, I feel as though this is a race where you can lean on some more of the favorites. Perhaps you can get a little more creative later on. There's some seriously competitive fields.
Couple of grade ones still to come. Belmont Oaks Invitational, that Belmont Derby, first leg of that Turf Triple Series. Victory Ride as well. We got a lot ahead on the program. We're going to say so long for a bit, again, to our FS2 viewers, but you can see us on the app coming up.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Cruz also wire to wire.
Cruz, rough draft, one last try. Cruz holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Back on America's Day of the Races. Good to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon. Belmont Oaks, Belmont Derby, a couple of great ones still to come in that Turf Triple Series. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Seventh race, start of the pick six, 6.5 furlong allowance optional, claiming dirt sprint. As you see, business model there in the background, camera shy. Irad Ortiz Jr. will ride 8-1 right now, and this battle between the Ortiz brothers seemingly going to go down to the very last race potentially. 2 wins early for Irad to get the advantage, and then Jose has answered with 2 more of his own, so he's up 2 now on his brother with 57 victories. Jose.
It's so great seeing the competition and the rivalry between the two of them. Riders that ride very differently in terms of their style in general, but both very talented in their own right. They both want it. They both absolutely want to do their best to make sure that they are the ones clinching this title, and it's going to be neck and neck until the last race, I think. So
fun. We've seen them battle summer after summer as well at Saratoga. We fully expect that to happen again this summer with a few other big names in the mix, like Saez as well, who's riding here today. But these guys, they are so talented, so competitive, and maybe, you know, we had some examples we talked about the other day on the program. Obviously, the Manning brothers both won Super Bowls, but this might be the most talented and best duo of brothers in any sport across the board.
I, as someone who does not follow other sports quite as closely, have no argument to that whatsoever.
Both so talented. They both won Eclipse Awards. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin for more as we get set for this pick six coming up.
Yeah, look, a nice little pick six sequence, right? You get the 2 grade ones in the mix. You also get the victory ride. Let's start with the 124 Mamba. You know, a lot of times in situations like this where a horse is consistently running slow numbers and then jumps up and runs a big number, I'm a huge kind of proponent for discounting that performance, because I think, you know, it's a science that I trust the most in racing as far as making speed figures, but it's still, there is some subjectivity to it. The racetracks can change throughout the day, and sometimes figure makers can get it wrong. Not often, but sometimes they can. But in this situation with 24 Mamba, there's a reason that you can reach to very easily for this horse making that big switch, that big change, running faster, and that is the change of scenery moving to Charlie Baker's barn. So I think that it's still a very live option that's a real number. The problem is for 24 Mamba is that even if that is a real number and 24 Mamba runs that number, if Vittorio shows up and runs what Vittorio's been running, the 4-horse in here, it's going to be tough. And here's the thing. If you look at Vittorio's performances, he's taken a step forward since moving to Bill Mott's barn. But he even did so doing something he probably doesn't want to do, which is going a little bit longer. And that allowance race at Gulfstream, he went a mile and a 16th. Then he went a mile and a 16th at Oaklawn and a stake. And then at Keeneland, he went 9 furlongs. In all of those races, from a figure standpoint, he ran just fine. But once they kind of cut him back to that 7 furlongs, he really kind of woke up again and really got close to winning. His figures didn't get that much better, but he got close to winning. Now they put the blinkers on, cut him back just a little bit more. Maybe that was advice from Javier Castellano, the Hall of Famer, that got off and said, hey, Bill, maybe we should look at doing this. Or maybe it was Bill Mott's idea. But I do think that Vittorio is a very likely winner of this race. And I do think the 1's interesting. But it's one of those situations where if the 4 shows up, they're running for second. You just have to make a decision if you think the 4 is going to show up. I have voted yes in my pick 6.
I vote yes as well. Vittorio's just in really sharp form right now, and he looks like he's going to be very tough in this spot. Blinkers going on for Mott with Castellano as you get another look there at Irad Ortiz Jr. on business model.
This is one that I don't know that he necessarily fits with this level, but he is cutting back, second off the claim for Jacobson, getting Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard. Faced a horse like Tonal Impact. We just saw him run in a race like the Suburban, albeit he didn't run that well, but pointed for a race like that. So he's been keeping decent company in the past.
And a horse that doesn't really sprint. That's a horse that goes longer usually, but maybe check off the box and see if it's something he can do.
Right. Might as well find out what works, try different things, and see if that produces a different result.
Going to get to our post break here coming up in a moment, coming through the tunnel. And here is 24 Mama, the one JK was talking about. That was a big effort. But as he said, even if it was a true figure, he's still going to have to move forward again if Vittorio runs this race.
I think that's such a great point that he makes, that even if you think he's going to run that race again, a repeat of that career best may still not fit with this group. He would have to run better than that to be competitive in here.
One of a pair for Linda Rice. Here's majority partner trying to turn the tables on Vittorio.
He was 3rd last time out in that common race behind Vittorio and that informed Colonel Bowman. We'll see. He is likely to be forward in this spot.
Dylan Davis on a 27-1 shot. Sagamore Mischief.
There's a lot going on with this horse. He's off a layoff. He's cutting back in distance. He's kind of consistent, but this is a tough spot to return in.
Even money. Here is Vittorio.
We'll see if it ultimately is what he wants to do, going a little bit shorter in distance. Mott doesn't have great stats adding the blinkers, but clearly the horse to beat.
Here's a 5. Milton the Monster getting an intentional warm-up here under Trevor McCarthy. Had some big races in his past. Not
Once
quite the
upon a
same
time.
horse.
Right. He's been a popular claim, too. He goes first off for Michelle Nevin. She does well in those dirt sprints. We'll see what kind of form he's in now.
Dots Dollar, Jose Ortiz looking for number 3 today.
And we'll see if he's able to run that kind of race where he beat Rotney. Another one, I'm just so curious to see how these two stablemates play things out early on in this race.
And here's business model, Irad Ortiz Jr. on the outside.
We'll see if Irad tries to take back his lead in the jockey standings with this long shot. I just think that there would have to be a performance from him that we not necessarily having seen lately, although he has been facing decent horses.
2 minutes to post. Start of the pick 6 coming up. 6-5 favorite. Vittorio, the 4-horse. There he is. Just missed at this condition last time out, going 7 furlongs. Gonna shorten up a half furlong, 6.5 today for the short price favorite for Mott.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulf Street, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Buy in July. The Fasig-Tipton July Selected Yearling Sale, the first major yearling sale of the year. Ranked number 1 by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. The July sale is also among the nation's top sources of graded stakes winners. Recent star graduates include Grade 1 winners Faiza and Chocolate Gelato, plus this growing list of graded stakes winners. The Fasig-Tipton July Sale of Selected Yearlings, Tuesday, July 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Good to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon here. Final Saturday of the meets at Belmont. We have Sunday, and then we're going upstate to Saratoga. We hope you join us all summer long. We have the Pick 6 up next, just moments away here on this Saturday card. Vittorio has dropped down to 3-5 favoritism. Here's a 6 Dots Dollar. So Dots Dollar, no match for Rodney last time out. We're going 3 starts back, though, and this was a victory beating Rodney.
And while Rodney's a horse that has improved since this start, Dots Dollar able to sit a nice stalking position and pounce. And this was his first race off a pretty lengthy layoff, as well as he hadn't run since October of the previous year. Got a 95 buyer speed figure for this effort. And it's not as though he's regressed so much so that you don't think he could repeat a performance like this going forward into today's race.
And you brought up the fact that we're going to see more speed from this horse because he's been so successful when he's doing that. It's not even really a fault of his own, but he's just had issues out of the gate getting bumped around by other horses time after time recently.
And even in the last race, nobody was going to be in front of Rodney anyway. That horse has just turned into such a monster. So I don't think it's necessarily a negative against him that he hasn't been able to really be the one calling the shots in those last 2 races. And even the start 2 back, finishing second to Nova Rags, although he isn't necessarily the winningest type, he's a pretty good horse for the Mott Barn as well.
I will say that last start, no one was beating Rodney. I thought he was going to be ultra tough in that race, and he proved to be. He's gone to another level, but Dots Dollar was battling with a 48-1 shot that he had a really hard time putting away, and then wound up losing second as a result.
Kind of an odd decision to go contest that horse early on. Gets a rider change today, although Dylan is certainly very capable. We'll see how things play out in here.
There's your favorite, Vittorio, 3-5 on the board for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Javier Castellano rides. Looking for the 3rd win of his 5-year-old's career. Start of the Pick 6 on this Saturday card. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Business Model moves in. Ready for the start of today's Pick 6. And they're off, and number 1, 24 Mamba, just walked out of the starting gate. Majority Partner and Sagamore Mischief. Those two are right together. The favorite, Vittorio, is just off of them in 3rd. Then Dots Dollar next in 4th. Break of 2 to Milton the Monster. Another 2 to Business Model. And then the slow starting 24 Mamba. It is Majority Partner, the leader here, 3/4 of a length. Sagamore Mischief in the white blinkers sits in 2nd with Vittorio in 3rd, opening quarter mile 22 and 2/5 seconds as they race midway on the turn. It is Majority Partner and Sagamore Mischief. They remain 1-2. Vittorio is still in 3rd. Then a break of 2 lengths. Back to Dots Dollar in 4th. 2.5 more. to Milton the Monster. They are at the top of the stretch. The half went in 45-2. And it is Majority Partner closest to the rail. Vittorio now kicking in on the outside. Here's Vittorio up to challenge Majority Partner. Dots Dollar is moving into third. Then Milton the Monster. It is Vittorio challenged here by Dots Dollar on the outside. Milton the Monster still in with a chance as they come down for the finish. It's Vittorio, Dots Dollar, and Milton the Monster. In between horses, it looked like Dots Dollar got up to get the money.
Dots Dollar outlasting Vittorio, comes and gets that one. Now 2 for 3 at Belmont.
Such an interesting race early because you saw the rider look over to the inside and be like, where is everyone early? Where is everyone going to position themselves? And then make a decision to sit off that pace. Ended up being a winning one.
3-win day. Jose Ortiz, he goes up 3 on his brother here. Vittorio, did he make that move a little too soon, or is just Dots Dollar that good today?
That's a tough call. I mean, Vittorio got himself into a good stalking position. I don't think it was necessarily anyone's fault, as we see 24 Mamba completely below the break, but Jose Ortiz, you see him look over multiple times and scout out what kind of position he wants to be in early. I think that awareness ultimately ended up being the winning move.
Milton the Monster actually grabbed second, so Vittorio winds up third here, 32-1 shot. Winds up getting by the odds-on favorite for the place money, 6-5-4-2. Vittorio looked like he was going to be very tough as he made that move into the stretch and winds up no better than third in here. Big upset to start off the pick 6 as we head to Horseshoe Indianapolis and the Michael Schaefer Memorial. 3-year-olds and up, purse of $100,000. Here's a look at the one Keystone Field.
Horse for Mike Maker, who certainly has some back races to go on as being talented, but not quite the same that we've seen from him lately.
Going to see a horse that wants to be forward. Went gate to wire last time out in 5-star General.
You don't usually see a horse coming in from Evangeline Downs being a serious contender, but I think he is.
I thought this horse was developing into a star a couple seasons ago at Saratoga when we saw him line up at the Jim Dandy Mask Parade.
This is a pet of mine that I have been chasing in his last 2 starts and certainly taking some money off of that morning line.
Pat's Property, big price, 21-1.
Won last time out, but this is obviously a much tougher field that he's going to be facing today.
Trademark at 4-1 was just third in the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile of Monmouth.
And was a decent price that day, 14-1, has been facing some good company. If you go back to that Commonwealth, beat Stolen Base, Red Danger, those races are in there.
Here is Creative Minister, was third in the Preakness last year.
I ended up picking him in the Preakness. Silly of me. But he's talented. I mean, this is one that's just looking to get back on track for Ken McPeak.
Britain's Kitten, 17-1.
Stepping up a little bit in company, but no shame in finishing 3rd to 3 Technique, who we saw come and win the other day here.
12-1. Here's Edgar Morales for Brendan Walsh on El Oriente.
Making his 3rd start in the U.S. Caught a sloppy sealed track last time out and lost to Mahamel. We'll see what form this one is in the United States.
And Tartufo, this horse was just third to a tough one named Warrior Johnny last time out.
And was a big price that day. Figures to be a big price again today. Maybe needs to step it up a little against company like this, but has some performances that could grab a piece.
Creative Minister, the 9-5 favorite for the man standing by with Paul Duca.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. I am standing by with Kenny McPeak, who has Creative Minister, and a horse that's 2 for 12 lifetime, but has battled some deep battles in here, and probably the one to beat. Kenny, how's he been doing since the layoff, since May 25th?
Well, he's a pretty easy horse to be around. You know, when he was 3rd in the Preakness and he had a really good spring last year, we really thought this was going to be an even better 4-year-old. And, you know, he's actually had a hard time jumping through the 2 other than hoop. But with the purses a little bit lower since the Churchill meet's over, we figured, well, let's see if we can make him a stakes winner. He's, you know, multiple stakes placed. But he's a nice, solid horse and easy to be around. And I'm still optimistic that he can improve as an older horse.
Now, do you think there's enough pace for him in here? Where do you think you're going to sit, or do you think he'll be fresh off the layoff?
Well, we'll leave that with Brian. Brian knows him well. He's run some really good races under Brian. You know, that's out of my control standing here, right? And you know, but Brian won a race for us earlier, and you know, fingers crossed he can time it right.
Okay, a little bit later, you got Defining Purpose in the Oaks. How's she doing?
She's doing great. You know, we had made a hard decision with her, and we accepted an offer. And Katsumi Yoshida owns her today, and you know she was really good to that partnership group of Magdalena and a bunch of other ones, Colette and so many other people I can't mention. But that filly, she does well with her spacing of her races. And we spaced her race going into the Ashland, and she shot a big shot. You know, she wins the Ashland, which, you know, career-defining win for her. And then, you know, she didn't run so well in the Oaks, but it was a tough field, and expecting, you know, as it should be. But we've spaced this race, and I'd like to think she fires a big shot today.
Well, good luck with both horses. I know Rattle and Roll's been running well for you, too, as well, Kenny. Kenny's been on a roll for the last month or so. He's got 2 big shots here with Creative Minister and Defining Purpose in the Oaks, Gregor.
Yeah, Defining Purpose, 8-5 morning line in the Oaks, that Grade 1 Ashland winner in that prep for the Kentucky Oaks, where things obviously did not go her way.
And you can't really hold a race like the Kentucky Oaks or the Kentucky Derby against a horse, as we'll take a look at Creative Minister in his last race. I mean, this is a horse that really had some high hopes for him early on and was thrown into some very tough races. I like that they've backed off on him a little bit, trying to get more of a confidence boost, see where he's really at, but he's a solid, consistent type. And Ken McPeak's having a pretty good year so far. He's got some serious horses in Rattle and Roll, Smile Happy. Things are going his way. Maybe he wants to add another to his already deep division of older horses.
And it's usually a horse, too, and there he is, pretty gray, son of Creative Cause. He usually makes his presence felt late in a race.
Oh, 100%. I mean, what do you think the pace scenario is going to be like in here? Is he going to be able to set up shop outside of horses and produce more of that late running style that we've seen from him? Do you think he'll have to be a little bit more forward?
I think he could do what he usually does. I thought there's plenty of speed in here. Keystone Field isn't slow on the rail. Definitely 5-star General, the 2 wants to go, right? Pat's Property, the 4, definitely wants to go. I know that the 8 coming out took out a little bit of speed. I still think there's plenty to try and contest.
I'd agree. I think he sits a pretty good trip in here. The second-itis starts to bother me a little bit with horses that are just not getting the win at shorter prices, but I understand the favoritism. 3-2, a little bit much, but I get why he's the favorite in this race.
Well, he's just faced miles the best. You look down the running lines, too, of who he has tackled in his career. Belmont, Preakness. He went against Homebrews, very good. Smile Happy, stablemate. Let's go to JK for more on this Schaefer Memorial.
Wolfie, I've been chasing the 3 Mask Parade around since the Jim Dandy. I picked him that day. I thought maybe he was going to take advantage of Essential Quality, not really being the main target of Essential Quality's campaign, and in the mile and an eighth, and Essential Quality beat him that day. And he just never really kind of panned out to be the horse that I thought he was going to be leading up to that point. But I will say this. If you watch the last 2 races of Mask Parade, I wouldn't call either one of those trips, quote-unquote, good trips. I think that he hasn't really had a nice trip in his last 2 starts. And I think that there's an opportunity, if those 2 races can kind of dirty up his form a little bit, to make people forget that he actually has quite a bit of talent. And if anyone's going to get him right here, I think someone like Al Stahl can really develop an older horse. And so I'm hopeful that Mask Parade can kind of show up and show us what he used to show us back in the day.
And Jonathan and I were both on this horse. I loved him in the Jim Dandy after that performance when he was wide against Essential Quality, and then, yeah, just did not go on, especially in that Travers. But horse who has ability, has talent right now. He's 9-2 for Al Stahl.
And even all of his races last year, serious performances against a horse like Art Collector. Maybe you argue that he needed to start first off the layoff, and then so much traffic for him in the Blame Stakes last time out. He never really had an opportunity until it was too late to do any running in there. Today is the last time for me with him, for me to take a chance on this horse. I've been chasing him for all of his starts so far this year. But those races that he could go back to, you got to think that he would be a winner if he runs any number of one of those.
See if he can do it with Adam Biscuitza aboard. He's the 3, 9-2 on the board, which is 3rd choice in this race. Keystone Field taking a lot of support from that inside for Mike Maker.
Do you think that maybe he was just in a disadvantageous position, prompting the pace, and then not being able to sustain it last time at Pimlico? He still got a pretty good number for that race, at least on buyers.
A tough spot, too, against Rattle and Roll, who's on an incredible run for McPeak. Clapton, we saw earlier, who has big ability as well. We saw him in the Suburban. Yeah, this is definitely a danger here, and we'll see how aggressive Gerardo Corrales wants to be from that inside post with the two next door to him, who looked very sweaty, by the way, and washy. Not a great sign for the 2 5-star General, who wants to be forward. John Dooley with the call. Here's the Schaefer Memorial from Horseshoe, Indianapolis.
El Oriente, the Chilean bred. 6-5, Creative Minister. So stand by one more. Gabriel Saez with Tortufo. They're in the gate. They're off in the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. 5-star General, Pat's Property. Right there is Trademark with an early bid, and El Oriente strides up as they line up for the first turn. 5-star General just leads the early charge. 7 furlongs to go. It's 5-star General, tracked by Pat's Property in the purple silks. Trademark is game third. Then toward the inside is Keystone Field, saving ground in fourth by a half length. Then on the outside is El Oriente in fifth as they make their way to the back of the track. Then comes Tartufo with Mask Parade the rail. We trail back then two toward the inside, Britain's Kitten, and the favorite with Brian Hernandez Jr., Creative Minister, racing a joint last. 24.39 for the lead part, making this run toward the half-mile pole. And 5-star General has the 7-year-old speed to lead here for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. in front of Pat's Property and Trademark, third on the outside. Keystone Field is running in fourth as they head toward the far turn. El Oriente is being asked to pick up now at the 3.5. Mask Parade and Tartufo. And then comes Creative Minister, who's now relegated. Britain's Kitten to last. Half mile 47.79. They still have the 9-time winner to track down. 5-star General as Trademark now makes this bid for Fernando de la Cruz. Here's the quarter pole. 5-star General being opposed by Trademark. These 5 clear from Mask Parade with toward the inside Keystone Field. Let's see on the far outside looking to gain ground is Creative Minister, who's rallied past. Dropping back there was El Oriente. Tartufo is some 9 lengths off the new leader Trademark, who's taken the top. It's Trademark, and 5-star General tries to respond to Trademark. Close to home with Fernando de la Cruz. Trademark's edging away. Trademark to win the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial by a length and a half to 5-star General. Mask Parade was third, Keystone Field, Tartufo, and next was Creative Minister. Followed home then by Britain's Kitten with Pratt's Property and El Oriente.
Trademark coming off that third place finish in the Salvatore Mile. Gets the victory here, 5th win of his career, 5-2-3 finish.
He's had a nice trip in here, and what a game race from 5-star General, setting the pace and just getting beat at the end. And he came off a pretty good effort in terms of his speed figures, able to back that up today with a nice win. I'm just glad that Mask Parade did some running. You know, the hope is renewed a little bit.
Yeah, winds up third in here, long way back to 4th. And
favorite didn't really fire today.
No. 5-star General did not look great going to the gate with all that sweat on the shoulders, but actually ran very big. 5-2-3, tried to last on the front end, comes up short to Trademark. Victoria Oliver trains. BBN Racing, Fernando de la Cruz. Winning connections here in the Schaefer Memorial at 1 mile and 70 yards. We'll have the prices when we come back. Well, not back-to-back, but 2 grade ones coming up, obviously, here in New York with that Belmont Oaks Invitational. That is next. And, of course, Horseshoe Indy is going to kick off our cross-country pick 5 in race number 10. Still to come. We're going to take a timeout. Props to you. You had a long shift today. Well done.
Thank you. I can't wait to go enjoy some air conditioning now.
Yes, a little warm in here. It might have been better to be outside today. We're going to take a timeout. Coming up next, it is next on the card at Belmont, that Belmont Oaks Invitational. And first of this Turf Triple Series for 3-year-old fillies. Mission of Joy. For Graham Motion, Tyler Gaffleone will be aboard. One of several contenders coming up. Right now, she is the 2-1 favorite in a wide open race. Going 1.25 miles on the inner turf. We'll be back with the Belmont Oaks next.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Maiden coming struggling down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run.
classic sire.
Back on America's Day of the Races. Good to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon in Elmont, New York. Coverage from Horseshoe Indy as well. You can play all the action by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Joining me on the set, champion jockey Richard Migliori, reporting earlier. Good to have you on the desk.
Yeah, good to be up here. We got some great racing coming up, starting with the Belmont Oaks, and from here to Indiana, and we got Paul on site, so it's good to be here.
Yeah, we're going to hear from Paulie in just a little bit. That win from Trademark Fernando de la Cruz in that Schaefer Memorial, getting by that lone speedster, Pat's Property. This Belmont Oaks coming up, Grade 1, part of the Surf Triple Series. Seems like there are a lot of ways you can go in here. I know Mission of Joy for Grand Motion favored right now, and there she is. But didn't look like there was really a standout in this race.
I think this is a very competitive race. The one thing you can say for the one Mission of Joy, if it wasn't for bad luck in the Edgewood, she would be undefeated on the turf.
Yeah, the lone defeat in that Edgewood. That was at 1 mile and a 16th when she clipped heels and had to alter course. Get back to this race in a moment. Back to Horseshoe Indy. Trademark with the victory with Fernando de la Cruz in the irons. Let's go to Paulie.
Yeah, I am with winning jockey here, Fernando de la Cruz, the winner of the Michael Schaefer aboard Trademark. And you were telling me, you know, this horse can go to the front end, but he's better sitting behind horses.
Yes, sir. I want to say thanks to God first. And, yeah, we talk about it with the owner and the paddock, you know, putting it in a position right behind, just tracking for outside, you know. So when you get the stretch, you just take off and get him to the wire.
Now, you've been on him only one other time, so you were kind of familiar with him, but did he show more speed today than he usually has, huh?
Yes, sir. I mean, I rode him last year, and Charleston was different, you know. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to tell you that, but, I mean, this time he broke really sharp right there, so I just put him in where I wanted.
Fernando, you know, since, you know, obviously the closing of some of the tracks out in Chicago, the racing here has gotten a lot tougher here at Indiana Grand, no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A lot of tough. I mean, we keep on working hard. That's it.
That is, and congratulations on a nice little ride here on Trademark. And a lot of people forget this horse finished third in the Indiana Derby last year. I think it got hidden a little bit, but Fernando de la Cruz got Trademark home in the Schaefer.
$11 for the win. 5-star General, 13-1. Tried to do it on the front end, and Mask Parade running a good race as well. A little ways back, though, but hitting the board to run third there at 5-1.
Yeah, and a real nice effort from Trademark, who's been in good form. Rallied last time at Monmouth, and that's a good interview. Ryder seemed like he was really, you know, pleased, obviously, with the result, but you could see he had a plan going in. He executed it, and now we're back here for the Belmont Oaks.
Grade 1, 1.25 miles over the inner turf. There is Chad Brown, and he will send out Prerequisite. He'll send out Asprey, as he was chatting with Flavian Pratt, and Irad Ortiz Jr. will be on Prerequisite, who you would think maybe is going to try and wire this field again, just like she did in that Grade 2 Wonder again.
Yeah, got to set a nice, sensible fractions. I thought the horse you wanted out of the Wonder Again, though, was Be Your Best, drawn right to her outside. I feel like that kind of signaled a return to the form that she kind of hinted at as a young horse, as a 2-year-old. Things went a little bit sideways, but I thought that was a big step forward for her.
She was floated very wide on that first turn, made this big move 4 wide in the second turn. She ran huge to try and get to that lone pace setter. Let's head downstairs. Maggie Wolfendale with us as we get set for this Belmont Oaks.
And Greg, I am too very interested in Be Your Best, but want to check in with your favorite. That is Mission of Joy here for Graham Motion. She is not one I am necessarily familiar with. She has been pretty impressive in all of her turf starts, and two back had that troubled trip and then was able to revamp that running line in the Regret and easily take down that field. Now, as I said, I don't know her that well, and to be fair, Kitten's Joys, they tend to run hot, but she's completely washed out here in the paddock. Again, it could be her. It is balmy here, but it's not what you want to see from a short price favorite, to be honest. So I'm not totally sure that and sold on the fact that she gets better with more ground. So we'll take a look at Graham's other entry in here. That is an Irish bred filly, Spearling Bag, as she comes in here looking incredibly well. I mean, she might be the best turned out filly in this field, but the majority of her success in Ireland has come going shorter distances than this 1.25 miles. She's built more like a miler. This might be stretching her to her outer limits too. Now, the other horse that I'm interested in addition to Be Your Best, is one of the Chad Brown horses, and that's number 7, Asprey. She's looking to remain undefeated. She had a good trip overall, I think, in the Hilltop. She was swung very wide, but what I noticed as she made that run down the middle of the turf course at Pimlico was her stride. She has a huge stride, and that really matches up to what I'm seeing here in the paddock. She's a long, lanky filly, as she'll try to stretch it out from the mile to the 1.25 miles. And honestly, while I do prefer horses who have a little bit more experience going these types of distances, I don't see anything about her prohibiting her from getting this distance. I really like what I'm seeing from Asprey, Greg.
There, she just left our screen. That's 7. And Flavian Pratt, who had that 5 win day on Tuesday, will be aboard. She won 1.40 in a race taken off the turf. And then 2 races at 1 mile. She's undefeated coming in. She's going to see if she's up to the task of handling this 1.25 miles coming up.
Well, she is undefeated, and she's raised her game in every start. And she certainly could have another step forward in her. And it's so important. I mean, not one of these fillies has won going the 1.25 miles, and you only have one that has even attempted the 1.25 mile distance.
The big unknown for just about everybody in this field. This is maybe the international that you would have thought would take a little bit more attention, but Aspen Grove really not right now at 11-1 outside.
Yeah, you would have thought this horse might have taken a little bit more attention, but she really hasn't. Ocean Murphy gets the call. He's in also to ride the Belmont Derby, too, on the Foxes, who is a major player.
Probably the horse to beat, yeah, in that race, which we'll get to in race 10. The boys' turn going 1.25 miles. Chad Brown with not only Asprey, who comes in undefeated, prerequisite, who has had, 2 wins at 2 different styles of doing it. Stalked in that maiden win and then took advantage of that fairly slow pace going gate to wire, just holding on by a neck in that Wonder Again victory. We'll see what she does today, but there's not a ton of speed in here. Would you expect Irad Ortiz Jr. to be aggressive again?
There is not a ton of speed here, and I would expect him to be aggressive. I mean, she looked like she's got a nice high cruising speed.
Here we go with Mission of Joy for Graham Motion, Tyler Gaffleone to kick things off, the favorite.
Well, a filly that sold at the Fasig-Tipton October mix sale for $32,000, and here she is the favorite in the Fasig-Tipton Belmont Invitational.
I thought Strikingly Spun could run a big one today. He's put together back-to-back efforts that fit with this field, but it's a big test in Grade 1 company.
Yeah, she ran against tough older horses last time. Now she's back with 3-year-olds. Parnack came back to finish 3rd in a stakes race at Delaware.
Graham Motion with a favorite, and he's got this international shipper, Sperling Bog, with John Velasquez.
Yeah, Maggie talked about her from a physical perspective. You can see she's kind of diminutive, gets to 1.25 miles here. See if Johnny Velasquez can get her to go that far.
Bit of a troubled trip and just missed against Mission of Joy, Papilio for Marcassi.
Yeah, even though she did have some trouble and she was blocked briefly, it felt like she was never really threatening Mission of Joy, who I felt like won with a little something left.
1 of 2 for Chad Brown. Here's Prerequisite, the Wonder Again winner.
Yeah, horse that's versatile, and if nobody goes, she might be able to gallop to lead and get very comfortable.
Be Your Best, who just missed but was getting to Prerequisite. It was alone on the lead that day.
Yeah, and was wide early in the last start in the Wonder Again, but I just think it showed a return to form. I think she made a nice step from 2 to 3.
The undefeated, lightly raced Chad Brown filly Asprey here with Flavian Pratt.
A filly that just keeps finding ways to win. Last time, very strong pace, came from far back to just get up, but she's capable of laying closer, too.
Long shot, Freitas the Red for Kenny McPeak with Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, broke her maiden last time, would have to take a big step forward.
And another international runner here, daughter of the Triple Crown champ Justify for James Stack. Here's Aspen Grove.
It looked like she's handling herself very well. It didn't look like there's a tremendous amount to her from a physical perspective, but she has faced some of the best over there, and she just comes out of a grade 1 in the Guineas, although she was well beaten at a big price.
Chad Brown with a couple of chances here. He'll have a couple of chances in the Belmont Derby as well. Let's go to Maggie.
He's looking for his 7th win in this race. I know it's changed names a couple times, but Chad, you'll send out 2 in here. Prerequisite, she's one that's coming in off of a win, but setting the pace on a course that favored that running style. Talk a little bit about the game plan today going the mile and a quarter.
Yeah, again, void of speed this race. We plan on going to the front if she breaks well. I think to get that extra 8, she's going to have to go a little slower than the fraction she was going last time. But I'll tell you what, she came back and breezed great twice. She looks good, and it's worth a shot.
Asprey, we were talking about pedigrees. With the quality road on top, there's no quality road. It's all Galileo. So you seem pretty confident in the stretch out to the mile and a quarter from the mile.
Yeah, I've always thought she's a nice complement of the 2 horses, especially the Galileo on the bottom. Wonderful moving horse. I see no problem with a mile and a quarter. She'll have to adjust to maybe a slower pace. She got a strong pace last time at Pimlico, but I expect her to lay closer as well.
I got to say, your shade game is on point. Those are awesome.
Saratoga's only a few days away, and you blew that nice dress a week before Saratoga. What were you thinking?
I'm just trying to keep up with your glasses.
We're jumping the gun a week early here. We got to relax.
Yeah, it's just a preview of what people can expect in Saratoga, Chad. Thank you, and best of luck here.
Thank you.
All right, Chad Brown sending out 2 very potent fillies with different running styles, guys.
Don't worry, Chad. Meg has plenty more in that arsenal.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. So that's such a unfair thing for men and women. We can wear the same suits, just change the tie, the shirt, mix and match a little bit. It feels like women have it so much harder, right? Constantly,
Don't give away our secrets,
dresses.
Meg. We share with each other, too. We're wearing all each other's ties. Let's bring in JK here as we get set for this Belmont Oaks. JK, who do you like?
Well, speak for yourself, Richie, okay? Because it's a stressful situation to try to find 40 different shirts to wear every summer. I can't repeat at Saratoga. So, look, this is a wide open race. I mean, I think whoever works out the best trip / who enjoys the distance is going to get this one done. I mean, I think if you're playing a pick 5 here, I think you got a spread. I think they all look extremely live. But the one that I will talk about specifically is a 6, Be Your Best. It's a horse that showed so much talent last year as a 2-year-old. She was, without a doubt, I think, the best 2-year-old turf horse at Saratoga that we saw all summer. And she just kind of started to tail off. The Miss Grillo, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. And then the Appalachian wasn't great early this spring. But then in the Wonder Again, she kind of showed up and said, okay, here, I'm kind of back a little bit. She ran a nice number in there. And what if, just what if, that talent is going to be improved upon by the fact that she's going the 10 furlongs. Maybe that's just what it is that she needs to kind of show us what she was as a 2-year-old. So, look, like I said, wide open race. I mean, the Mission Joy could win. Mission Joy, the 2 Strikingly Spun, I wouldn't be shocked. The Glen Hill Farm horse to the outside, Aspen Grove, I wouldn't be shocked about any of these. But the one that I'm going to pick in here, the one that I'm looking to jump up and show what she was last summer, is the 6, Be Your Best.
That's a lot of weight on the 6. We all seem to like her in here. I'll argue, too. I thought she ran the best race of anyone in that Wonder Again.
I thought she was the best horse as well. She didn't have a good trip. It was dominated on the front end by Prerequisite, who got to just gallop to the lead. And Flavian Pratt, who rode her last time, is such a complete rider. There's just really no weakness in his game.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Be your best. You know, I had asked Horacio De Paz about the poor performance in Keeneland, and he said she just needed the race. She looks spectacular here. I'm going to alleviate some of the weight on her. I'll go with the 7 Asprey, who I was very interested in as well. But the outside horse, number 9, Aspen Grove, she was well defeated in the Irish Guineas. Obviously, the winner of that race, really nice filly, won the Grade 1 coronation at Royal Ascot. I didn't love her in the paddock. She was kind of unassuming, but when she got on track, she blew up and she warmed up really favorably and really composed in her demeanor. So I give her a little bit of an outside chance as she's a big price at 15-1, Greg.
All right, see what happens with this international shipper. Oisin Murphy will be aboard from that outside post. Favorite throughout the wagering has remained Graham Motion's filly, Mission of Joy. 4 for 5 on the turf in her career, but just about everybody is in this field trying this 1.25 miles for the first time. Grade 1, Belmont Oaks Invitational. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. In the Fasig-Tipton, Belmont Oaks. And going out for the lead is Be Your Best along with Prerequisite. Prerequisite on the inside and Be Your Best on the outside. They are right together. They quickly open up 3 lengths on Asprey, who's sitting in 3rd. Mission of Joy is down at the hedge and in 4th. Then Freitas the Red running in 5th. Aspen Grove, who had the outside post, has made her way to the inside and is in 6th. A break of 2 to Sperling Bayog in 7th, followed by Papilio in 8th, and Strikingly Spun trails the field in 9th. Opening quarter over the firm inner turf in 24 seconds. Prerequisite and Be Your Best. They remain right together, a little more than a length. Mission of Joy is down at the hedge, and alongside is Asprey. Then comes Aspen Grove, who's in 5th, about 4.5 from the front. Sperling Bayog is now gaining ground down on the inside. Then it's Freitas the Red, followed by Strikingly Spun, who's moved up a bit, and Papilio. The half mile in 50 and 2/5 seconds. So the front 2 are still right together. Prerequisite on the inside, Be Your Best on the outside. Prerequisite by a half length, now by 3/4 of a length. Be Your Best is in 2nd. Sperling Bayog has moved to the inside of Mission of Joy, and Asprey is there. Those 3 are right together, right behind the front 2. 3/4 up in 1:16 and 3. Prerequisite narrowly. Mission of Joy looking to come on through in between horses. On the far outside is Asprey. Be Your Best is right there. So 4 of them across the track for the lead as they turn for home now. It is Prerequisite, challenged here by Mission of Joy. Sperling Bayog is down at the rail. Asprey's on the outside. Aspen Grove is coming on now. Papilio out in the middle of the course. It is Prerequisite. Here's Aspen Grove. Aspen Grove to take over in deep stretch. And Aspen Grove has won the Grade 1 Fasig-Tipton Belmont Oaks.
Aspen Grove ignored on the board and wins it 15-1 in this Grade 1 to get by the pace setter.
Didn't break particularly sharp, but it allowed Oisin Murphy to drop in all the way to the fence. He saved every inch of ground. I love the way he negotiated his way through traffic between the quarter pole and the 8th pole, got to the clear, and this filly, Daughter of Justified, just came with a relentless run. Nice ride here. So if you like the Foxes, I think you've got to upgrade them after that effort by Aspen Grove, who was not highly thought of coming into this.
Yeah, not really, as the board reflects. And look at that out of the gate. Post 9 kind of walks out of there and in a compromising position early.
Yeah, walked out of the gate, but I love the way she jumped right in the bridle, and the rider just thought, I'm going all the way to the fence. How he found that gap in between flights, that was a pretty and smooth a move to get to the fence, and you're going to see, even though she blew the brake, it might have been a blessing in disguise because it allowed her to get into that ground-saving position.
Meanwhile, for Prerequisite to not be able to seal the deal with those kind of fractions, disappointing?
I don't know. I mean, she held off everybody else. She just couldn't hold off Aspen Grove, who came with the last run and had that European turn of foot.
Yeah. 9-5, 4-7. Meanwhile, Be Your Best Tried to pressure this one early and then completely backed up. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Pleased to be joined by the winning connections of Aspen Grove, Craig Bernick and Fozzie Stack here. And Craig, shipping this filly over to the States, came out of a pretty loaded Irish Guineas. Talk a little bit about the trip that Oisin Murphy was able to work out.
You know, he was perfect. I mean, he broke a little slow, but he was able to get over from outside. You know, the whole time he looked like he made all the right moves. I thought it was good. I have to give Fozzie all the credit because I was going to run in the listed race in Delaware next week, and he said, why don't we go for this? So I'd have to give Fozzie all the credit. He's a great trainer. You know, her good races were good enough to win this, and her bad races, she's nowhere. So we thought we'd take a chance, and we're really, really excited. It's a first foal out of a mare that we own. You know, it's a really big deal, so we're really excited.
Yeah, homebred. And Fozzie, you know, she was a little unassuming in the paddock. When she got out on the racetrack, she just exuded class. I know they had to load her with the blanket, didn't get away that well, but talk a little bit about bringing her over here.
Yeah, it was a bit of a mission. She had to come through Belgium from Ireland by road, so yeah, no, she's obviously tough to put up with that, and she came out of it well. And listen, it's very lucky that Mrs. Magner and Mr. Bernick who sent the filly to me to train, so it's great. I'm delighted for everybody.
Craig, talk a little bit about breeding horses in Ireland.
You know what? I mean, we have a lot of turf horses here, and we probably need more dirt, but we're getting beat by the European turf horses. So we started about 5 or 6 years ago, you know, building a broodmare band there, and you know, we don't have a lot of horses, but we're starting to have some nice ones. So it's great. I like going over there. You know, my previous career, I spent a lot of time in Europe, and I'm used to traveling, and I really like I like everything about it. I like the camaraderie. I like the way the horses are trained. I like Ireland. I like France. I like England. So I like Del Mar too. But you know, it's nice. We don't have any racing in Chicago anymore at Arlington, so we've got to get on planes. But that's no problem.
Craig, you just won a Grade 1 in New York. Do you like New York?
I do like New York. I think we had a New York bred filly that won 4 stakes here, but at least in my time, this is the first big race we've won in New York. I think my grandpa won a few before I was born, but this is exciting. He'd be smiling.
As he is smiling down on both of you. Massive congratulations as the filly Aspen Grove gets the job done. Irish bred for some international connections.
Winning those Glen Hill Farm Silks that we're so accustomed to seeing here in the U.S. and Mr. and Mrs. John Magnier. What a performance from this horse, and showing that turn of foot that we often see from these international runners.
That was a really nice performance. Other than, you know, missing the break a bit, after that, she was always traveling in the bridle. Oisin Murphy made every right move. He got to save every inch of ground. No panic. When the race was heating up, he was able to find live cover, sift out, follow that live cover before hitting the clear. And Philly came home. They finished up fast, 23-4 the last quarter.
Aspen Grove, just the second win of her career, actually broke her maiden in a Group 3 at the Curragh over in Ireland, and now adds a Grade 1 to the resume.
This is a big step up, and I mean, really enhances her value. She was already Grade 3 placed, Grade 3 winner actually, but now she's a Grade 1 winner. You heard the owner of Glen Hill Farm talking about, Craig Bernick, about having the broodmare and what that does to enhances the value of the entire family. But this was a really nice effort.
Aspen Grove getting by the lone pace setter in this spot. Prerequisite for Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz Jr. And we have our Belmont Derby still to come with the Foxes as we take a look at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Race 9, mile and a 16th on the turf in this Jonathan Schuster Memorial 4-year-olds and up, running for $100,000. Let's go to Paula Duca.
Yeah, Greg, a very competitive race, because if you look at the body of this field, a lot of horses are in very, very good form. So I'll start with your favorite right now, Verstappen, named after the Formula One driver Max Verstappen, who's actually leading Formula U in points. He's taken over Lewis Hamilton. And listen, Verstappen's a horse that, for Brendan Walsh, has always been the kind of horse that Brendan's liked. I love the way the horse, as Mig would say, framed up in the warm-up here. Looked tremendous on the racetrack. Brendan is not on the track. I was going to try to get an interview with them. But I do think Verstappen is the one to beat. Now, do you want to take that low of a price? Because, you know, you have some other horses in here. Kentucky Ghost comes from way out of it, the 6. needs the pace to run into. But that's a Vicky Oliver runner. She already has a win on the card. She won the last race, obviously. The Schaefer. You know, McLovin, the 9, is interesting because he has a lot of layoff lines, but my goodness, he runs every time. I mean, he's won 3 out of his last 4. We haven't seen him since Kentucky Downs. Rudy Brisset does a great job with his horses, so you're getting 7-1 on him. In Love for Paulo Lobo has been beaten by Kentucky Ghost at Keeneland, got actually swooped that day, getting 7-1, and then Gentle Soul on the outside. If you look at the 11, since that horse has gotten on turf, the last race was his worst race on turf, and that was over the Churchill Downs turf where you couldn't make up any ground. So I don't really love the post position. I do think Verstappen is the one to beat in here. So I'll go 8, but I think the 11 Gentle Soul has got a very good shot to hit the board here if the horse can maybe save a little bit of ground. But Verstappen's the one to beat in here.
Paulie, thanks. Yeah, board reflects that. He's 8-5 right now for trainer Brendan Walsh with Rafael Bejarano. You have In Love in here as well. The 10, a horse I've been in love with for such a long time. Former Grade 1 winner, won the Keeneland Turf Mile that launched into the Breeders' Cup Mile. We had a bit of a tough trip that day. It didn't work out for him. But he's never really kind of gone on since then.
No, I mean, his form certainly regressed a bit after that. He does sport that 1 win back in December on synthetic at Turfway Park. Paulo Lobo's a trainer I have so much respect for. A truly good horseman. He's having a terrific year. And he spots his horses well. He's not usually overly aggressive. So, you know, he shows up here. I'm sure In Love is doing well. I think 7-1 is a little bit too big a price for In Love.
And meanwhile, here's Strong Tide, the 2 from Mike Lowers, a 4-time winner on the turf, coming out of a 2-mile race last time out.
Really turning back in distance, almost half the distance today, going a mile and a 16th as opposed to 2 miles last time. His run in the Man o' War was good, going a mile and 3/8, and he is 1 for 3 at the mile and a 16th distance.
Huge long shot here. Gallant guy. It's a rider changer, Gabriel Saez. And here's the 10, In Love, who we were just talking about, 7-year-old now for Paulo Lobo. He's faced Kentucky Ghost on a couple of occasions. Kentucky Ghost certainly a player in here for Victoria Oliver, the 6 at 9-1.
How about a horse named McLovin coming off of a layoff, hasn't been seen since Kentucky Downs last year? I mean, he's got some races in his form. Wouldn't they make him a bit competitive? I mean, I know it was a long layoff.
Offset September last year, yeah, and you look at the form, and yeah, he's on a roll, obviously, when he was running. But this is still a bit of a class test for him, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's never taken on stakes company before. I just thought he was kind of interesting. They picked this place to return. And like Paul was talking about Rudolph Brisset, what a good job he does with his horses. I'm sure that the fact that he shows up here is a vote of confidence.
We just saw him step onto the lawn a moment ago. There's a look at the 5, making his way onto the course also. How tough is this, too, to win from Gentle Soul on the outside for Brett Calhoun? Just make it very difficult to win from that outside post here?
It's gonna have to get lucky, find some kind of a break somewhere. I mean, the 1 has some speed, the 2 has some speed, the 3, is turning back so you don't. Well, I mean, actually, he's coming off a synthetic race where he can lay up fairly close. Gallant guy has pace. I think he can, if he can find a gap in between horses and be able to settle in and save some ground. I think that was a 7-horse acting up there, unseated his rider, Fernando de la Cruz.
The Cy Warrior. We saw Fernando de la Cruz.
He did hit the landing, though, right? He stuck the landing.
Yes, he did. Trademark with that victory for Victoria Oliver and that Schaefer Memorial. Frankie Dettori be proud. There's the 9 stepping in. McLovin, we'll see if he can continue and pick up where he left off. Last time we saw him, September, Kentucky Downs, he'd won 3 of 4. Big test for him class-wise, though. We're set. Jonathan Schuster Memorial. Let's go to John Dooley.
Navy and orange blocks. Gabriel Saez, Gallant Guy. James Graham has a win on the day. Kentucky Ghost loaded. Blue and white blocks, Kentucky Ghost and 1 more. Brian Hernandez Jr. with Gentle Soul. Corsair good. They're in the gate. They're off. And the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. Me and Mr. C. Underdressed has the running rail. Strong Tide is also prominent here in the early stages. Gallant Guy starts a move. On the outside, here comes Gentle Soul, and right there is McLovin in between horses. It's underdressed, with Gallant Guy now vying for the lead as they head toward the first turn. Gentle Soul gets position in third. Wit toward the inside, Strong Tide, green with a white diamond belt as they enter the first turn. Kentucky Ghost is in fifth, and they have 6 furlongs to run. Me and Mr. C is a ground-saving 7th. McLovin is a wide 8th. Beside Warrior, held off of heels in the Red Silks in 9th. Then settled by Rafael Bejarano is Verstappen as they go to the back of the course, while In Love has drifted back to be 10th and last. 24.08 for the lead part. Course Good making this run toward the half-mile pole with Orlando Mexica. It's Underdressed, who dictates terms here to a half-mile from home from a tracking Gallant Guy. A brink of a length and a half to Strong Tide running in third, McLovin in fourth. Me and Mr. C is saving ground in fifth. Verstappen, a steady gain. Verstappen has now moved up into sixth and is clear on the outside as they go to 3 furlongs from home, and Verstappen is picking up. Following that on the far outside, In Love starts a bid. We trail back then toward the inside, Maasai Warrior with Gentle Soul and Kentucky Ghost. Half mile was 49.53. Front runner Undressed. Clock 3/4 in 114.19 at the turn in. It's Underdressed. Underdressed looking to make every yard here for Orlando Mexica. Gallant Guy. Strong Tide chase the pace. Me and Mr. C. Verstappen is charging hard now with on the outside In Love, but they're deep in the final furlong. It's Underdressed. Chased all the way down toward the line by Me and Mr. C. Verstappen on the outside. Underdressed, and Me and Mr. C. Photo finish to the Jonathan B. Schuster. Verstappen was third. Strong Tide was fourth. Me and Mr. C dived at Underdressed. Great finish to the Jonathan Schuster Memorial.
Did this huge long shot hang on, although bet way down from that 20-1 morning line. Went off at 6-1 in the end. Me and Mr. C at 9-1. Welcome to those just joining us on SNY. Replay here of the stretch of the Jonathan Schuster Memorial. Underdressed, try to do it every step of the way on the front end. Did this one hang on, Mick?
It got desperately close late here. We're just going to have to see where those. It appeared to me like the one Underdressed held on, but that was very close, especially with the angle. I'm not 100% sure. The 3-horse Me and Mr. C, excuse me, with Gerardo Corrales, he made some room for himself turning for home. Did it kind of nicely, firmly but nicely. Got out. Looked like the one was going to continue, and then it was Me and Mr. C settled. Got that last lunge. Did Underdressed hold on?
Ooh, he might have. Very tight. What do you feel like as a rider in that position? What can you do when you feel them closing in?
Just try to keep your horse together, keep him going forward. I used to make a lot of noise. I would holler and scream and yell because my thought process was I'm trying to get my horse to give me another lunge. I'm trying to slow down the horse coming. I want him maybe to, whoa, what's all that noise? His ears might come up, check me out, screaming. That's why sometimes if you know you're on a speed horse, you'll undo the back of your silks, let them flap a little, undo your arm number, let it flap a little. Just an horse getting you. Let them check you out a little bit. And we're being told that the 3-horse, Me and Mr. C, got up.
Apparently, that's what we've heard, yeah, from our truck. Me and Mr. C, Mike Maker, Gerardo Corrales. And wow, just in that final jump, what a tough beat for Underdressed, who ran. Neither of these two deserved to be a loser. He ran a huge race.
To lead every step, but the one they pay you for is heartbreaking. Underdressed ran so well. Orlando Mexica gave him a terrific ride. Gerardo Corrales, very good rider, strong finisher, was able to find room, make some room for himself, but did it the right way. Didn't knock anybody over to get out of the spot. Just kind of used his horse's shoulder to make a little bit of room and got up in the most important step, the last step.
Yes, indeed. 6-year-old who's been remarkably consistent. 7 wins, 5 seconds now in 29 career starts. Well, those prices for you when we come back. I believe 9-1, yeah, on Me and Mr. C. Still to come, boys' turn at 1.25 miles in the Belmont Derby Invitational. Chad Brown just came up short in the Belmont Oaks. Again, his talented but lightly raced redistricting step up at just his 2nd career start in a Grade 1.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blaine continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000. 85, 85, 485,000. Thank you.
Also an emerging broodmare sire. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on Belmont Oaks and Derby Day, final Saturday of the meet here at Belmont Park before we head to upstate New York at Saratoga, opening day next Thursday. And the internationals come in and steal this Belmont Oaks. Aspen Grove, Glen Hills Farm Silks, Mr. and Mrs. John Magnier, trainer James Stack, and Oisin Murphy getting by prerequisite for the victory.
Man, what a nice ride Oisin Murphy put on this horse. She didn't break well from the outside, but he made the best of it, was able to find that break in between flights, floated down to the inside, saved all the ground, found room when he needed it to make his run. And this is just a really nice dress rehearsal, if you will. He rides the Foxes in the Belmont Derby from the far outside post. Well, he's already negotiated a far outside post going the mile and a quarter on the turf and found his way to the inside. Aspen Grove gets it done at 33.40 over prerequisite, who set all the pace and just could not deny Aspen Grove's final drive.
A little surprising this filly was that ignored on the board.
It is surprising. You know, but I think that we've gotten to a place now where we've seen so many different Euros come here and our horses have been stacking up well against them that maybe people were thinking the same thing we were. They're the outside draw. How was she going to negotiate that? Well, Oisin Murphy negotiated it perfectly, and he had a very willing dance partner in Aspen Grove.
Photo finish back in the Jonathan Schuster Memorial, and me and Mr. C, Mike Maker, Paradise Farms, and Gerardo Corrales come and steal this one from Underdressed, who tried to lead every step of the way.
Yeah, keep an eye on Gerardo Kraus, me and Mr. C right here. Look, you see he's going to make some room for himself. See right there? The way he edged a tiring, looked like In Love. Did he push out of the way? Or no, it was the 8 horse, excuse me, Verstappen, winning one of your favorites. And he just kind of moved that horse out of the way. And it still looks like Underdressed is going to hold on. Relentless rally here. Me and Mr. C pipped him on the last step.
Brutal beat for Underdressed. 21.60 for me and Mr. C. 9th win of the 6-year-old Gelding's career. Huge exacta there as well. And the next race going to kick off that cross-country Pick 5. That is the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap. So get those cross-country Pick 5s together as we move on to race 9 back at Belmont. 7 furlongs on the turf in this first allowance race condition coming up. And the favorite here, a praise for Chad Brown. This is a 3-year-old tackling older company, the 8.
Yeah, but a horse that showed ability is grade 1 place in the summer stakes, and the 7 furlongs might be just perfect for him.
Let's head to Maggie.
I would not disagree, Meg, although I still err on being shorter better, but he ran so well in that summer stakes and beaten by just a much the best horse that day in Mysterious Night. He was hard on the bridle early, so indicating that shorter might be better for him too. He is always one that has been a live wire, and you can see it. He's much the same off the bench, but that's okay because that's how he typically is. And he is built like an out-and-out sprinter. So I'm okay with the 7 furlongs, though I honestly wish it was 6 just with regards to the layoff. He's about 90% there. He will move forward for this race. He looks exceptionally healthy, though. So on the more optimistic side of things, but at a short price, I think there are many other options in here. Let's check in with another layoff runner, and that's number 6, Clubhouse. Now, I wish he looked a little bit better off the bench. He's gotten pretty hot and washy here. And as I always say, with horses coming off layoffs, I think it's something that indicates the need of a race. But I really like him getting back to the turf. I've always thought he is more of a turf horse despite running very, very well on the main track. So with a little bit more development, I think he could be a live long shot in here. Greg, yes, he's gotten hot, but on the flip side of that, he does look incredibly fit and defined here for Todd Pletcher.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard for Pletcher right now, 14-1 on Clubhouse. Well, the post parade from this one coming up. We're going to head back to Horseshoe Indy and check in with Paula Duca.
I'm with assistant trainer Michael Maker here, John Lynn, who gets the W here with me and Mr. C. And you were telling me you actually run Michael's string down at Turfway Park.
Yes, I have. We've been with Mike 14 years.
That's pretty cool, John. Now, this is a horse I've been training very, very well coming in the race and had good synthetic form. Hadn't been on the turf in a little while. But Gerardo Corrales, tell us how good of a rider he really is.
I always have confidence in him. He rides smart races. And he laid in a good spot, saved some ground, and moved at the right time.
Well, John, I got to say, you say more words than Mike. That's actually a plus. It's hard to get words out of Mike, and me and Mike are really close friends. You're very, very quietly spoken as well.
Yes, you don't need to tell me about how quiet he is.
So what's it like working for a guy like Mike? He's a lot of people don't realize he's actually closet funny, and he's actually very, very witty.
Very true. And he's very good to work for. Yeah, and I've got to deal with some nice horses, and he just does a great job, has a great program.
Obviously, you're going to go back to Mike. Mike's going to give you a call. Where do you think this horse would land next?
I have no clue. That'll be between Mike and the owners.
Well, celebrate. I know you got a little bit of a present there. You took a picture. And a great job. I think we just don't focus enough on the other handlers in the barn, so congratulations.
Thank you very much.
John Lynn, assistant trainer of Mike Maker, gets the job done here. Me and Mr. C at a price, guys.
And a thriller to just get up in time. We just saw a rerun of the stretch. I still don't know how that horse got up. Just incredible. Back to Belmont, and here's a look at Dark Vector, Javier Castellano for George Weaver.
Yeah, drops out of the Grade 1 Woody Stevens after breaking his maiden very impressively on the dirt, but has one turf race that was okay, well beaten second.
This horse a player, elusive edge with John Velasquez from Michelle Hemingway.
Major player, horse that's forward. Johnny's so good on horses, not getting in their way.
Kurt-Bay's Dream got a pretty good number off the bench, even though it didn't look like much, 34-1.
I actually thought he ran much better than it looks on paper. He was only beaten 3 lengths, and he has the race under his belt. Could take a step forward.
Dracone, Robertino Diodoro with a horse coming in off a win.
Yeah, kind of a closing type. Get Junior Alvarado today. This is a little bit tougher than he faced last time.
You cut back in distance for the 5 here. What say thee? Jack Sisterson trains.
And we're keeping Ocean Murphy a little bit busy here. He's got a mount in between the Belmont Oaks and the Belmont Derby.
Here's the one Maggie touched on. Clubhouse for Todd Pletcher with Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, actually ran well on the turf at Belmont at Aqueduct last fall. Why not? Sharp-looking horse on the racetrack, too.
Surprised in all this money for this Chad Brown 3-year-old.
Well, praise. It's Chad Brown. You're getting Flavian Pratt. Horse that's Grade 1 placed already.
He needs to get faster, though, figures-wise, you would think. Famous Gent, Tyler Gaffleone, Fernando Abreu.
Yeah, another closing type, trying the 7 furlongs. Has been good at shorter distances closing.
Here's Air Show. Luis Saez at 32-1.
Horseman showing good speed on the dirt. Maybe he's a part of the pace here with Luis Saez.
Rudy Rodriguez, and going to try turf again with a horse. Oh, we skipped to the 11. It was not hit the board. Here's Inflation Nation. Another 3-year-old. This one for Christophe Clement.
I like this horse a lot. I thought he had a compromised trip last time in the Paradise Creep when he caught yielding ground. A better trip today. He could be tough.
Interesting drawing in here off the also eligible list. Soulmate has Joel Rosario.
Yeah, you get Joel Rosario in a turf sprint. That's usually an upgrade for me, and Greg DePrima does a good job. Greg actually has 2 in here.
26-1 from that outside slot with one of the premier riders in the country. 7-year-old who's a 3-time winner. Minute to post coming up here in this 9th. Starts at pick 4. Let's go to JK.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to start with the 8 of praise. So you're right. Wolf, you nailed it. This horse is going to have to get faster. But here's the thing that I'll say is that this horse ran, according to Timeform US, in the high 90s, ran a 103 on debut as a 2-year-old. Also ran in a grade 1 up at Woodbine, going that 1-turn mile. So obviously Chad thought enough of this horse in terms of distance with the other extra 7 furlongs. Hasn't run in 294 days, but is 294 days away from running that, or running those big numbers as a 2-year-old. You got to expect as a 3-year-old, this horse is going to take another step forward. It just comes with age that they're going to run a little bit faster. And the horse is trained by Chad, who Chad never seems to have a horse show up short needing a race. I think Appraise will be ready to run. Will need to make that step up, but I don't think the horse necessarily needs to get quote-unquote better. I just think the horse needed to grow up a little bit, and I think that time has suggested this horse has grown up. I wouldn't be shocked at all. The 11, Inflation Nation, this horse also had fast numbers as a 2-year-old. But this horse has run as a 3-year-old and has continued to improve and has made that jump up in numbers and has already proved it and is perfectly drawn towards the outside. And I'm not worried about the distance. This horse ran extremely well going 7 furlongs on soft ground. I think this horse can handle 7 furlongs here. I think it's definitely these two. I guess the biggest question I would have for Maggie is the 8 fit? But I like the 11 either way. So
I like the 11 too here. Sounds like there is going to be a lot of weight on number 11 in here. Inflation Nation, I just have my question marks about the fitness levels of number 8 in here. Appraise, just he is a very round, rotund type of horse, so maybe he's fooling me a little bit here with his fitness levels, but I'm going to take the horse who has the recency, who is now 3rd off of a layoff. Inflation Nation has done very well from 2 to 3, whereas I'm not quite seeing the same growth and development from your current favorite. But Inflation Nation, as Jonathan said, it was unyielding. It was a bog last time. And I know those fractions don't look as though they should be accurate, but the horses who were setting it completely evaporated. And he arguably was one of the ones that kind of preempted that fast pace. So I think he ran very well in defeat. He looks sensational here against many older foes. Sometimes you look at these 3-year-old taking on older company. How did they stack up physically? And Inflation Nation stacks up very favorably, Greg.
All right, Maggie, we'll see how he runs. 5-2. Second choice on the board. It's 2 3-year-olds. First and second choice on the board for obviously 2 of the best barns in the country, especially turf-wise, with Chad Brown and Christophe Clement as they take on older company here.
Yeah, it's always hard for 3-year-olds to take on older. Years ago, you wouldn't start seeing it be more prevalent until after Saratoga, the fall of the year. But it's become more and more popular to take on older horses early. You used to get more of a break in the weights, but there's 2 ways to look at it, right, Greg? Horses that are older that are still eligible for the condition have had plenty of opportunities, where a young horse, more lightly raced, maybe there's more upside.
And that's certainly the case with both of these two, the 8 and the 11, respectively. Appraise and Inflation Nation, 2-1, 5-2 on the board for Chad Brown, Christophe Clement. We'll see how they stack up against some multiple winners, older company here in the 9th. Let's go to John Embrial.
And Soulmate. Ready for the start. And they're off. Bit of a hesitant beginning for number 1, Dark Vector. It's Clubhouse who has the early lead with Appraise right alongside in second. Elusive Edge is next in 3rd. And then on the outside is Famous Gent advancing from 4th. Carpe's Dream is in 5th. Dark Vector is down on the inside and in 6th. In between horses is Dracon, who's in 7th. Moving up on the far outside is What Say Thee. And then we come back to Inflation Nation along with Soulmate and Air Show. And Aruba is the trailer in 12th. The quarter, 23 seconds. Appraise now has the lead. Famous Gent, the gray, is on the outside in 2nd. Clubhouse is down at the rail and racing in 3rd. What Say Thee on the outside. Moves up now from 4th. And in between horses is Elusive Edge. And then we come back. Down on the inside is a Carpe's Dream, followed by Dracon. Soulmates on the far outside, the half mile in 46 and 2. It's Appraise and Famous Gent. What Say Thee on the outside, 3 of them across, with Jack Dracon racing in 4th. And then Soulmate in 5th. It's still Appraise who has the lead. Dracon and Famous Gent giving chase. Appraise is the winner. Dracon came on to get second. Famous Gent was 3rd. What Say Thee was 4th.
Tough trip early for Inflation Nation. It was very far back, but the other 3-year-old we were talking about for Chad Brown, 3-year-old debut off this long layoff. Forward early under Flavian Pratt and gets the win.
Yeah, Praise put himself up on the pace. It was a very moderate pace at that, 23 and change, 46 and change. We know that the turf course has been playing very lively. Flavian had a lot left. Appraise dug down. Just look at his demeanor. He pins his ears, digs in, goes for home, and just had plenty left. He held off Dracon, who came on the outside. Yeah, I mean, I really thought Inflation Nation would be much closer. When he was out of the race early with those low fractions, you knew it was his best go was out the window, right? But the Appraise was good.
Sorry.
Appraise was good, though.
And this is really the most forward he's ever been in a race.
Yeah, but I mean, if you go back to his debut at Saratoga last summer, he was stalking a 21 and 1, 44 and 2. They went 23 and 1, 46 and 2 on a turf course that has been as lively and glib as this turf course has been. Basically, Appraise, if he made any of that step from 2 to 3, he was going to be tough to beat.
8-4-9-5. Chad Brown off a lengthy layoff gets Appraise ready to roll in his comeback effort here for Klarovich Stables, and Flavian Pratt continues to impress.
Flavian is a rider that is just so well-rounded. He does everything well. There's, you know, most riders have strengths and weaknesses, and you can pick out certain things riders don't do well and the things that they do very well. With Flavian, I just don't see any weakness. He's just a complete rider. He's good on front runners. He's good on closers. He's good on turf. He's good on dirt. He just is the complete package.
And this the starting point for this horse coming back. First start of his 3-year-old campaign. Look out. We might hear more from Appraise. Impressive performance here. 122 and 2. Final time here for the 7/8. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. It's the favorite for Chad Brown and Klarovich.
Level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Of praise off a long layoff. Hadn't raced since September 17th of last year. Wins off the bench for Chad Brown with Flavien Prat.
What a nice effort off the bench. Chad Brown had him ready. Flavien Prat had him in the right spot. And you can count on that with Flavien Prat. He gets position and he knows the value and importance of position. And this horse really kept finding. He did not want to get past. And looks to me like he'll probably top out at about a mile, but really nice comeback as a 3-year-old here.
Good effort, too, from Dracon at 10-1 to get second place money under Junior Alvarado. Of course, was coming off a win for Robertino Diodoro, famous gent, winds up third. 50-cent trifecta, $147. As we move on to another grade 1 for the boys. 1.25 miles on the inner turf Belmont Derby Invitational. $750,000 purse. And it's Far Bridge for Todd Pletcher. Not a huge surprise, who's favored here off that troubled trip behind Kalik at the Pennine Ridge.
Yeah, he did have trouble, and he may have been best in the Pennine Ridge, but this is a horse that kind of helps create his own trouble as well. He has a tendency to want to lug in. He's been a horse that runs better inside because the horse will be fighting the rider if he's outside trying to lug in, so that's where they could let him run. So I don't blame Joel Rosario completely. I think this horse is a little bit difficult to ride.
Meanwhile, more coming up from Horseshoe Indy. Still seeking that first graded stakes win. And the Indiana Derby still to come. Verifying is going to be a huge favorite in there for trainer Brad Cox. We'll be back.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the Win Early Pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And Hayes sneaks right on the inside of Cruz. Forte has come under a ride now. And he's going 3 wide. And he's coming up on the outside of National Treasure. And he's coming up after Cape Rock. The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside. Cape Rock along the rail. And Forte has upset Cape Rock to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. What are you waiting for?
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today we have the Grade 1 Belmont Derby coming up next here in Elmont, New York. Meanwhile, start of the cross-country Big 5 here at Horseshoe Indy, mile and 16th on the turf. Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap. Henrietta Topham right now. This 5-year-old mare, 5-2 favorite on the board. Let's go to Paulie.
Yeah, she's the favorite on the board, Greg, but when you look at some of the other mares and the fillies in here, it looks like the 7 in here, Lovely Princess for Kenny McPeak's taking some money, and also the 3 for Brad Cox is taking some money. A horse that has only had 2 races here in North America, but has had some very good form. You know, I landed on Henrietta Topham in here. It's just because, you know, she's a kind of mare that's just gotten better. at age 5. You go back and you look, and her races here at Indiana, she's won twice over this turf course with Gage Holmes. And Jimmy Graham seems like he's gotten along with her big time. So I don't know if the racetrack is playing towards her, because it seems like what we saw in the last race, that speed was good on the turf course, but we did get a couple raindrops. I don't know if that's going to mean anything. Talking about the 7 Lovely Princes for Kenny McPeak, this horse is always right there, and you're getting 7-2. When I was talking to Kenny, he thought, you know what, I think I got to beat the 10, because he thought the turf course is playing towards speed with Sweet Danny Girl. So, you know, you can see what the trainers are kind of thinking. They're kind of thinking that this track is playing towards speed, and maybe, you know, I like Henry Topman. I know this horse can somehow get out of the gate slow. And then the last horse I'll talk about, like I was telling you, Juncture. You know, they put blinkers on this horse at Lone Star. The horse won nicely. But you look back at some of the races in the Curragh and in Ireland, this horse has got some good races. So I really thought it was a 4-horse race, 3, 7, 8, 10. I'm not giving you much. But I just thought Henrietta Topham's in such good form that maybe she'll get the job done. And like I said, I singled her in my cross country.
A rematch between your favorite Henrietta Topham and Sweet Danny Girl, the 10, and there is the 10 who's going to, again, try and wire this field. She tried to do that in the mid-julep, and she weakened in the late stages of the race.
Yeah, but speed is always dangerous. We saw in the last race, underdressed, nearly took them gate to wire, so speed's always dangerous, a good commodity to have, and I think it's a very competitive race, and it's going to come down to trips. Who works out the right trip, Greg?
Now, Henrietta Topham holding off White Frost here, who so talented, but she's disappointed now at short prices and back-to-back starts for the Belmont barn. But still, that was a big win for this 5-year-old mare, the 8, who's at 5-2 on the board. And she just shows up, too. 5 for 10 on the turf in her career.
Like horses that are honest. They show up. They give it their best. Hail 2 is, the 5-horse. Half to Sadler's Joy. I mean, full to Sadler's Joy, $2.6 million earner. There's been times she's shown speed, but those are very slow paces. Otherwise, who's the horse that can keep
no one else?
The 10, Sweet Danny Girl company.
10's going to be in front. Yeah, we'll see. How aggressive, is this rider going to be with Hail 2? Because, as you said, really the only one, but it's slow fractions and really longer races where she's been forward.
Yeah, and she's been effective from off the pace. Her whole family has been effective from off the pace. We see Sadler's Joy come from a different county, right, and the way he would finish. But
still, you go back to Sweet Danny Girl, and she's been on the lead by herself back-to-back starts, and she has to be able to finish. So will be a different scenario today. She's 7-2. Let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, guys, I just want to point out a big long shot in here, the 5, Hail 2, 24-1. I recognized Hail 2 for a couple of reasons. One, because this horse is a full to Sadler's Joy. Not only that, but if you look all the way back in the past performances, when this horse broke its maiden, it beat Kinchin that day. So I've always been mad at Hail 2 a little bit. And all jokes aside, this horse moved to Jonathan Thomas from Tom Albatrani very similarly to Wolfie's Dynaghost. Wolfie, I'm sure you'll remember that one, who moved from Albatrani to Jonathan Thomas the same dam, the same mother. Maybe there's just something to Jonathan Thomas understanding this family. And what trainer do you want more than him at Horseshoe, Indiana? He's 7 for 16, 44% for the meet.
Yeah, incredible numbers for Jonathan Thomas. We'll see how he fares with Hail 2, first time in his barn. Look, this horse has ability. I actually liked her that day. She broke her maiden at 20-1 at Saratoga. Hasn't become what some might thought, because she's had some good efforts in stakes races, but hasn't really panned out for her. We'll see if she can break through here today.
There's some good names sprinkled through her past performance line, though, right? Pizza Bianca, Kinchin. I mean, she's faced some nice fillies.
And how forward again is Manny Escobar going to be to try and pressure this 10? A Sweet Danny Girl going to be all by herself on the front end. Let's go to John Dooley.
Juncture, 2-1 favorite. All in. They're off. In the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap, Hail 2 strides away from the rail. There's Justify My Love. Here comes an early bid now by Sweet Danny Girl and French Cuffs over toward that running rail for Santo Sanjor. And on the outside is Hattie M, who's going for an early move. It's French Cuffs and Hattie M as they lead them to the first turn. Settled Sweet Danny Girl running in third. Fuente Ovejuna is in fourth. Present Moment in fifth, and they have 6 furlongs to run. Lovely Princess in the white cap is sixth. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. and Juncture in seventh. As they go to the back of the course, Justify My Love is saving ground with the running rail. We travel back then to a settled Henrietta Tupham, goal with the white sleeves, and Held 2 has drifted back to be 10th and last. The opening quarter, 23.42 seconds on this good turf, making the run to the half-mile pole. It's French Cuffs. So French Cuffs is a 72-1 frontrunner, leading Hattie M by 6 as they traverse the far side of the Horseshoe Indianapolis course as Sweet Danny Girl makes a bid. Hattie M has dropped back. Justify My Love, Fuente Ovejuna running in third. Juncture starts to gain between horses, and on the outside, Present Moment, the half mile for French Cuffs. 47.82 seconds, French Cuffs. Here comes Sweet Danny Girl. Right there on the outside is Present Moment as these fillies mares turn for home. Fuente Ovejuna. Junctures are behind horses running in fifth. Lovely Princess circles a wide sixth. Then comes Justify My Love. We travel back to Henrietta Tupham with Hail 2. Hattie M's the one who tailed off. 3/4 was 112.67. Sweet Danny Girl's a furlong away. Justify My Love attacks with the rail, and here's Lovely Princess. And she's charging hard now on the outside. Lovely Princess. Justify My Love, the rail for Joe Ramos. Justify My Love has beaten Lovely Princess by 3/4 of length. Henrietta Tupham was third. President Bomo was next in fourth. Then Juncture. Justify My Love, the Brazilian-bred mare in the Indiana General Assembly Distaff.
Justify My Love, 6-year-old mare who had been beat pretty handily by Henrietta Topham last time out when they met at Churchill, turns the tables today.
And saving ground, turf racing, so important. She broke from post 1. Number 2, Justify My Love, was able to get through, save every inch of ground. Terrific ride, Joel Ramos. The 7-horse put in a nice run, but it was the ground loss, the difference between being able to cut the corner there at the top of the stretch and having to come out and around horses for Lovely Princess. But Justify My Love, Paulo Lobo, we talked about him a race earlier.
Yeah, race behind. Well done with Justify My Love. We'll have those prices ahead. Internationals took the Belmont Oaks. Can they take the Derby as well with the Foxes, Oisin Murphy looking to take the Grade 1 double? Back on America's Day of the Races, Chad Brown, he'll have 2 in the Belmont Derby. Kalik with Irad Ortiz Jr. in redistricting, who has just one start on the resume, and it was a very impressive maiden special weight victory, prompting Chad Brown to say, let's give him a shot in a grade 1. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
7-2 on the Foxes. Where do I sign up? The Foxes is a European horse. Granted, another Euro won the Belmont Oaks a little earlier on the card with decent form. This horse has really, really good European English form. He finished fifth in the Epsom Betfred Derby, and Auguste Rodin came back and won the Irish Derby. King of Steel won at Royal Ascot. A horse, Wiperio, who finished further back than the Foxes, won at Royal Ascot. This is a legit horse, and he looks it here in the paddock. I mean, he overstrides by 2 hoof prints. This horse has a very impressive walk. He's proven at the distance. He looks as though he's shipped into America an excellent fettle. I mean, he's carrying great weight and conditioning. And on top of it, he has the one quality that I always look for in a racehorse, and that is a bold, honest eye. He has that. He is eager and forward here in the paddock. I'll be shocked if he wins. I'll be even more shocked if he wins not the favorite. As we'll move on to another European horse, but Silver Knot has experience here in the States. He's yet to win here, but he finished third behind Kalik and Farbridge. But Silver Knot, I'm just wondering if he kind of needed the start. He got away just a step slow last time out in that Pennine Ridge. He looks excellent here in the paddock. It's always the case with the Charlie Appleby runners that they don't look like your typical European shipper. I thought Richard Mullen did give him an excellent ride last time out, and now he gets a little more ground to play with, and kind of like that for him. As there's one other horse in this field that has experience and success at the 1.25 mile distance, a horse that I wasn't expecting to talk about, nor was I expecting to see his trainer in the paddock. But that's number 7, Wizard of Westwood for Michael McCarthy. I looked up and I said, whoa, Michael McCarthy's here? And usually I don't put too much stock into that. But my good friend Paul LaDuca always said, Michael McCarthy shows up on this coast in one of these, Kentucky, New York jurisdictions, watch out. This horse could run well. Now, he's going to have to deal with the pace of Kalik to his outside, but he looked sensational in the paddock, Greg.
Maggie, thanks for making their way through that tunnel. We'll have our post parade here coming up shortly for the boys' turn in this Grade 1 Belmont Derby Invitational. $750,000 purse. Get to the post parade in a moment when FS2 rejoins us here. Welcome back to those with us on FS2. Went away for a little bit. Good to have you back. Joining us just in time for the Grade 1 Belmont Derby. 1.25 miles over the inner turf, and some big names showing up in this 3-year-old turf division, including the Foxes on the outside after the internationals with similar connections. Ocean Murphy aboard, winning that Belmont Oaks.
Yeah, and with a horse that was far less fancy. Here's a horse, the Foxes, that was 7-1 in the Epsom Derby.
With a poor beginning.
With a poor beginning, did not embarrass himself there. He maybe didn't want quite the 1.25 miles. He turns back. I mean, the 1.5 miles there. He turns back to the 1.25 miles here, and he's a legitimate horse, and he's faced legitimate horses like Maggie talked about.
Here's our post parade. We'll start with Kenny McPeak's Mendelssohn's March. He was beat by Webslinger each of the last 2.
Yeah, he's going to have to find more in the tank. His last start, he showed a bit more speed with a slow pace.
Big long shot. Bapio, this one for Mark Cassidy with Luis Saez.
Yeah, this horse really settled late and finished well going the mile last time at Monmouth. Well, how would that translate to the 1.25 miles?
Lightly raced Cyber Ninja for Hall of Famer Bill Mott.
Well, he won going 1 mile and 3/8, so stamina is his strong suit, but he's facing a lot tougher today.
Webslinger has run 2 monster races, including that American turf that was lights out.
Yeah, and he's been laying up closer. He's finding position, and he's able to finish. So it'll be interesting to see tactically where he's laying early.
He's 9-1. He's a big price. Here's Farbridge, that trouble trip against Kalik when a runner-up finished the Pennine Ridge.
Yeah, but he's a horse that's going to find trouble because of his tendency to want to lug in. He's not an easy horse to ride. Let's see where he's positioned early.
Silver Knot, he just missed by a nose in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf for Charlie Appleby.
Yeah, and didn't break particularly well last time in the Pennine Ridge. Can he take a step forward? He'll need to, but he's certainly one of the players.
It's been a problem for him, yeah. It's getting out of the gate in general. Wizard of Westwood, one who's probably going to put the heat on Kalik early.
Well, he's speed, and he's inside of Kalik, so it'll be interesting to see, how that works out. Irad Ortiz on the 8, Kalik giving a nice warm-up here. Looks great on the racetrack, taking a good hold of the bit. And Johnny Velasquez right to his inside. Who's going to blink? Who's going to defer to the other one?
That'll be a race within the race to watch early on. Here's Mondigo. Christophe Clement with Joel Rosario.
Yeah, very resolute winner last time after breaking his maiden. And he did break his maiden against older horses. Feels like he's going to have to improve.
It's a big ask for redistricting. Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, Flavian Pratt, and a horse who has 1 start, 1 win.
It's a huge ask, but this horse was absolutely super impressive on debut.
And here's the Foxes, Grade 2 winner of the Dante Stakes, Group 2 winner, York, 2 starts back.
It's a multiple Grade 2 winner. He was 7-1 in the English Derby. Oisin Murphy already worked out a trip from that outside draw going to mile and a quarter. Nice dress rehearsal for him. Fox is going to be very tough.
He's a slight second choice in the double. He's a huge favorite in the pick 3, but if he can get 3-1 on the Foxes, I think many would jump all over that. JK, how do you see this race?
Yeah, I mean, look, another tough one here. I'll start with the 6 Silver Knot. I loved this horse in the Breeders' Cup last year. Playing in the Breeders' Cup betting challenge, I basically bet every dollar I had on Silver Knot, who didn't win. But I was a huge fan of the talent this horse had shown. And, he just never really got clear that day. And I thought he ran well, but he ran well last time. And maybe, to Maggie's point, maybe he just needed that race. And Charlie Appleby, for being as dominant as he has been internationally, he has been in a bit of a slump. And he didn't have a great Royal Ascot to his standards. And so maybe he's kind of rounding into form. I think Silver Knot is interesting. The 10 redistricting is another horse that this isn't necessarily a Chad Brown move. He hasn't had a ton of success running horses back in these situations, but he hasn't done it very much either. I think for him to do this with a horse that has plenty of 3-year-old races that they could target up at Saratoga that might be a little bit less daunting than this, for them to make this decision to run this horse here tells me that Chad is pretty high on this horse. And Fly Right came back and ran well yesterday, who ran behind the 10 redistricting. Now, the 11, the Foxes. I'll be honest with you, I'm not the best at evaluating international form. But what I am good at is listening to people who are good at it. And when people start naming off the races and the horses that the Foxes has been running against, it makes me believe that this is one of their top class European horses that's coming over. We've gotten lazy, I think, over the years, and anytime they send a European, we just think that horse on the grass is going to be better than ours. And that doesn't always pan out. But when they bring over the top class Europeans, they do seem to stand just a taste above. I like the Foxes in here, and I think it's a great price as well.
As he clicks down yet another notch, there is the Foxes, the 11, and those blue and white silks of King Power Racing. 5-2 co-favorite now, although Farbridge is a slight top choice.
Yeah, I actually thought the Foxes would be an overwhelming favorite here, but, we do have some talented turf runners here, and it'll be interesting to see how redistricting does with that 1 start, as impressive as the Son of Kingman was.
Oisin Murphy did a great job from that outside post, getting good position early on in that Belmont Oaks. We'll see if he can do it here with the Foxes as well as we go back to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, you're right, Greg. I think he really, took to this Belmont course quite well when riding to victory in the Belmont Oaks. We'll see if he can do it again. I'm scratching my head why this horse isn't a prohibitive favorite. Maybe it's a bad sign? I don't know, but I am puzzled because not only is he much the horse to beat on paper, when he walked into the paddock and has continued the way he has throughout these preliminaries, I'm really shocked. He's clicked over to slight favoritism at 5-2, but he looks sensational out on the track to boot. But talking about the 2 Chad Brown horses, Kalik, he's a very sharp horse. You saw it in a couple shots of him warming up. Chad Brown has to saddle him on the walk. He's high energy type. Now, there are some other horses that can go in here. As I mentioned, Wizard of Westwood, who has the quote-unquote California speed, you would think he's the one to go. But I got to say, Wizard of Westwood was super, super laid back in the paddock and throughout his time here, whereas Kalik has been on the muscle. Let's talk about redistricting. He'll win without me. It speaks high volumes of the confidence that Chad Brown's showing in this horse. He is being a little bit more professional. Watch him as they approach the gate. He did not want to load last time. It didn't mean anything, obviously, but just one, to pay attention to. It's a big ask to go from 1 1/16 to 1 1/4 in just your second start, and he's just not screaming to me that he's going to do it, but I'm scared of him, Greg.
Showed a world of ability in that debut, and obviously with Chad Brown putting him in a grade 1 in the second start of his career, and a strong grade 1 at that, just tells you how highly he feels about him.
Listen, I know what I saw on debut, and obviously this is a lot tougher going from maidens to a grade 1 that's skipping a lot of conditions. My biggest concern is him being a son of Kingman if he's really going to want the 1 1/4, but I don't doubt his talent.
Meanwhile, here's the Foxes. He has become the favorite at 2-1. Connections felt 1.5 miles last time out at the top level in that English Derby. Maybe just a little bit further than he wanted. He's going to get 1 1/4, which may be perfect for him today. But again, got to try and negotiate a trip from that far outside post. Didn't seem to hinder Oisin Murphy in the Belmont Oaks. We'll see what happens here as we get set for the Grade 1 Belmont Derby. Rider off the 8 momentarily. That was Irad Ortiz Jr. and Kalik.
He's acting up. Looked like he got his leg caught between Kalik and the partition, the way he turned himself. There's not a lot of room in there. And you get all that weight on, from a horse's body against your leg. You kind of got to get out of there, and then they reset.
And he's back aboard, Irad Ortiz Jr. Pratt moves in on the other Chad Brown, redistricting. We're set. Let's go upstairs. Grade 1 Belmont Derby. Here's Johnny Brielle.
The Foxes goes in, and we are set. And they're off in the Grade 1 Belmont Derby. And the Foxes was off a bit slow, was towards the back of the pack here in the early going. Silver Knot is out for the lead. On the outside is Mondego up to challenge. Bapio is down at the rail, down at the hedge, and on the outside is Wizard of Westwood. Wizard of Westwood takes third. Bapio is next in fourth. And then it is Kalik, who's in fifth. Mendelssohn's March on the inside in sixth. Redistricting on the far outside in seventh. Right alongside is a Far Bridge. Then we come back to Cyber Ninja. At the back is Web Slinger as the Foxes has moved up a couple of spots. Opening quarter 1 in 23 3. And it is Longshot Mondego who leads here by a little more than a length with Silver Knot and Wizard of Westwood right together second and third. Mendelssohn's March has moved to the outside, running in fourth. As they race up the backstretch, it is Mondego with the lead. Silver Knot, Wizard of Westwood right together. Bapio is next in fourth. Mendelssohn's March on the inside in fifth. Then Kalik in sixth, followed by Farbridge in seventh. Redistricting is in eighth. Then comes Cyber Ninja. The Foxes has one horse beaten at this point, and that is Web Slinger. 3/4 up in 1:14 4. So it is Mondego, challenged now by Silver Knot. Silver Knot and Mondego, they are right together, and they've opened up almost 3 lengths now on the rest of the field. On the inside is Mendelssohn's March coming on now to grab third. Wizard of Westwood is next. Then comes Bapio. On the far outside is Web Slinger, who's gaining some ground. The field is in the stretch. It is Mondego and Silver Knot with Farbridge gaining ground now from third. The Foxes is putting in a late run, but there's only a 16th to the finish. Here is Farbridge now to take over the lead. The Foxes still coming on, but it is Farbridge to win the Grade 1 Belmont Derby under Jose Ortiz, who picks up his 4th win today.
Farbridge, LSU Stables, Todd Pletcher, and a horse who had been beat by Kalik with that tough trip last time out. Big win for this runner, Grade 1.
Big win. He was probably best in the Pennine Ridge. He wound up getting the money here in the Belmont Derby. Was a little bit easier to handle. Jose Ortiz did a great job. He was down inside with him. You can see he's a horse that wants to run towards the inside. He goes to a left-handed crop. He was able to get him out away from horses, and he leveled off. This was so much better than last time where he was giving Joel Rosario such a tough time the entire way. Jumped back to his left late when Jose had to correct him. Mondego runs some race showing the pace. The best horse in the race was probably the Foxes, who totally missed the break. And then there wasn't much pace on at all, and he had to come with a late run. He was getting to the winner late, but nice run from Farbridge, who was a little bit more tractable, a little easier to handle. And Jose Ortiz is riding like a man who wants the riding title.
Had a 4-win day last week when his brother was out on suspension. 4 wins today as well. What a Saturday afternoon, and what a performance here on Farbridge. This horse really showing up and delivering, showing what kind of talent he has.
Yeah, and you could see he was riding him, but having to correct him at the same time. This is a horse that wants to lean to the left. Mondego, I think, actually took a step out to him. You saw him steady his stride, but I think that was his own doing. And the Foxes ran very gamely after completely blowing the break. He found his way to the inside. He was kind of in trouble. Redistricting was in the Fox's way almost every step of the way. Every time Ocean Murphy tried to kind of get away from him and go forward, he was stymied a little bit, but he rallied very well through traffic after a tough beginning. But Farbridge, very talented, put it all together today.
5'11", 9'4", that 41-1 shot, Mondego. Stubborn in here, hanging around for third-place money, but Farbridge with this Grade 1 victory, son of English Channel, with a huge performance to take this Grade 1. Let's go back to Maggie.
I'm so pleased for Larry Sarf here, LSU Stables, and all of his crew. Larry, you've put so much into this game from a financial perspective. Farbridge, I know a frustrating run last time. How good does this win feel?
We love horse racing. We love to back the BCCA. We're for the kids here, the jockeys. We've been doing this. My wife and I got married here in 1967. So this is
at Belmont.
Yeah, this is very important to us. Okay, and thank you for all your support and your team.
And you look beautiful.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Sarf. Well, talk a little bit about Farbridge. He's shown an immense amount of talent, but it's so good to see him pull it off. And the ride that Jose Ortiz delivered.
Yeah, Jose did a great job. The horse ran well in his first 2 starts. He won, and then he came back. He got stuck in a rail. He's against great competition here. I mean, amazing competition. 3-year-old turf horses. They're amazing. And you know what? We worked on him and worked on him. Todd did a great job and his team. We're going to Saratoga. Hope to be in the next part of the Derby, which I think is on August 5th, yes. And then we go into October 7th.
Let's pull off that turf triple.
Yeah, we love to. We're happy to be where we are now, Maggie.
Larry, I know you've had some tough beats. This one extra special. Congratulations to the both of you.
We'll see you in Saratoga.
I love it. See him in Saratoga, guys. One of the most charitable owners we have in the game. So pleased to see him win here with Farbridge.
Wow, married back here, what, 1967 he said? This has got to mean a lot to these connections. What a performance. And sounds like we're going to see this one try and keep things going in this Turf Triple Series at Saratoga.
Love to see people's excitement and enthusiasm. And obviously when you win, it's always there on display. But even talking about the defeat last time, you just see understanding the game, taking it in stride. Farbridge at 870 over the Foxes, a bit unlucky, just didn't break very well. 420, 330. Mondego, your long shot, hung in there a long way under Joel Rosario, accentuating that speed is always dangerous.
LSU Stables, Larry Sarf, Todd Pletcher, Jose Ortiz, 4-1 afternoon for Jose. And who knows, anything can happen, but he may have just wrapped up this riding title, going up 4 on his brother now. 59th win of the meet for Jose. Next leg of this Turf Triple Series, where it sounds like we're going to see Farbridge. That's August 5th at Saratoga Derby Invitational.
Yeah, it's great, and I love this comprehensive series that we've put together here at NYRA for horses, for 3-year-olds. So basically a turf triple crown and getting the European participation, but then having a horse like Farbridge by English Channel, who Todd Pletcher trained as well, get some money. Worked out a good trip. Looked a little easier to ride today for Jose Ortiz. Nice run from him.
Farbridge, Grade 1 winner of this Belmont Derby. Now 3 wins from 5 tries on the lawn. And how about that man? Count them up. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 for Jose. Has he done enough to lock up this riding title? He may just have. We'll be back with prices right after this.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bay Short. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Good night. To win it by a length and a half.
It is all Shotgun Hottie as she pleases.
Disarm draws even. Disarm takes from that win. But Echo Zulu opens up by 2, now by 3. Echo Zulu looking good. Geared down to win it by 4. Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And Trice wins fully on the Bluegrass.
Back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. 4-win day for Jose Ortiz. And Farbridge, your winner in the Grade 1 Belmont Derby Invitational.
He's worked out a really good trip, a horse that can be difficult to ride. He's been a little bit unlucky. I think some of it his own doing, but breaks through in a big way here in the Belmont Derby. Todd Pletcher adds the Belmont Derby to a very good day already with the Suburban with Charger.
How about that? Hall of Famer just keeps adding to what has been an incredible career. And, you know, again, for the Foxes, both these internationals drawing tough outside posts. Obviously, the filly was able to overcome it. With that poor break, the Foxes was not.
No, he was not able to overcome it, and you know the pace moderated it so much in the middle. They went 23 and changed the first quarter, then they backed it up to a half and 50, and that just put the Foxes at a big disadvantage after missing the break. And you see it a lot, Greg. Horses come from Europe just don't jump as quickly as the American horses.
Grade 3 Indiana Oaks up next for these 3-year-old fillies at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. And we're going to see the Black-Eyed Susan winner return here, taxed for Randy Morse, the 4-5 favorite.
Coming off a really nice effort in that Black-Eyed Susan, and should work out a good trip from the inside.
Well, Kenny McPeak should be a major player in this spot as well. He'll have defining purpose as the Grade 1 Ashland winner in that Kentucky Oaks prep when she was forward in the Oaks and then backed up late.
Yeah, she attended the pace, but she was defeated by Pretty Mischievous, who we saw come back here and win the Acorn to add to her resume.
It was probably the leading 3-year-old filly in the country right now. Would you agree?
I'd have to absolutely put Pretty Mischievous at the top of that list.
Well, taxed. It was good to see this trainer, Randy Morse, get such a big win like that with taxed. This is a former horse, too, that they claimed for $50,000 win a premier race.
Well, I mean, think about that. Having the foresight, claim a horse for 50 and wind up winning a graded stake with a filly certainly enhanced her value.
Here she is. She won from a stalking position that day from well off the pace, holding off Hoosier filly for our colleague Tom Amos in that performance. We'll see if she can do it back-to-back. She'd run good before that, too, in the Grade 3 Fantasy and a runner-up finish to Wet Paint. Here's Merlaza for Brad Cox.
Yeah, Merlaza was up on the pace against Tax last time. Was actually a shorter price than Tax. Had no excuses. To me, I think she had every chance.
Flamand, 34-1. Big test here for this Daughter of Creative Cause.
A filly that has shown high-speed sprinting. Expect her to be forward.
5-2 on the McPeak filly with Brian Hernandez Jr. defining purpose.
Yeah, filly that got support in the Kentucky Oaks after winning the Grade 1 Ashland. Certainly a major player here.
She is the only Grade 1 winner in this field, by the way. Tax, that win for her was a Grade 2. Here's Lily Pooh. Michael McCarthy trains.
Yeah, it comes off a nice effort in the summertime Oaks out at Santa Anita. Last seen on synthetic where she was very good.
Here's Cloak of Mercy for John Ortiz. Dominant win. It was at Horseshoe Indy to break her maiden.
Yeah, has improved with every start. It's going to have to improve vastly again.
That's a big test for her and a big test for Sandra D on the outside, whose win to break her maiden came in a race taken off the turf.
And she fought all through the stretch, got it done with a very game performance. This is just so much tougher.
So post time coming up for this Grade 3 Indiana Oaks. Let's go to Paulie.
Yeah, and, you know, Tax has taken all the money, and deservingly so. I mean, she beat Hoosier Philly on the square. And, you know, Bob Baffert's filly was undefeated going into that race, and she was a heavy, heavy favorite. And when they hit the top of the lane, Tax kind of just went by Hoosier Philly, like, pretty easy. And I thought Hoosier Philly handled it well. It seemed like she's come back to her form for our colleague here, Tom Amos. And, you know, the crazy part, you were talking about Randy Morris. I remember after this horse won his last race, Ron Moquette, Tom Amos, who ran second, congratulated Randy. He's so well liked on the backside, and I'm with you, Greg. It was such a great win for a guy like Randy. Chance Moquette, Ron's son, he tweeted out too, it couldn't happen to a better barn or a better man that comes to the barn an awful lot. And Randy's been in this game for a long time, and he's got a nice filly here in Tax, in the one to beat. You know, Merlazzo, the 3, you don't know, right? You know, those wins, 3 wins in a row, then goes off at 6-1 in that race without Lasix and throws in a tiny bit of a clunker in the Black-Eyed Susan. So you're wondering to yourself, okay, is she going to bounce back? Usually Brad Cox's horses do, but she's 5-1. She's kind of chilly on the board in this race. Now, Defining Purpose, she's obviously faced some of the best fillies in here. She did get beat by Wet Paint. You know, Wet Paint went into the Kentucky Oaks as your favorite, but Tax did beat her when they went over the strip at Oak Lawn. That was a wet, fast racetrack that day. Now it's rained a tiny bit. They have the track labeled right now as good. It might be on your Naira app as in wet, fast, but it's more towards good or fast. I don't know what to do with Defining Purpose. You know, Creative Minister didn't run well, but Defining Purpose is a horse that has a little bit more speed, so maybe that will help her. And then my last horse, I think Lily Pooh might run a good race in here. Michael McCarthy shipped in here to Indianapolis before and has done very, very well. I think they're going to have trouble beating Tax. I just think maybe I'll go with a 2-6 cold in here and try to get some value behind your favorite.
Yeah, let's go back to Tax for a minute. She's not a one-hit wonder. She's run some very good races before that. Having said that, Defining Purpose has beat her before, so it's going to be the rubber match between these two as Tax finished ahead of her when they met again. But let's go back to her shining moment in this Black-Eyed Susan.
She's picking up her horses very easily here, cruising around the far turn of Pimlico, come up about 3 or 4 wide, turning for home, but it always looked like she was traveling well. So Rafael Bejarano have to correct her a little bit. She got over to her left lead, her right lead, jumped back to her left lead. And that's one thing it seems like she has a kind of a habit of doing, is bouncing back and forth between her leads. She panned out the last 16th of the mile, really finished the deal though. Is she consistent enough to take it that short a price? I think that the 5-horse Defining Purpose is very interesting because I don't think there's a lot separating them.
Well, she is, again, the only Grade 1 winner in this field and certainly had an excuse in that Kentucky Oaks, not to mention the competition as well. It's a big effort, though, and Punch Bowl, Julia Shining, we're behind her in here, 2 very highly regarded fillies, and this is the biggest figure she ever earned.
Well, what was impressive, too, is if you look at the horses that were up on the pace with her, the way they faded, and she was the last lady standing, if you will, right? And the back runners got to her, but they didn't get by her. And I think she did a lot of the hard work in that Ashland.
And Punch Bowl did get trapped in a little bit in that spot. It might have been a different story had she gotten to roam free earlier, but take nothing away from her. She's got the Grade 1 win on the resume. She beat the rest of that field as well. And, yeah, I'm with you. A little more closely matched between these two, although you see that big step forward that Tax took next time out. It remains to be seen if Defining Purpose is going to be able to do that here off the bench.
Well, it is interesting. Listen, Tax Fantasy, I thought was a big step forward for her, and then obviously her Black Eyed Susan was another big step forward. So maybe she's a daughter of Collected that just took a little while to kind of mature, figure it out, develop, and maybe she's just that good now where she's been improving. I'd like to see it again, though, before I'd have the same kind of confidence, particularly at 4 to 5.
Yeah, short number in here, but off that last effort, I mean, that puts her near the top of the division. I'd like to see her against Pretty Mischievous if she can do that again.
Well, she runs that race back again. I'm really looking forward to the coaching club or the Alabama in Saratoga. See them match up again.
Yeah, a couple of big targets we're going to be bringing to you live this summer. Will Tax be part of those parties later this summer? We're going to find out if she can back up that Black-Eyed Susan victory here. She's the 4 to 5 favorite with the scratch of the 1. She has the inside post here. Rafael Bejarano back aboard for trainer Randy Morse. It's the Grade 3 Indiana Oaks from Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Let's go to John Dooley for the call.
Lily Pooh, James Graham has a win on the day. Edgar Morales with Flamand. Fernando de la Cruz with Cloak of Mercy. Taxed 4 to 5 favorite, 2 to 1. Defining Purpose and 9 to 2 Merlaza. Lily Pooh at 6 to 1. And David Cohen with Sandra D. They're in the gate. And they're off. Merlaza came charging out with Flamand. Right there is Defining Purpose, and Taxed is dropping back toward last. As they head toward the first turn, it's Flamand with Defining Purpose, and there's Sandra D now going for an early attack with David Cohen, and it's Sandra D who's taken the top with 7 furlongs to run from the Gray Flamand. Brian Hernandez Jr. and Defining Purpose right there close up as they go to the back of the track with Cloak of Mercy, now just gaining 4th from Merlaza, who's taken back and settles with the rail in the orange cap. And then we trail back 2 on the outside, Lily Pooh, and with Rafael Bejarano, the Black-Eyed Susan winner. Taxed has dropped back to last. The opening quarter covered in 24.12 seconds. Making this run toward the half-mile pole, it's Sandra D. So Sandra D has put the pace on her shoulders at 54 to 1. Sandra D takes them to a half mile from home here in the Indiana Oaks. The Fighting Purpose stays laser focused on the long odds leader. Flamand is right there toward the inside. Cloak of Mercy in 4th. Then comes Merlaza in 5th. Lily Pooh and Taxed the trailer still. Front runner Sandra D. Half mile in 49.06 seconds. They round the far turn. It's Sandra D to reel in. Defining Purpose as Cloak of Mercy starts to make 3-path progress. And here comes Lily Pooh. Lily Pooh with a 4-path push. Merlaza and Taxed is now getting into top gear. Taxed is fan wide for Rafael Bejarano, but she's picking up steam, Taxed, as they straighten away. 3/4 went in a flat 1:14. Defining Purpose with the rail. 1 furlong to go. Taxed is charging. Merlaza battles. Lily Pooh in tight quarters between fillies. These are well clear. They come past the 16th for Brian Hernandez Jr. Defining Purpose holds Taxed. Defining Purpose takes the Indiana Oaks from Taxed. And then Lily Pooh with Merlaza, Flamand, Cloak of Mercy, and Sandra D led early, but was last home in 1:43.83.
Taxed left with a lot of work to do. Had to go wide around that final turn. Defining Purpose. Brian Hernandez Jr., Kenny McPeak with a win here in the Indiana Oaks.
Absolute picture-perfect trip for Defining Purpose. She got her position going forward. Brian Hernandez is just such a top rider. He can compete anywhere. He chooses to stay in the Midwest, Churchill Downs, Kentucky circuit. But he's a rider that can go anywhere and be successful because he thinks he's smart. Put this filly in the game. Sandra D wound up making the lead, slow pace. Knew he always had that filly, sat there. When he turned for home, he had a lot left. And listen, Tax ran well. She never had position. She was out the back, had to come wide. And, no embarrassment in defeat for Tax. The trips beat her. The good trip from Brian Hernandez on Defining Purpose gets it done.
Back at Belmont, Grade 3 victory ride in this filly mare sprint division. 6.5 furlongs, tremendous field that is going to line up. New York bred Maple Leaf Mel, undefeated. She's 4 for 4. You have another New York bred Downtown Mischief. Big price right now on that Linda Rice runner. And Red Carpet Ready's never lost sprinting. This is who this race is named after. Victory Ride.
Trained by George Rusty Arnold, who has the favorite at the moment, Red Carpet Ready, in here, and she was brilliant. She had so much natural speed, just a really top-class filly. And Rusty Arnold closing in on 2,000 career victories.
How about that? And that's a victory in that 2001 test, and it's likely we're going to see the winner of this race move on to the test this summer at Saratoga. The year in and year out is always just a tremendous battle, one of the stakes races we look most forward to at the Spa.
Always a good race. Over the years, I remember being a kid in the 70s and going to see the test. I've actually got Mike Venezia's test stakes trophy. His daughter Allison gave it to me, and I'm very proud of that because Mike was a great guy, and he won it for Woody Stevens.
This one here, she has never lost while sprinting. She's the 8-5 favorite for Rusty Arnold. Let's go to Maggie.
We'll start, though, with a New York-bred filly, Maple Leaf Mel. She's looking to remain undefeated and go 5 for 5 in her career. She was an easy winner of the Miss Preakness Stakes last time out at Pimlico, and she'll make her first start here for trainer Mel Giddings, who has been the longtime assistant to Jeremiah Englehart. So nothing really changing, to be fair here. It's the first time I've seen her, though, as a 3-year-old. She came into the paddock bouncing on her toes. She's sharp. She hasn't changed so much as a 3-year-old for the fact that she was just hands and heels better and more physically mature than the rest of her competition as a 2-year-old. I mean, she looked like a 3-year-old at 2. Ooh, homegirl's feisty today, which is good. You like to see that with a speed type of runner. She's going to have to face some other speed, though, today, as we'll check in with Vava, as she'll be the one hoping that they do some hitting up front. The question is she going to be as good coming off Lasix today? Because we saw a marked improvement with her when she got to have Lasix in her last 2 starts. She set off right off a hot pace last time. She was game to the wire, holding off undervalued asset. She has done nicely from 2 to 3. She's really gotten more athletic, more just longer in her frame. She'll stick with the 6.5 furlongs. It seems to suit her down to the ground. She looks great here. She's really done well from 2 to 3. There's like some fighting between number 5 Maple Leaf Mel and Dazzling Blue. They're exchanging bucks and double barreling here in the paddock. I like it. It's a war. It looked like a war on paper. It's a war here in the paddock. As we'll take a look at number 8, Red Carpet Ready. She is your favorite in here, and she, it almost looked as though that Money's Gold was going to come back on her, and I think it was due to the fact that Luis Saez saw, well, it's kind of a slow-ish pace set by Money's Gold. I'm not going to let her run away with it. So he launched a bid around the turn with Red Carpet Ready. She got a little bit late when she assumed that lead. And I just think it's more of a situation today where you don't have a runner that necessarily has a target on their back as the lone speed. There feels like speed in here, and she draws that favorable outside post. She's super classy acting here in the paddock. She looks sensational, and I think less ground is going to prove ultimately best for this talented filly by Oscar Performance. Greg?
I got a quick look at the man who'll ride her, Luis Saez, in those silks of Ashbrook Farm and Upland Flats Racing. Meanwhile, there's Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz Jr. interpolate. She might get a perfect trip in this spot if what it looks like the 2 and the 5, if they battle up front early.
Just feels like we're going to have some real pace on here in the victory ride. Dazzling Blue has one way to go. She's fast. Maple Leaf Mel has one way to go. She's fast. Should be interesting.
Back to Horseshoe Indianapolis and Defining Purpose, Grade 3 Indiana Oaks winner. First start back since the Kentucky Oaks in early May. Let's go to Paula Duca.
With winner here, trainer Kenny McPeak, we talked about Defining Purpose, and she got the jump on tax today.
Yeah, well, the spacing of her races, I think, is a big deal. She does really well with that extra time in between, and we've learned that going into the Ashland, she had a couple of months between races, and this one was the same, and she's got a lot more energy when you space her races. I'm really proud of her.
Yeah, you were talking a little bit, tax got away a little bit slow. Were you worried a little bit, or you knew you were going to finish well?
Well, that's the horse I was watching beyond my own, and looked like she had a little bit of a troubled and maybe wider trip than we did. But because we give her the spacing between races for Defining Purpose, I think she shows more gas early, more energy early. He had a ton of horse going down the backside. I mean, even when they turned the corner, he hadn't cut her loose, and she's a good one.
Congratulations, Kenny, because you know what? She was the one that was the Grade 1 winner going in here, and she showed her class.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Kenny McPeak with the winner here. Gets it done with defining purpose. Wolfie, you mentioned it. Sometimes we always say the Grade 1 winner, we forget about it. She proved him wrong.
Class prevails here, and Trip a little bit as well was the story of this race. But obviously this is a filly with a ton of talent and class.
Yeah, and just what Kenny just said. I mean, you could see Brian Hernandez turning for home. Still hadn't asked her for her best until they straightened out. Got onto her right lead, then asked her for her best, and she kicked on nicely. Good effort from both the winner and the runner-up.
So Defining Purpose adds a Grade 3 win to a resume that includes a Grade 1 win in the Ashland as well. And they're not handing anything away to anybody, especially in the 3-year-old filly division, even though Pretty Mischievous is 2 monster wins, but by narrow margins, even though she is the leader right now, but a lot can change.
A lot can change, and again, horses are constantly evolving. They're changing, developing. You know, who we thought was best beginning the year, not always the best as we get through the year.
Last year, it totally changed. It was Secret Oath early, the Oaks winner for Dwayne Lucas, and the Nest just completely took over that division.
Yeah, and we can see, I mean, I think this is a deep division because we have 2 distinct filly divisions, right? The one sprinting that we're going to see now in the Victory Ride, and the ones going long, you know, the 2-turn fillies.
Here comes our post parade for the Grade 3 Victory Ride. This is Chad Brown at Klarovich Stables Interpolate. Nearly ran down a lone speed in the Grade 2 Beaumont at Keeneland. Ran a huge race.
Ran a huge race, and she's one that has stepped forward and would like to see pace in front.
Here's the speed to challenge Maple Leaf Mel Dazzling Blue.
She's very fast. She's just as quick as Maple Leaf Mel. She's going to have a lot to say about the outcome.
Cherie DeVoe, former Chad Brown assistant with Vava.
Yeah, listen, this filly's going to have the right kind of setup. She's going to be lurking just in behind the pace.
Adelisa's Smile went by, big long shot, and here's Maple Leaf Mel, the New York bred undefeated.
Has won all of her races with consummate ease. She's naturally fast. Expect her to be up on the pace.
4 for 5 mark for Downtown Mischief.
4 for 5 lifetime. Only time she was beaten when she stretched to a mile in the slop. She's very talented, too.
Topsy at 15-1 with Jose Ortiz looking for number 5.
Again, another very talented filly that's just going to get lost in the shuffle here because there's so many good fillies.
And here's another filly who is undefeated sprinting. This is Red Carpet Ready.
Yeah, and the only race she lost was going a mile in the Devona Dale to Dorth Vader. Dorth Vader came back, ran well in the Oaks, and then ran a good second in the Acorn to
nearly beat Pretty Mischievous.
Yeah, I mean, so, you know, I mean, she's facing legitimate horses.
8-5 favorite, Red Carpet Ready to the outside. Jonathan, your thoughts on the Victory Ride?
Yeah, look, I think the pace is going to be fast in here. There's a lot of horses that have a lot of speed. There's a lot of horses that have one-way speed, and that's a recipe for a race to fall apart. But even the sprinkles on top of that recipe for me, and I've talked with Richie about this before, I did some research back in the day at Santa Anita about what distances really kind of play to what style, front runners, closers. And I found that at Santa Anita, the 6.5 dirt races actually played the most to closers. So I started to pay attention around the country that so many races are run at 6 furlongs. I know they're professionals, but because it's so similar, I do think that sometimes riders ride those 6.5 races like they're 6, and that extra half furlong can make a huge difference, and those races can fall apart. This race feels like one of those races that's going to fall apart. If that happens to be the case, I think the one Interpolate is, you know, I was trying to run down a loose leader last time, but that horse went blazing fast. Key of Life went extremely fast. And so it was a little bit of a setup, but I do think that drawn on the inside for a horse that doesn't have a ton of early speed, it's kind of naturally going to kind of have Irad drop this horse back and then make that circling move when the rest of the horses are getting tired. So I like the 1 in here. And then the 8, Red Carpet Ready, is just so classy. She's drawn towards the outside. She has tactical speed with Louis Saez. Louis can let all of those horses to the inside run away from her, and he can just kind of take her back and try to let them run and should be able to get a clean trip. It's one of those two for me. I just don't quite believe that Maple Leaf Mel, off the trainer change, off the distance added, and off the pace scenario, is the one you want in here.
Well, there is the 8-5 favorite, Red Carpet Ready, as she has just shown up sprinting every single time she has been on the racetrack. Let's go back to Maggie.
Just want to mention, and Greg, I apologize if you had said this, about Maple Leaf Mel. Mel Giddings is and has been the assistant to Jeremiah Engelhardt. She's worked every single day with Maple Leaf Mel. So like I said back in the paddock, it's really not much of a change. And she's named for Mel. She's been an assistant around here, and I do have a big soft spot for Mel, so I'm definitely rooting for her namesake here, which Coach Parcells entrusted her with taking over the program training of Maple Leaf Mel. Number 2, that is Dazzling Blue. She's second off of layoff. She was good last time coming back off the bench, didn't get away quickly and rushed to the lead and was able to power away. I just wish she looked a little bit stronger behind the saddle, but still, I'm not going to necessarily disregard any Brad Cox horse, though. Obviously, her job not that easy with the presence of other speed, Greg.
Back to Maple Leaf Mel, the 5. Those yellow and hunter green silks. August on Farm, that's Bill Parcells, the owner, and she steps in. And the problem for her certainly is the presence of the 2 Dazzling Blue, because both those two want to do it on the front end.
But she is drawn outside, and it'll be interesting to see if she runs into Joel Rosario's hands and she takes up a bit more of a stalking kind of position.
Grade 3 victory ride. Can red carpet ready from that outside posted just behind those 2 speedsters and take advantage. Let's go upstairs. Johnny and Brielle, the call.
And they're off. Awkward beginning there for number 1, Interpolate, and she is the trailer. Maple Leaf Mel is out for the early lead. On the far outside is Red Carpet Ready. Downtown Mischief is right there. Now Dazzling Blue advances down at the rail. Vava is in 5th position, followed by Topsy in 6th, Adelisa's Smile, and farther back is Interpolate, the trailer in 8th. The leader is Maple Leaf Mel on top here by a length, with Red Carpet Ready on the outside, the opening quarter 22 and 2/5 seconds. Dazzling Blue and Vava are right together 3rd and 4th, with Downtown Mischief in 5th. Now it's 3 lengths back to Adelisa's Smile, then Topsy and Interpolate. And Maple Leaf Mel continues to lead as they come for the head of the stretch. Ran the half in 45 and 2/5 seconds. Red Carpet Ready's on the outside. Dazzling Blue is in behind Maple Leaf Mel, who has the lead into the stretch. Maple Leaf Mel is in front by a length and a half. Dazzling Blue is all out. Red Carpet Ready's dropped out of it. Then Vava. Maple Leaf Mel in front by 2. Dazzling Blue giving chase in second. It is Maple Leaf Mel, and she's going to stay undefeated. The New York bred has won all 5 of her starts. She wins the Grade 3 Victory Ride Stakes, and the final time was 1 minute, 15 and 3/5 seconds.
Sharp final time, and so much for a pace duel. Maple Leaf Mel under Joel Rosario was just too quick for Dazzling Blue.
Sure, Joel Rosario said, okay, let's go. I'm going to take the lead, kind of let the reins bounce off her neck a couple times, and a very happy conditioner here, and Melanie Giddings, and getting her win in a stakes race. I mean, pretty cool story. And Maple Leaf Mel is just, she cruises. She's going so easy. And watch when Joelle finally sets her down. She actually finds more. You can see she bears down and gives more and finishes in a very fast time.
Proved she could beat Open Company last time out, and this Preakness does it again here against the toughest field she has ever faced. And start to finish, she was impressive. Let's go to Maggie.
I couldn't be happier as we saw Axel Solares, Mel's best friend, come down with her 2 boys, Julian and Charlie, give Mel such a big hug. Mel works tirelessly, guys. She's a cancer survivor. I don't want to, I know she wouldn't want me to make too much of that, but I could not be happier and prouder of Mel today. She deserves this. She's one of the hardest working people I've ever met, and I'm just so proud of her. I really kind of lost for words. This is such a big win for her and her namesake filly, Maple Leaf Mel.
Named after her, moves to her care, and runs the best race she's ever run.
Yeah, it's so interesting. The night of the New York Thoroughbred Breeders' dinner, I was coming through the parking lot at Saratoga National, and I ran into Coach Parcells, who just got finished with his round of golf, and we started talking about Maple Leaf Mel, and he was so excited about her, and you could tell the affection and the affinity he has for her. But then he wanted reassurance. Do you really think she's going to be good against the tougher ones, the better ones? The coach and him coming out. How is she going to match up, right? Coach, she's okay.
And there's Melanie Giddings. What a moment with this now undefeated New York-bred filly for Bill Parcells, who I think just booked her trip to the test this summer at Saratoga.
Yeah, no doubt. And she was so good at Saratoga last summer. I remember the first day I got up to Saratoga, I happened to be by Jeremiah Englehart's barn. Sean Bridgemahan was working in her, and he said to me, hey, we got a filly here can really fly. And it was Maple Leaf Mel. I don't think I was the only one Sean told that to, because she went off at 70 cents on the dollar on debut.
And what happened to this pace stool? We expect Dazzling Blue just could not keep up at all out of the gate with this filly.
No, but Dazzling Blue also tipped her hand that she's got quality, because she rated in the pocket in behind Maple Leaf Mel, rallied, tried her, put a run in at her, just wasn't good enough, but was good enough to be second. And with her pedigree, certainly enhances her value. Maple Leaf Mel, she just might be a little too fast for everybody.
Wow, what a performance. And Melanie Giddings taking care of her namesake here after this performance. Now 5 for 5 for this New York-bred filly. Red carpet ready, too. Appeared to be in prime position, sitting off this leader, and then just completely faded.
Yeah, no excuses. I mean, had her position. The only excuse anybody had in here was they faced a filly called Maple Leaf Mel. $150,000 Phasic tipped in Timonium sales purchase, and she's just naturally fast. She's fun to watch.
Bill Parcells might have another ring in his future. He's got the test likely coming up later this summer with this filly who's undefeated. 5 for 5 in her career. Back-to-back graded stakes wins. Joel Rosario from Melanie Giddings. And August Dawn Farm. We'll be back. Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Program brought to you in part by Hillendale Farm at Alapa. And we just saw the Grade 3 victory ride. What a performance from Maple Leaf Mel. Melanie Giddens said, I'm not going to lie, it'd be hard not to have her in my barn after how much time she spent with her. Let's go to Maggie.
Isn't that the truth, Greg? And Mel, massive congratulations. You just got your first career victory as a trainer a couple weeks ago, and now you're a graded stakes winner with a filly that has just meant so much to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super fortunate. Not everybody's kind of put in this spot, just starting out.
But you deserve it. You've worked very closely with her, Coach Parcells, kind of knowing that, and immediately when you said, I'm going to go out my own, handed you proverbially the reins of Maple Leaf Mel.
Yeah, he did. I mean, it's definitely a lot of pressure. I feel a little better that she won today, you know, so it just wasn't, you know, everybody's a little superstitious. I was here by myself because he was scared to come. But yeah, I'm glad that's over and it all worked out well.
And Mel, too, talk a little bit about kind of well, first of all, the decision to go out on your own. What prompted you to finally say, you know what, I'm going to put my name in the program?
You know, training wasn't really something I ever kind of really thought of doing. I just, after my whole health scare and stuff like that, I thought, what else would I do with my life? Like, this is it. I've been at the track since I was 16, and I kind of want to do it for myself. I didn't really think I would have enough horses or be here at this quality, but here I am.
I think the phone's going to start ringing a little more now. Mel, just congratulations. Enjoy this and relish what a phenomenal filly and the job you've done with her. I know you were talking about how she was double barreling in the paddock. You're just saying she was bored.
Yeah, she's bored all the time. She has a lot of energy. She's been eating my shirt. She bit me a couple times. You know, I mean, I'm lucky. I got Sean Bridgmahan gets on her every day, and he's a big help to my barn.
Well, you guys make a great team. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Mel Giddings getting her first graded stakes victory with her namesake, Maple Leaf Mel, guys.
Just a great story, and you know, it worked with Hall of Famers Mark Cassey, Steve Asmussen, as well as Al Stahl Jr. before spending about the last 6 years with Jeremiah Engelhardt, and that relationship leading to her having this filly in her barn.
Well, and just to think about having an owner like Coach Parcells name a horse for you and then have this kind of success with the horse and be a part of the journey every step of the way, first as the assistant trainer, now as the head trainer. And this filly, what I liked is she's won all her races with consummate ease, but when she was asked the question today mid-stretch, she kicked it in another gear before Joel Rosario took her back in hand. And you want to see that. You want to know that there's more there, because as they face tougher company, they may need it. Maple Leaf Mel, the only time she's gone off, was she favored last time at Pimlico too, wasn't she?
She was not, slight second choice.
Oh, okay, so this is the second time she
race,
wasn't
yeah.
favored, but she only knows one way, and that's the path to the winner's circle.
Fun to watch. And August 5th, by the way, the test for 3-year-old fillies at 7 furlongs, which year in and year out is always a battle and a fun one to keep your eyes on for those 3-year-old fillies. And expect we're going to see her there, and likely Coach Parcells will be on hand as well. Brad Cox seeking a second Indiana Derby. He's going to send out the heavy favorite, Verifying, who was a runner-up finisher in the Grade 1 Bluegrass on the Derby Trail earlier this year.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales rate. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Hello. Yeah, I saw his second first crop leading sire. He's second crop leading sire now. We might have sold him a little early.
Here's Long Range Toddy.
Hello. Yeah, I know he's third crop leading sire. I'm glad we got that clause to buy him back. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see what I can do. Kenny, we've got to get Take Charge Indy back.
Summertime in New York.
It's easy. Easy to plan. Easy to please everyone. Easy to get excited. Easy to get away. It's easy to love New York. Plan your summer getaway at iloveny.com.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. What a performance we just saw from Maple Leaf Mel. We got a big one coming up at Horseshoe, Indianapolis as well. Grade 3 at a mile and 16th. And Verifying, we knew was going to be a short price. And with Active Fool coming out, speed of the race, knew would be shorter. 1-5 here for Brad Cox.
Yeah, listen, he makes a lot of sense. And some people may look at it and go, well, you know, in the Kentucky Derby, he was beaten a long ways where Race Kane was only beaten 10 lengths. But Verifying was
a hot pace that day.
The one up on that extremely fast pace.
Here is Transect for Palo Lobo at 17-1.
Yeah, listen, he's undefeated other than his start in the Gotham, but he's going to have to improve to be competitive here.
And Race Kane, saw him win that Gotham for Ben Colebrook.
Huge run in the Gotham that day when he got pace. They went 45-2, finished up a mile and 38. I don't know that he's going to get that kind of pace to help his late run here.
Need a stablemate of Verifying that day. Slip Mahoney for that win. On the stage, back-to-back wins, the Lone Star.
Yeah, put it together, and we see Steve Asmussen's horses kind of take those steps forward and improve. He's going to have to take another big step forward.
2-5 favorite, Verifying. He was just second behind a horse named Disarmed, who was fourth in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, and listen, he is tactical. He's speedy. There's not a tremendous amount of speed in there. He's got a lot of advantages.
Hayes Strike at 10-1. I believe we'll see the 7 next here coming up. Brian Hernandez Jr. seems to always have his horses in the right spot.
But a deep closer in a race that doesn't have a tremendous amount of pace signed on kind of hurts his chances, I believe.
Second to 2 fills at Churchill Downs back in the 2-year-old season. 2 fills, the runner-up in the Derby. Here's Cagliostro, Cherie DeVoe with Edgar Morales.
Okay, let's get this right now. Cagliostro. We don't say the G in Italian, okay? But listen, he closed well last time going a mile, and he's got some fast races on his paper. Have a hard time seeing anybody beat Verifying, though.
And 18-1, Georgie W. on the outside, who was undefeated, but a win on turf and a win on a race that was meant for the grass that came off at Horseshoe Indy.
His race that he ran in the rained off, off the turf race was even better and more eye-catching. So he's going to have to improve also, but hey, he's undefeated.
Let's go to Paulie for more on the main event from Horseshoe Indy.
Go over some of the horses that we didn't cover.
Try and get back to Paulie in a moment. Some technical difficulties there. I don't know if there's a lot to say about this race. I mean, obviously Verifying seems to hold all the cards in here, and Brad Cox has said he has really been training lights out.
Listen, he's a horse that is tactical, creates his own trip, comes off a big effort. He just makes a lot of sense.
Let's go back to Paul.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. A little technical difficulties. Yeah, what I was saying is what you guys said. When Active Fool got scratched out of here, you knew that Verifying was going to be odds on. I kind of see it kind of encouraging. When you walk across the line in the Kentucky Derby and you're 50 lengths, basically second or third to last, the horse pulled up out of that race and then came back and I thought ran a bang-up race. Like I said before, when Disarm beat him in the Matt Winn, Disarm just is a horse that likes the mud a lot better than he does on a regular racetrack. And Disarmed ran a bang-up Derby. Let's not forget about that as all. So he lost to a pretty good competitor last time out. And I also think if Tyler Gaffalone wouldn't have pressed the pace that much at Keeneland, I think he would have won the Breeders' Futurity. So I always kind of had him on my radar, and he drew a bad post position when it came to the Kentucky Derby. Was he ever going to win that? I doubt it. But at 2-5, do you want to take 2-5 today? The way speed has been, it seems like the horse to beat, obviously. I do Cagliostro, Mig, well done. This horse has been working unreal. I've been hearing things from all over the place. 2 back when this horse was in the Louisiana Derby, this horse broke through the gate, was unruly at the gate. You just got to draw a line through that. The horse that he lost to last time, Scotland, is well regarded, and I thought Cagliostro should have probably ran him down. Now, with no speed in the race, you do have a kind of deep closer. I do think that the 8 is a little bit more tactical than maybe Kenny's horse, the 7, who shows up. But the way this racetrack's been playing, what do you do with the lightly raced 9 on the outside, getting on the dirt for the first time? It might be beneficial to the 9 that there is no pace in here and probably won't get any kickback, that the 5 will go in front. I would think the 9 would just track right outside and hopefully puts a little bit pressure on Verifying. Or does the Paulo Lobo horse from the inside go? Transact, they really look like the only 2 horses in here, so that can maybe keep Verifying company on the front end. So it's Brad Cox's charge to lose, but I think Cherie DeVaux's horse, Cagliostro, has got a ton of talent. He needs to mind his manners at the gate. I think he's going to come flying late, but it's going to be tough to beat Verifying.
Yeah, for Cherie DeVaux, back to Cagliostro, he's definitely had some issues out of the gate.
Yeah, he has. And, I thought you'd be all over this horse because the dam is a rose for Isabel. Alessandro Cagliostro was an Italian adventurer and a self-styled magician, so maybe he's going to pull a rabbit out of his hat here.
We'll see, 9-2. I mean, this horse is a contender. But Verifying probably has to not run his A race for anyone else to step up here.
Yeah, it does feel like Verifying has to stub his toe here or not come up with his A effort, right? And someone else is going to have to step to the fore. But I like to hear that Cagliostro is training well. And listen, he's a horse that's thrown some big races. He took a lot of money on his debut last year in Saratoga, going 7/8 of a mile.
Verifying for Brad Cox. The 5 horse from Post 4, overwhelming favorite in this Grade 3 Indiana Derby. Trying to get his first graded stakes win. Let's go to John Dooley.
And a mile and 16th, one more. Alex Achard with Georgie W. 2-5 on Verifying. They're in the gate. They're off in the Indiana Derby of 2023, and there's Transect from the rail for Gerardo Corrales. Verifying will track Transect to the first turn. Georgie W. strides up into third. Cagliostro go with the Black Star. Race Cane is next as they round the first turn with 7 furlongs to run. We trail back to Hay Strike and the gray on the stage. It's Transect. So Transect went to the top. Transect leads, a close-up Verifying as they go to the back of this horseshoe Indianapolis track with Cagliostro coming up the rail. Georgie W. is 4th on the outside. Race Cane is running in 5th and 4 lengths off this leader, Transect, as they go up the backstretch. Then it's a big break back there to On the Stage, who just relegated Hay Strike to 7th and last. The quarter for Transect. The 10-1 target for Verifying. 24.19 seconds. Transect with a half mile to go in the Indiana Derby. Verifying stays close to Transect. In the meantime, Cagliostro comes up the rail there for Edgar Morales with Alex Achard, Georgie W. in this leading quartet. Race Cane is 5th, and they have 3 furlongs to go and still to catch Transect. But Verifying is starting his move. And right with Verifying is Georgie W. Then comes On the Stage, and Hay Strike is well back, being asked to pick up by Brian Hernandez Jr. It's Verifying. Verifying confronted by Georgie W., who's coming with a bid, and Race Cane now picking up on the far outside. They've straightened away after 3 quarters in 1 minute 12.83 seconds. Verifying Transect. Cagliostro was angled out to a clear path, and charging as Race Cane. Georgie W.'s bid is flattened out. It's Verifying. Charging as Race Cane on the outside. Race Cane and Verifying. Verifying digs in. Verifying on the wire in the Indiana Derby with Race Cane. Photo finish. Cagliostro was 3rd, then Transect and Georgie W.
Verifying gets a test here from the Gotham winner, Race Cane, to his outside, and Luis Machado, and it looks like Verifying just able to hang on.
The Verifying felt that pressure come from Race Cane. You saw him bear down. I mean, wow, this was desperately close. The outside horse got a real good bop right at the end there. And listen, I was ruled a dead heat in this Indiana Derby years ago, and I know I won it outright, so let's wait for the photo to be posted.
Yeah, you have the photo to prove it, by the way. 3-5 or 5-1, depending on who wins this Raise Kane 5-1 outside. Did Verifying have enough to just last? We'll be back.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
In the back, $1,000,005. Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche, the newest champion to Coolmore, America.
We're back on America's Day of the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. For those who missed it earlier on in the program, 3-year-old fillies, Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational. And prerequisite, trying to do it every step of the way in the front end for Chad Brown under Irad Ortiz Jr. But here comes Aspen Grove with Oisin Murphy,
who was able to definitely negotiate his way through traffic, was able to ease out off her heels, get to the clear, dropped her head, and finished after a slow break. She worked out a beautiful trip from that slow break, got to safe ground. And Oisin Murphy making a nice impression. As far as I know, his first time riding here in New York.
Made a tremendous move early on in that race, too, from that outside post to save ground.
Yeah.
Let's go to Maggie.
As we just saw the phasing tipped in Belmont Oaks, I'm pleased to be joined by the trophy presenter, Libby Imperial, also president of the Belmont Child Care Association. And Libby, your connection with phasing goes in many different directions, including their involvement with helping backstretch causes.
Oh, they're incredible to the backstretch, not just to Belmont Child Care, but to the racetrack, chaplaincy, and to Best. And they've been a huge supporter to all of us, and it's just really important. They're amazing, but for every owner in racing should be involved in the charities of the backstretch. We need your help, and if it wasn't for the backstretch, these beautiful animals would not run as well as they do.
And receive the utmost care that they do as well. And it's a 24/7 job. It's more of a lifestyle than a job, I should say. But talk a little bit about your relationship with Fasig-Tipton from the selling point of things. You sold Bella Sophia last year in the night of the Star Sale.
Bit of a change for us, usually the buyers. But a huge thank you to Boyd and to Anna. The way that they campaigned Bella Sophia was magnificent. I don't think if it wasn't for Fasig, she would have sold for as much as she did. And my hat's off to them. I'm very grateful. And it was very, very exciting. I'm sorry we weren't there in person, but it was equally as exciting at home to watch. And you know, the select sale coming up and the New York bred sale, everybody thinks you should be out in the Hamptons. You shouldn't. The select sale and the New York bred sale is the place to be during the summer.
You literally read my mind every time I interview you because I was going to ask you about that. So, yes, it is quite an experience at Fasig-Tipton Select Sale in Saratoga. Libby, thank you so much for all that you do.
Thank you, and thank you to Fasig, everybody, and what a beautiful race we just saw with the fillies.
It was the Grade 1 Fasig-Tipton Belmont Oaks in the book, Aspen Grove, an impressive winner coming in from Ireland.
Yes, she was. We're going to see some big moments in that pavilion as we do each and every summer. Coming up at Saratoga, some of the premier sales happen there a few weeks down the line.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such an exciting time of year. We're going to see the best racing and then the stars of tomorrow, the future stars selling across the street at Fasig-Tipton.
Well, it's finale at Belmont. 6 furlongs on the inner turf, New York bred, 40 maiden claiming race. Blue Plate Special is favored right now. First time on the turf for the Rick Dutrow barn. Irad Ortiz Jr. maybe getting a little overbet because of the presence of him. Let's go back to Maggie.
I feel like this trainer sees his horses overbet too. Blue Plate Special, though, son of Quinteros, does look like he'll take to the turf, but I'm interested in another one trying the turf for the first time. Going to Horacio de Paz is number 5, Kern River. Love the midshipman sprinting on the turf. That goes without saying. The Dam, she won twice out of 15 tries on the turf. Stakes placed. She hasn't produced a turf winner either, but probably none without as much influence of that midshipman has. He looks like a turf horse. He looks very fit here, warming up a little bit too aggressively, throwing his head in the air, where she settled into his stride a bit better, but still, I think he'll be very effective here, as this is a huge field. So, Jonathan, I want to know who you like, because you could come up with a price in here.
Well, Maggie, you know, you put me on the spot a little bit, but I am going to come up with a price, and that could have been bad. You could have said, "I hope you come up with a price." You know, I was going to give some 4 to 5 shot. Look, I'm interested in a 20 to 1 shot, the 3, Bay Bank. And look, there's not a whole lot to go off, except there has been some turf in the family, so there's that to account for. It's not like John Terranova has outstanding numbers with first-time starters, but he can win with a firster. But more importantly, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, the workout report that I like to look at. It's very important up at Saratoga as well. But this horse worked with Life Changer last time. And Life Changer is a horse that ran on Belmont Day, who I thought was very impressive on the dirt. And this horse worked well with this horse on the dirt, but now he's starting on the turf. Now look, it could have been the way the work was designed. There could be a lot of things, but the horse didn't get embarrassed in the work with a 80, 90 buyer type dirt horse. If this horse improves on the turf, there might be just at least a little bit of talent here. So at what is a huge price on the board, I think is interesting. The 10 will be my top choice in here, but I wanted to make sure that I got a plug in for the 20 to 1 shot, the 3.
All right, JK, we'll see how it plays out for this first-time starter. There is Bay Bank. Terranova with the apprentice. Jamie Torres gets a little weight break as well.
I like Jamie Torres, a good young rider, looks really good finish on horses. You get in the break in the weights. I think he was handed a very severe suspension that I know it's under appeal at the moment. A 14-day suspension for brushing and hurting a horse out in mid-stretch. And listen, I don't disagree with the disqualification, but I thought a 3-day suspension would have been more than sufficient.
A lot of the riders with him in that room took issue with it as well.
Honestly, it just seemed way too harsh. You know, basically you're completely killing the young man's summer, and he didn't do anything dangerous. It wasn't a dangerous type of foul. It was a competitive type of foul. Was it a foul? Yes, I agree it was. But it went from being, you know, you're trying to teach a young rider, and it just seemed too punitive. It was way too punishing.
Meanwhile, this horse, major player. He's 5 to 1. Screw Loose, start number 3, and dropping in for a tag for the first time.
Absolutely a major player here. Mark Henig's barn is heated up. His horses, if they're not winning, they're running well. Get Dylan Davis from the inside. Dylan's got to avoid falling back in the habits of allowing horses to drop out too much. You got to put them in the game. Get your position going forward.
Now, this horse was forward against better company last time out. Did get beat by a horse who was 0 for 25 coming in, but still, it was a state-bred maiden special, likely better than what he's going to face here. This is the favorite. Not a ton of turf pedigree with Blue Plate Special, But it's Irad Ortiz Jr. and a man who used to be one of the dominant trainers in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, and every time I hear blue plate special, I think of the line in the movie Boots Malone when he says, "Give me the blue plate special on a clean plate." That's all I keep on hearing when I look at blue plate special.
Getting overbet, but that's what happens with Irad Ortiz Jr. quite often, and a lot of money for the first-time starter outside. Boston Strong Mama, George Weaver, homebred here with turf pedigree too.
And things are really clicking off well for the George Weaver barn right now. This is a homebred. George is winning at 24% at this current meet. Just had a win at Royal Ascot, and just great to see his wife, Cindy Hutter, back at the barn, back with him, able to travel to Royal Ascot and enjoy that win with him.
Yeah, and a big price on Left Me Behind, too. This is a horse who was in an open maiden race, special weight, against Kalik. It was just that we saw in the Belmont Derby.
It's a wide open race. I landed on an 11-1 shot in the 6th, Jakey Byrne, because the horse has been working well and comes back with a complete makeover, changing to turf, new trainer, new rider, gelded, Lasix. I mean, they basically changed everything except they didn't change the blinkers.
Good one to close it out here. JK going with a 20-1 first-time starter. Big long shot, Bay Bank, the 6 backing away. This is Jakey Byrne. With Junior Alvarado, new gelding, getting Lasix, a lot of changes, trying turf for the first time.
Was a late changer rider. John Velasquez picked up the mount. Yeah, no, but it was junior listed, late changer rider. Johnny Velasquez picks up the mount. Listen, you're getting a Hall of Famer in the saddle to boot.
And here's her one and only, also eligible drawing in. Potentially could see speed from this one. Showed speed against Better, which I thought made this one just a little bit interesting with the drop down.
And you get a 7-pound apprentice in Elijah Greenidge that, usually apprentice allow horses to show their speed.
Nightcap on the Saturday card from Belmont. Let's go to John Imbrial.
And they're off. Slow beginning for number 10. Left them behind. It's Kern River and Jakey Byrne. Those two go out for the lead. It's Not My Fault down on the inside in 3rd. Boston Strong Mama's in between horses. On the outside, her one and only runs in 5th. And a break of 2 lengths to Screw Loose in 6th. Blue Plate Special is alongside and in 7th. And the leader here is Jakey Byrne over Kern River. Running next in 2nd. The quarter went in 21-4. Boston Strong Mama. And on the outside is her one and only. It's Not My Fault is dropping back past there by Blue Plate Special. And then it is Reap What You Sow, followed by Screw Loose. Farther back, it's Bay Bank, Geo's Majesticness, and Left Them Behind. The field is in the stretch, and it is Jakey Byrne, who leads by almost 3 lengths. Boston Strong Mama, the filly, is making a run here at Jakey Byrne. Jakey Byrne, the leader. Boston Strong Mama in 2nd, then Blue Plate Special and her one and only. They come on for the finish. Jakey Byrne trying to hold on, and it is tight. Jakey Byrne, or the late closing Boston Strong Mama. A photo in the finale.
I believe John Velasquez and Jakey Byrne able to hang on for the win.
That was very, very desperately close late.
What a performance at 12-1. We're back tonight, 8-11 with the Meadowlands.
Number 6 is Burn, Jakey Burn, a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Army Mule out of Dial the Doctor by Dialed In. Burn, Jakey Burn is owned by Michael Schrader and St. Elias Stable. Trained by Bruce Brown. The jockey is Johnny Velasquez, his second win. Burn, Jakey Burn was bred in New York by Saratoga Glen Farm. Race 12 official. The exacta pays $99. The double, $76.25. Trifecta, $319. Superfecta, $475.70. The pick 3 pays $329. The pick 4, $422.50. The late pick 5, $10,000, $35.25. The pick 6 was hit. 6 of 6, $184,390. 5 of 6 pays $819. Tomorrow is closing day of the Belmont Park Spring Summer Meet. We'll have a 9-race card tomorrow, and please note a special first race post of 12:30. First race tomorrow here at Belmont at 12:30. Good night. They're off. Slow beginning for number 10. Left them behind. It's Kern River and Burn, Jakey Burn. Those two go out for the lead. It's Not My Fault down on the inside in third.